They told us that was how legends of ghosts began. People seeing a fading clant from a dead mage. "And if you die while riding your heartbound?" asked Leslie. "Then we have a beast that can talk, or at least understand human speech, which is where the idea of talking animals and werewolves comes from. But the out-self gradually fades and gets lost in the mind of the heartbound." And Danny made the extrapolation to his own magery. "So every gate I've made remains after I die, for a while at least." "Only the ones you haven't already closed and gathered in." Danny didn't like confessing a weakness, but how would he learn if he didn't? "I don't even know what that means." Leslie regarded him steadily for a long moment. "You mean you don't know how to close your own gates?" "How would I know anything at all?" "They're all still there? How many?" Danny reviewed his mental map of his gates. "I'm not sure how to count them. What about the ones I made twice, once in each direction?" "I think those are 2 gates," said Leslie. "They just go to the same places." "I don't know," said Danny. "They feel like 1 gate to me, only doubly strong." Leslie nodded, frowning in thought. "Perhaps that's how gate mages create gates that are strong enough to persist centuries after they die. They knit 2 or more gates together." "I really can't say," said Leslie. "You realize that without a serious gate mage in nearly 14 centuries, we don't know much, and what we do know is mostly guesswork or logical deduction." Meanwhile, Danny had been enumerating each group of gates. The largest batch was all the nonce gates he had made inside the family compound before he knew that he was making gates at all. "I might have overlooked some, but I think I've got about 250 gates." "Mercy me," said Leslie. "All at the same time?" "Well, I can only go through one at a time, and some of them are just little stutters, getting me through a wall or up a tree. You've got to remember I didn't know I was making them. I didn't know I was going through them. I just thought I was a good runner and climber." "You do understand that this is extraordinary. Great mages can often maintain up to 12 separate clans, or ride 2 heart beasts at once, sometimes 3. But each division of the outself diminishes what remains. You should have run out of outself after the first 12 gates or so. In ancient times, the great gate mages used to treasure their gates, take pride in them, yet always hold a bit of outself in reserve so they could get out of emergencies." Danny heard the implication loud and clear. He was doing something even the great mages couldn't do. "Of course, I don't know how much of your outself each gate requires," said Leslie. "Maybe all gate mages can maintain as many as you seem to have, and pretended to have only a few. They can't be that hard to control. After all, the gates don't do anything. They just sit there, yes? Unless I move them." "You can move them?" "Either end. I can slide the gate over somebody and sort of make them go through it." "So you can move people through your gates against their will?" "Do you want me to show you?" "I want you to promise you will never move me like that." "Even if you're lying helpless in front of an oncoming train or semi-truck and I can gate you out of the way?" "I will try to avoid getting in the way of large oncoming vehicles," said Leslie, "so it won't come up." Danny was already learning, but perhaps a little more than they had meant to tell him. And they were learning from him, too. Leslie meant him to know that he had an outself, that his gates were his clans. But she had had no idea that either end of a gate could be moved, or that a single gate mage could maintain so many at once. This seemed to Danny to be useful information. Since I could never find my outself, I didn't pay much attention when they were teaching the other kids about calling it in. I know there was some kind of danger that the outself could get lost, or that it could drag too much of your inself with it, and so you could lose track of where your body is. But I don't see how any of it applies to gates. I always know where they are and where I am. I don't feel like there's any part of me in them. How can I call them? How can I explain it? When I'm riding my heartbound, I just gather it in when I want to return to myself. I don't know what that would even mean. At least now you know that each gate is a part of your outself. That's like saying that gravity makes things fall. Naming it doesn't mean you understand it or can affect it in any way. You know how it feels when you send out your outself. I know how it feels when I make a gate, said Danny. You're telling me it's a sending of my outself, but it still feels like making a gate. They sat and looked at each other. This isn't working, said Danny. Everybody but me knows what you mean by gathering in your outself, and you have no idea what it feels like to make a gate. Why are you so sure they're the same thing? I'm not sure. This was discouraging. There was going to be too much of the blind leading the blind in this education he was launching into. Yet it was also exhilarating to be discussing magery with someone who didn't regard him with pity or dread or contempt, to be spoken to as an equal, or at least as someone worthy of respect. Just the fact that these two, like Stone, took him seriously as a mage, maybe a great mage, changed his estimation of himself. Things like mooning the security guy at the library didn't feel so funny and clever anymore. Danny realized now that they were the actions of a defiant child, someone who feels small and weak, and therefore has to show contempt for power, if he thinks he can get away with it. I have this rare and frightening power, he thought, and all I could think of to do with it was bare my butt and say nanner nanner because I knew they couldn't punish me. But how much of the behavior of Lokis and Mercuries in the legends and family histories came out of precisely that same childish sense of being inferior and yet capable of escaping punishment? So he wanted to keep this adult conversation with Leslie going. I'm trying to think, he said, what it is that I love and serve to gain the power to make gates. If gate magery really works according to the same principles as all the other magics. No one knows, said Leslie. Some say that gate mages don't love or serve anything, which is why they're so dangerous and irresponsible and childish. That stung a little, but since Danny had just been thinking the same thing, he couldn't really take offense. But in recent years, in discussions among the orphans, a theory has come up. I'd love to hear it, because as far as I know, I tried with all my heart to love and serve trees, potato plants, mice, dogs, and rock to no effect. They didn't notice I was there, except the plants, and they withered. It takes time. It takes time to get really good at it, said Danny. But for those with a real affinity, it takes no time at all for some spark to show up. Like me, whatever it is I have an affinity for, I never knew I was loving and serving it. I just had the power to make gates, and then it was a reflex, automatic. I didn't even know I was gating. So, do you want to know the theory? Asked Leslie. All ears, said Danny. Space-time, said Leslie. So I'm like the servant of physics? That's science, not magery, said Leslie with only a little contempt. Physics is measuring it. You change it. Okay, so I love and serve space-time. I can't say it makes no sense, because how does it make sense to love and serve stone or lightning or water? But space-time? That's kind of everything. How can I love and serve everything? It's the bed in which everything else exists, but it's not in itself anything. Now see, that has to be offensive. To space-time, you know, which is why you can't make gates. Danny grinned. Danny, being flippant and making jokes isn't going to help you. Danny felt abashed, but then his defiant streak made him think of a contrary argument. How do you know it isn't going to help me? Asked Danny. How do you know jokes aren't how space-time is loved and served? I mean, space-time is the causal universe, right? The set of relationships between everything that exists in space, which implies dimension, and in time, which implies causality. Danny was rather proud of being able to toss out these terms, though he was pretty sure he barely understood them. You must be a whiz of a student, said Leslie. A real show-off in class, but I do understand you. Besides, I married a class show-off. You know the saying, shit happens? Asked Danny. I saw Forrest Gump, said Leslie. I have no idea what that is, said Danny. Things happen, bad things, good things, seemingly at random. Yes, I get it. That's space-time, right? Said Danny. I mean, this is your theory, right? It's a theory. It is certainly not mine. As far as I can see, space-time is a prankster. Weird stuff just happens. Insane coincidences that mislead people into making false assumptions about how the universe works. You pray for somebody and they phone you. You keep bumping into the same stranger as if you were somehow meant to be together. Only there's no meaning to it. It just happens. Space-time is pranking us. So you're saying that by making flippant jokes, you're loving and serving space-time? I'm saying that when I pranked people, I made shit happen, said Danny. And maybe that's why space-time gave me the power to make gates. Well, it makes a perverse kind of sense, said Leslie. The tradition is that Loki and the other gate mages have all been tricksters and conmen. It's one of the signs. Getting people to believe things that aren't true so we can cause them to do things they would never do in a rational universe. Leslie nodded. So your brattiness is the source of your power? Hey, I'm not the one who said that gate mages love and serve space-time. I'm intrigued. I think this bears looking into. Makes the theory stronger. So, how about this one? Gate mages are also extremely good with languages. How would that tie in? Danny shrugged, though he was thrilled that she was asking him to come up with a guess. Language is figuring out what other people mean by the noises they make, and then learning how to make the noises that will get them to do what you want, right? Language gives us the illusion that we're talking about reality, but in fact we can say false statements as easily as true ones and get people to act on them as if we had changed reality. Danny was liking this idea. In fact, isn't language just a system for coming up with false temporary realities? Isn't it just our way of creating realities for each other? That is a deeply perverse way of saying it, but I suppose it could explain the affinity. Marion was back in the doorway. This boy is bullshitting you, Leslie. He's making stuff up as he goes along. Maybe that's just what gate mages do, she said with a shrug. How do you know it isn't true? Asked Danny. I come out of Walmart wearing shoplifted clothes, and who do I run into but a kid who can get me to the very city where some magic pollen leads me to Stone, who leads me to you so I can get some training. How is that even believable, except that space-time is grimly determined to make me a more effective prankster? Why would space-time care? Asked Marion. Why does Stone care about getting shaped into stone stuff? By stone mages. Why does water want to flow the way that water mages tell it to flow? These are inanimate objects that come to life under the ministrations of a mage that loves and serves them. Maybe, said Leslie, space-time hates the way that all its pranks have been so severely limited by the closing of the gates in 632 AD. That's it, said Danny. And it's been getting more and more frustrated because the families have been killing gate mages all these years. And so space-time has squeezed me out and somehow set things up so I didn't get killed. Maybe space-time brought me into being so I could make a great gate and get some real power back into the magery of the world. A mission in life, said Leslie. Just don't count on space-time being reliable. As soon as you count on it, it'll prank you. Danny got the implication that if they trust him, they might get that same result. Maybe space-time wants the great gates restored, but it isn't just the family's killing of gate mages that has kept us gate-free for 14 centuries, said Marion. Far from it, said Leslie, nodding. Killing all the gate mages isn't enough, asked Danny. The families only killed the gate mages they know about, said Marion. We outsiders, we orphans, we've had 6 gate mages that we knew about and the families never found. Well, why aren't we going to Westel, then? The gate thief, said Marion. Gate mages don't last long, added Leslie. Stone had said the same thing. Why not? Who's the gate thief? Asked Danny. As soon as somebody gets strong enough to attempt a great gate to Westel, The gate thief comes in and steals their gates, said Marion. Steals them? How? If we knew how, maybe we could prevent it, said Marion. The gate mage lives through it. He just can't make gates anymore. It's as if his whole out-self was stolen from him. Who can do that? Asked Danny. The gate thief, said Marion. But who's the gate thief? The person who steals the gates, said Marion. It's very circular. I'd rather believe it's all a prank by space-time, said Leslie. For one thing, the gate thief has been at work for centuries. Nobody lives that long. So why not figure space-time causes all the gate mages to lose their out-self? Space-time loves the gates, said Marion. If it didn't, it wouldn't have allowed them in the first place. Then the gate thief is the enemy of space-time, said Danny. Exactly, said Marion. That's why we're hoping, added Leslie, that space-time, or fate, or raw random chance, or whatever, will create a gatefather with the power to withstand the gate thief. They looked at Danny in silence. The pie crusts are almost certainly done, said Marion, if they aren't burnt. He went back into the kitchen. You hope I'm the one who can stand up to the gate thief, said Danny. You hope you are too, said Leslie, because if you can't stand up to him, then you won't be a gate mage anymore. Not after your whole out-self is ripped away from you. What if the gate thief is a gate mage who loves and serves space-time by playing tricks on space-time itself? Tickling the tickler, said Leslie. If I never try to make a great gate, will the gate thief leave me alone? We don't know who it is, if it's a person at all, and either way we can't ask, said Leslie. As far as we know, the gate thief doesn't steal any gates at all until somebody bridges the gap between Westel and Middlegard. So I'll never make a great gate. Then you're an even bigger waste of time than I thought, said Leslie. We're not training you so you can burglarize houses or steal state secrets or whatever course of action you decide to devote your life to, nor even to get the healing power that comes from passing through a gate. You're worth helping precisely and solely so that you can open a great gate so that mages can pass between the worlds and build up reverberations of their power. And you wanted to be a student of yours so that maybe you can control this new access to power, break down the families, and rule both worlds. Leslie nodded. Now you understand. Danny laughed. The heroes were unmasked. You orphans are no better than the families. But we are, said Leslie, because we want the great gates open to everyone, even drowthers, so they can wake up the potential affinities inside them. How egalitarian, said Danny. What an elitist thing to say, said Leslie. But Danny couldn't help it. He despised the self-delusions of the orphans as much as he despised those of the families. I'm 13, said Danny mockingly. This is all over my head. You're a gate mage, said Leslie. You understand everything that anybody says. Did he? Was that why he was such a good student? It's not that easy. Serve space-time, said Leslie, and let's work on learning how to close your own gates. But you don't even know how to do it, said Danny. How can you teach me? I'll keep describing to you how it feels to gather in your out-self, and you keep trying to produce that feeling so you can see if a gate closes. Maybe someday between us, or through dumb luck or getting older, you'll hit on it. Danny thought about this. It doesn't sound like a complete waste of time. How low our expectations have become, said Leslie. So, said Danny, it's a deal. Let's get started. I think we just did, said Leslie. And my brain is tired. I think you bruised it with your idea that pranking serves the whimsical nature of space-time. So when is our first real practice session? Tomorrow after breakfast, said Leslie. No, I take that back. Tomorrow morning at milking time. Why so early? Because I'm going to teach you to milk cows. I can't tell a cow from a camera. Leslie smiled. A cow with autofocus. You just point it at the scene and yank its tail. You think I need vocational training? That if you get me to milk cows, I can become a beast mage whose heart beast is a grazing animal? I want you working hard and concentrating on something besides your gate-making. How will that help? It might not, said Leslie, but it's worth a try. Danny, I think we have some good ideas here, but the only way to know if they're workable is to try to make them fail. If we fail to fail, then maybe we're on the right track. Why don't we try something else first? Asked Danny. Why don't you show me some of the gates those earlier gate mages made? Then maybe I can learn how to close their gates, the way Loki did. I can't, said Leslie. Loki closed all the old ones, and the gate thief takes all the new ones. There are no gates left. Right now, yours are the only gates in the world. So why doesn't he step in and stop me now? Why wait? Asked Danny. I'll put that question on the agenda when I meet with him next week, said Leslie. That was how Danny's education in the rudiments of magery began all over again. But he had some hope this time. Before, when the aunts and uncles were trying to teach him, everyone felt that he could do no magery at all. Now the Silvermans and Danny knew that he could do some pretty good magery, so maybe they could get better results. They spent weeks and months at it. By the next summer, Danny had reached the conclusion that it would be easier to squirt snot out of his elbow than to figure out how to gather home the outcell fragments that maintained each of the gates he made. But apart from farm chores, did he have anything better or more important to do than to try to get control of his gate magery? Life on a small dairy farm beat burglary. Living and working with the Silvermans was way better than hanging out with Eric and Sed and Lana. And maybe someday he'd have a breakthrough and get the hang of it all at once. If space-time wants me to close gates, it'll happen one way or another. And if it doesn't, then I never will learn it, no matter how much I study. Meanwhile, Danny reminded himself, he was safely out of the reach of the North family and all the other families that would regard him as a threat that needed killing or start a war over who got to use any great gate they could get him to make. So even if he never learned to do everything the orphans wanted him to do, his life was still better in Yellow Springs than it had ever been in Virginia.
12. The Queen's Hero. Wad knew every path and passage of Nassausa Castle, for he had explored them all. He knew the public spaces from climbing high in the beams and rafters, or burrowing into thatch. No one ever looked up to see him looking down, or if they did look up, his face was hidden in smoke, or they were partially blinded by the dazzle of candles. He knew the corridors that everyone walked, and the corridors that only the servants used, and the passages that allowed the soldiers to get to the arrow ports and spy holes and oil spouts and secret sally ports that protected the castle. He knew the abandoned rooms whose doors were heavily locked and into which no servant came. He knew the private rooms whose doors were hidden behind tapestries and furniture, or under rugs, or as furniture, and he knew who came and went. For it was in such private rooms that the secret government of Iceway met and tried to influence the decisions of the king, and it was in such private rooms that King Priard met with Anonoe, his concubine, to conceive the sons that the whole kingdom hoped would inherit from him someday. He knew the spaces that were not rooms at all, but rather architectural accidents, which had no passages that led to them, except in the attics, and only when sections of old roof were torn up to be replaced by new tiles or thatch. Then the workmen saw such places, but the others, in the foundations of the castle, in the air shafts that provided ventilation to deep places, in the spaces between rooms where stones had not come out even during construction and gaps had been left behind. No one but Wad ever saw those, for there was no way to reach them, unless you were a path-brother or gatefather. For Wad understood now that he was indeed what Hull had said he was on his first evening here, in the shade garden on the hill behind the kitchens. He had not known it until she said it, but then he realized that what he had thought of as finding the door was really making a gate. he reached into himself, into the maelstrom of dream and memory and habit and reflex of his mind, and found out how to make gates exactly where he wanted them, and move them when that was necessary, and call them back into himself when they had served their purpose. So he never dissipated his out-self by maintaining too many gates at once. He kept only a dozen or so permanent gates, and otherwise used feet and hands to get from place to place. All his gates were in hidden places where no one could ever see him go or come. Instead, people who bothered to look at him would see him climbing, swinging, groping, balancing his way up walls and tapestries, out along beams and girders, and into narrow ducts and passages. Thus he earned a reputation as a squirrel, seen only as he slipped out of sight, a rodent skittering through the castle. Since people thought this of him, it was natural that if anything was stolen, he would be suspected of it. Suspicion led to questions, and Wad hated questions. He didn't like to talk to people. Talking led to argument, and he was tired of argument. He didn't remember why he was so tired of it, for it was lost in his distant past, his time before the tree, which was still chaotic and unfathomable to him. He only knew that he had wearied of talking long ago, and then had simply acted, had done something that made him both satisfied and ashamed, so he could hardly face anybody's gaze without looking away, and yet always knew that he had done right. He had stolen something. He knew that. Stolen many things. But he was done with stealing now, as far as he knew. So one of the things he watched for was to make a constant inventory of everything that anyone brought into the castle. Then he would track it, remembering whose it was, where it was kept, whom it had been given to, and where they now kept it, and so on, in an intricate web of exchange. If something was missing, he usually knew it before the owner, for he checked the inventory frequently during the night, making small nonce gates that let him probe the insides of trunks, drawers, cabinets, boxes, bowls, and under beds and behind tapestries, and inside nooks and crannies. Then, when he was questioned, usually by Hull, about whether he knew where some item or another had been left, he had an answer. "It's in Rudder's chart chest," he said once. And 2 days later the man once named Rudder was hanged over the sea wall, and a new man was elevated to his place and given his name. Another time, he knew that a particular wanted item was exactly where it was always kept, and the accuser was lying. This he said to Hull, and the kitchen girl who had lied got a beating and then was sent back to her home in disgrace. Over time, instead of suspecting Wad of stealing things, most people stopped stealing or lying about where things were, because they knew that he always knew. Some feared him because of this, and now and then there was an effort to have him expelled from the castle. But when it came to the king, he said, "And then I'd have to replace Hull as baker and night cook, and I won't do it. Besides, I've found that most people who complain about Wad are the very ones he has caught stealing or lying about someone else stealing." Then the king would look at them with innocent amusement and watch them retreat in confusion. But King Priard had his own worries about Wad, and one day he began speaking aloud in a private room where he was waiting for Ononoe to come to him. "I have let you live here, my boy, because your discretion is perfect. You tell nothing you see. You also notice that I ask nothing of you, for you are not my spy." Wad said nothing, but trembled a little on the beam where he was lying. "I'm sure that you have watched me with Ononoe many times, but you have grown careless, and I found bits of straw on the floor and saw your foot when I looked up. Ononoe is a very shy and modest woman, and if she saw you, she would be embarrassed and hurt. Please try to be more careful." Wad still said nothing, For how could he tell the king how many times Anonoway, lying on her back with Priard about his business atop her, had looked right into Wad's eyes and winked the eye that Priard could not see? Instead, he found a different vantage point to watch from in this room when he felt the need to know what King Priard and his mistress were discussing together. Hull still thought of herself as Wad's protector, and in truth she was. But Wad also knew he had the protection of the king, and Priard's reminder that he had never asked Wad to spy for him was, as far as Wad could see, a clear warning that the king would one day use him in precisely that way. Indeed, Priard did not have to ask, for along with his inventories, Wad kept a vivid memory of all the conversations he heard between the king's enemies and friends. Wad had overheard so much duplicity that he kept a complicated mental sorting frame of all the people in the castle. There were the king's friends who were truly loyal to him, the friends who were playing their own games, and the friends who were secretly serving the queen and her servants from Grey. Then there were the queen's friends who were truly loyal to Bexoy's older brother, the Jarl of Grey. Her friends who were actually in the pay of Priard to spy on her. Her friends who were in Priard's pay but fed him false information. And the queen's friends who were loyal to her nephew Frostinch, the Jarling, or heir of the Jarl of Grey, who came and went from the castle at will and had his own plans and designs that often contradicted the intentions of his father. The queen had no friends who were loyal to her. She confided in no one, said little, complained never. She was married to a man, Priard, who treated her with elaborate courtesy and made a ceremony of coming to her bed once a month, but spilled his seed on her belly and put nothing inside her that might make a baby. Yet she said nothing of this humiliation, though Wad had seen her more than once after he left her, as she tried to collect her husband's seed and put it inside herself. Wad wanted to tell her, "Oh, Bexoy, even if this worked, do you really think he would believe you if you claimed to have got his child in such a way? If he thought a child by you would be useful, he would be trying to conceive one. Since he does not, he would condemn you in privy council for your supposed adultery, and then would have you returned to your father's house in public shame. Where would your child be then, oh Bexoy?" He wanted to say that, but never did, because he and the queen were not on speaking terms. She was not on speaking terms, really, with anyone, and so she intrigued Wad more than any other person in the castle, for he did not know what she wanted, what she hoped for, what she feared, what she planned, what she felt or thought about anyone or anything. Not in words, anyway. He only saw what she actually did. How could a person remain so perfectly hidden from Wad when he watched so closely and often? A strange thing happened, though, as he watched her over the 3 years he lived in Nassasa. He fell in love with her. He did not give his feelings that name at first. He would only admit to himself a certain curiosity in her doings, and then a bit of an obsession. He thought of his watching of the queen as a bad and dangerous habit, and tried to avoid doing it. But within a day or two he'd find himself studying her again from one of his dozen vantage points in her suite of chambers. He finally had to admit that he loved her when Frostinch's chief agent in the castle, Luvix, who was officially there as her huntsman and master of horse, despaired of getting a chance to arrange her death by hunting accident, since she never hunted. Wad heard him arrange with his lover of the moment, Sleethair, Bexoy's chief lady-in-waiting, to be seen vomiting drunkenly in a public corridor at precisely the moment when Luvix would be entering Bexoy's room to force a quick-acting poison down her throat. Wad, learning of the plot, did not even decide to break his long-standing do-nothing policy. He simply gated his hand into Luvix's sleeve where he had the vial of poison concealed, and took it. But Wad also had an imagination, and he thought of what might happen when Luvix showed up in Beksoy's chamber, woke her to force the poison into her, and then found that it was missing. Would he allow her to live, knowing that he had laid forcible hands upon her? He would not. So on that night, after Sleethair lovingly left her mistress to fall asleep inside her safely locked bedchamber, Wad dropped down from the ceiling. As he had expected, Beksoy made no sound, though he had certainly surprised her. Beksoy's self-discipline was perfect, which was one of the things he loved about her, since he strove for a similar perfection. Because Wad knew that Luvix had a man stationed at the door, listening for any sound within that might cause him to abort his plan, he put his finger to his lips and then beckoned her to get out of her bed. To his great relief, she made no argument and attempted no discussion. Instead, she nodded, then rose and slipped a warm robe around her shoulders, for the air in the castle was frigid on that autumn night, yet not cold enough that anyone had been authorized to lay fires yet. When she was out of bed, Wad began to arrange pillows to form a human-like shape under the bed covers. To his surprise, she laid a hand on his shoulder to stop him. She returned the pillows to their proper place, and then, to his shock, she began to form the flame of her candle, the dust of the walls, and the straw on the floor into a clant. And not just an ordinary clant, but rather a perfect image of herself, though perhaps a little younger and more perfectly beautiful than Beksoy herself. Wad wondered if this was deliberate, or if she simply thought of herself that way and did not realize how her years in Nasasa had aged her and torn the bright happiness from her face. The clant was naked, and as it slid back under the covers, Wad marveled at how smoothly and gracefully it moved. He had not seen such expert handling of a self-seeming clant since he could not remember that time. It was so far back. But he knew that there had once been a time when many mages had the power to self-clant so perfectly that it fooled almost everyone except Wad himself, though in those days he had borne another name and served other purposes. When was it? Who was I then? He could not remember, for when he tried to think back that far, all he could see was the wood of a tree all around him, the grain of the wood permeating his own flesh in rivers of life that sustained him in his ageless, mind-empty state. Why was I there? What was I hiding from? What had I done before I entered the tree? Why would I choose such a living death and then rest there in a dream? How long was I asleep? No answers came to mind. But he had drawn tantalizingly near to a real memory of the time before the tree, and it distracted him momentarily. Beksoy had to come stand directly in front of him to remind him that he had a specific errand here. She reached out and touched his chest, and he came to himself again and nodded. She has shown me that she is a truly powerful mage, and a mage of fire and light, rather than the pathetic feather girl that everyone else believes her to be. So, I will not conceal myself from her either. Instead of opening the trap door and leading her down into a tunnel from which she can see nothing, I will take her into the wall and show her all as it unfolds. Wad reached out his hand to her, and she took it. He led her to his permanent gate in her chamber, which was in the same wall against which her bed stood. He pointed to the stone in which he had placed it, and pointed to the exact point on the face of the stone where the gate opened. There was a curious indentation in the stone at that spot, which was why he had chosen it. He pushed his finger into the gate, and her eyes widened. Then he pulled his finger back, took her hand, and pushed her finger into the gate. He had deliberately doubled the gate into a sturdy one through which anyone could pass, if they knew where it was. Now she knew. Whether he was there with her or not, she could find this passage in times of future danger and go through it to safety. He nudged her forward, and she followed her finger into the gate. As her body neared the stone, the gate embraced her, flowing around her body as Wad had designed it to do. She went through it without his holding her hand at all, proving to her that it was available to her even when she was alone. Then Wad followed her. The space between the walls was an inadvertent space left by the architect. The other wall supported a military stairway up to an oil spout. So this empty space had a very high ceiling near the outside wall, which descended till it met the floor about 3 feet before reaching the opposite wall of her chamber. In the darkness, she had kindled a silent flame without fuel, as only a fire master or light rider could do. It hung in the air instead of being attached to her finger, so she was a light rider indeed, the strongest kind of fire mage. Again, Wad was touched by the thought that he had not seen such power since... He led her to a spot just inside the canopy of the bed and created a nonce gate for her. When she pressed her face to the stone, she would be able to see from a spot on a bedpost just under the canopy, where she would have a full view of all that happened on her bed. Wad made another such viewport for himself. Then they waited, still in perfect silence. The door opened. Luvix came in. He saw the clant lying in the bed and closed the door behind himself and locked it. The clant sat up and said nothing. Wad did not know if this was because Bexoy was making the clant do what she would have done, or if she was simply not capable of making the clant speak well enough to be convincing. He could hardly expect that level of perfection in her clanting. In these days when no one could augment their power by passing through great gates to Middlegard, such skill would be almost impossible to achieve. And he realized, all the great self-clanting and fire-making I've been comparing her to was before the closing of the great gates. I have memories from 14 centuries ago. That's how long I was in the tree. Luvix reached into his sleeve. There was nothing there. Wad pressed the vial of poison into Bexoy's hand. She did not look to see what it was. Perhaps she guessed. At any rate, she did not take her eyes from the viewport. Luvix realized that he had to kill her anyway. Wad could see the fearful realization come to his face. Poison could have been concealed and denied, but a bloody wound or a broken neck could not be covered up. It would be recognized as murder. It would be investigated. If Luvix succeeded in hiding his role in her death, not a perfect certainty, and he would probably have to kill his lover Sleethair to be safe, then the murder of the younger sister of the Jarl of Grey would be blamed on Iceway, and the war would start up again. And if Luvix were caught, it would probably trigger an attempt by Frostinch to depose his father and take his place as Jarl of Grey. Either way, chaos and misery, blood and death. Luvix took out, not the knife he openly carried, but a dagger concealed in his boot. "Please," said the clant of Bexoy. The voice was husky, half-whispered, but completely believable. Wad was giddy with admiration for her. If gate mages could create a clant, he thought, I'd want mine to be as good as this. "I'm sorry, Lady Bexoy," he whispered in reply. Then he gripped the top of her head and pushed the needle-like blade into her eye, then churned it around the fulcrum of the hole in the bone through which the optic nerve would pass, if it had been a living woman. The clamp must be so solid that it felt real to Luvix's fingers, and solid inside so the blade would encounter just the right kind of interference and resistance from bone and brain and the back of the skull. If Wad had not loved the queen before, he would love her now for the sheer magnificence and perfection of her creation. When Luvix drew out the blade, a spurt of blood followed it, and brain and eye matter seemed to cling to it. It was so real that Wad reached out and touched the woman beside him to be sure that she was the real one and was not disappearing as the woman in the bed was killed. Luvix wiped the blade on the bedsheet, and a stain appeared. Then he reinserted the dagger into his boot, walked to the door, unlocked it, and left, closing it behind him. Wad noticed that as soon as his back was turned, the illusion of a stain on the bedsheet disappeared. There had been no blood or brains on the dagger, and therefore none on the sheet, and now that Luvix was not watching, Bexoy no longer needed to maintain it. No doubt he is going to a place where Sleethair can see him. Then she will return here and discover the body, screaming and bringing everyone to see. "We have a few moments," said Wad quietly. "Will they find the bed empty, or you alive in it?" The queen withdrew her face from the viewport and turned to look at him. "I have shown you what no other has seen," she said. "And I you," said Wad. "You are a gatefather," she said. "And you are a light rider," he said. "I have concealed it from everyone, all my life. No one knows in all the world but you." "Hull knows something of what I am," said Wad. "And you let her live? She would not betray me." "Will you betray me?" she asked him pointedly. "If you doubt me," he said, "give me back that vial of poison, and I will drink it now." A smile came to her lips. "On my doubt alone, you'd choose to die?" "Not until I saw you safely through the gate and back in your room," said Wad. "I would not want you to languish here if I'm not as strong as I think, and the gate dies with me." "I will have to talk more with you," she said. "I'm not sure what to do with a confidant. I've never had one before." "Talk to him," said Wad, "and he will talk to you." "Oh my," she said, "the two most silent people in the castle, and here we are, chattering like biddies in the hen-yard." "What will they find?" asked Wad again. "A dead clant or a living queen?" "I think the living queen," said Bexoy. "Let Luvix wonder what happened to his lovely murder. Let him try to guess. Let him, in fact, try again, now that I know a place where I can go. The gate will be there, always open to you. And I'll leave your viewport here as well, so you can control the clant." "I don't really need that," she said. "You can see through the clant's eyes? I'm very good at it." Wad looked back through the viewport. The body of the clant was still intact, still naked and beautiful, still empty-eyed and stained with the blood that had spilled out onto the cheek. "What a perfect creation," he said. "And how clever of you to pretend that your weak affinity for birds was all you had." He felt her brush past him as she moved back toward the gate. "How do I find it from this side?" she asked. "I left it shimmering," said Wad, "since no one can see it from this side except someone who has already passed through it." She doused her light. Sure enough, the shimmer was there, a single spot in the stone. She touched it with her finger, pushed through it. She turned her face to smile at him just before she disappeared. He stayed to watch. The clant simply vanished. Then Bexoy turned her back to him as she let the robe fall from her. Naked, she turned back around, shaking her head. No doubt she realized that Wad had already seen her naked self-clant, and that if he chose to observe her nudity, he could choose vantage points anywhere in her chamber. She could never hide from him, so there was no reason for her to try. And now that he knew he loved her, he deliberately chose not to look at her naked body. Instead, he watched the door. It opened. Sleet Hair came back in, accompanied by a lone soldier in the uniform of gray, no doubt the same conspirator who had stood watch at the door. Luvik's would not have involved more than these two besides himself. They looked at the bed. At Bexoy, sitting there, exactly where Luvik's had said he left the murdered clant. Both her eyes were open and undamaged. "I thought you had gone for the night," said Bexoy. "And what is he doing inside the door without my invitation? Put yourself under arrest, man. You will be sent back to Grey as soon as I tell my husband of this breach of propriety. Consider yourself lucky that I do not have you flogged." The soldier ducked out at once. I'm sorry to bother you," said Sleet Hair. "Well, now that you are here, stay the night," said Bexoy. "I had a strange dream, and it has left me wakeful and restless. Here, beside me. Spend the night with me." "But, Your Majesty, Wad waited to see what excuse she would come up with, for of course she was desperate to get to Luvik's and tell him that he had not killed the queen after all, or to accuse him of lying to her, or simply to get out of Nasasa. Sleet Hair got into the bed beside the queen. "Usually you smell like Luvik's," Bexoy said coldly. "But tonight you smell like vomit. Are you ill?" "Yes," said Sleet Hair, almost eagerly. Wad knew she was thinking, "This is my excuse to get out of the room." "Well, I'm glad you emptied out whatever was bothering you. If you need to puke again, you can do it over that side of the bed onto the floor and then clean it up yourself in the morning. I will not be left alone tonight." And that was that. Wad stifled his laughter. Let Luvik spend a miserable night wondering what has gone wrong, why there was no outcry when Sleet Hair discovered the body. Let Sleet Hair spend a sleepless night beside the woman she conspired to murder. With any luck, Luvix will go ahead and kill the hapless soldier without finding out that Bexoy is alive, and then Sleet Hair will wonder if he would have killed her too, as soon as her usefulness was over. I saved her life, thought Wad, by taking the poison and then coming here to give her warning. But she might well have saved her own life without any help from me, even if it meant causing the traitor to burst into flame as soon as he drew the knife, or make the poison burn up and evaporate completely when he opened the vial. Bexoy still had the vial, come to think of it. Wad gated back to the kitchen then, and took his place among the nest of sleeping boys behind the stoves. The next morning, the castle was abuzz with the tragic news that Sleet Hair, Queen Bexoy's chief lady-in-waiting, had died in the night. Those who had seen her vomiting attested that she was quite ill, but that they had thought her much recovered. Meanwhile, Luvix was seen looking haggard and haunted, and when he departed that afternoon to return to Grey, everyone chalked it up to his grief for his mistress's death, for that secret had not been well kept at all. Wad came to the Queen 3 nights later, after things had quieted down. As soon as her new lady-in-waiting closed the door, Wad came down the wall from the ceiling. Again, he said nothing. Bexoy beckoned to him, and he came. She was almost exactly his height, for she was a tallish woman, and Wad was still boyish, like a gangling adolescent not yet come to his full manly size. She put her hands on both sides of his face and kissed him, firmly yet sweetly. It was not the kiss of a queen to her royal subject, or even the kiss of a rescued woman for the hero who saved her. It was the kiss of a lover, and Wad recognized it as such, though he knew not how. "I accepted my brother's plan for me," she whispered in Wad's ear, "because Priard is one of the mightiest mages alive, and I wanted his children. But he refuses to give me any. You are a greater mage than he is, my little savior. Your seed has more value to me. I want it. I want your baby." "The king will know it isn't his," whispered Wad. "I will tell him I scooped his seed inside myself after he left. I've tried it, and it doesn't work, but he'll at least pretend to believe it. He'll hardly dare accuse me of adultery, because that would mean confessing that he hasn't given me his seed, which violates the treaty." Wad nodded. Her thinking had been more subtle than his own. She let fall her robe and began undressing him. "I'm older than you think," said Wad. "Good. I was afraid you were too boyish to do the job," she whispered. "I'm older than anyone else alive," said Wad. "I don't know if my seed is still alive." "If it isn't, then we'll at least take pleasure in the experiment," said Bexoy. "You are the first person in my life that I have trusted. We will make babies together, and we will talk about everything, and no one will suspect for a moment that the wall-climbing squirrel the kitchen boy called Wad of Dough is the father of Queen Bexoy's magnificent, kingdom-inheriting son." "Or sons," said Wad. "And daughters," said Bexoy. "But if Priard stops visiting me, then we'll have to stop too, alas." "Eluic and Nanop will try to kill any child we have," said Wad, "if Anonoe doesn't try it herself." She laughed lightly and softly. "The moment I'm pregnant with this baby," she whispered, "I will have her sent away, and the boys too, for dear Priard won't be able to contradict me. My child will be heir, and the people will rejoice, and if Anonoe remained here, they would be outraged. The moment I have a child, her two boys become bastards and potential rebels. No, they won't be close enough to our babies to lay a hand on them." "You've thought of everything," whispered Wad, who by now was in the bed beside her, discovering that his hands knew exactly what to do with a naked woman, even though he had no clear memory of ever being with a woman before. "I always knew you watched me," said Bexoy. "Now I'm glad I never told the king to have you killed." "It's always an option, if you get tired of me," Wad pointed out. "Father me a baby, and I'll never get tired of you." She kissed him into silence.
13. Vivi. At 15, Danny was getting more and more frustrated with the solitude of his life with the Silvermans. It was the same problem he had had at the family compound when he was younger. He could get a good education by reading whatever he could find on the internet and studying books from the library, so it's not that he was behind his grade level in school. In fact, he was doing college-level work in most subjects, and when Marion and Leslie periodically quizzed him about what he was learning, they always ended up nodding and saying, "Carry on." What Danny missed was associating with people his age, with friends. Now that some time had passed, he could look back on his association with Eric and realize that the reason he let Eric boss him around was that even though Eric didn't seem to particularly like him or see him as anything but someone to use, he was the closest thing Danny had ever had to a friend. And now, though he didn't have to deal with cousins who despised him, he still felt like the only prisoner in a minimum security facility. He still ran, the way he had run when he lived in the family compound. Now, though, it wasn't a secret. He wasn't escaping. He had permission. He was running openly on the roads around Yellow Springs. He would run up and down Xenia Avenue, or cut through fields and run on East Enon Road, or County Road 18A, depending on where you were. That was the worst and best place to run because it passed Yellow Springs High School. Sometimes when he ran in the daytime during the school year, he would turn left on the Dayton-Yellow Springs Road, which ran along the north side of the high school. He would see high school kids running on the track, not the track team usually, but just kids in PE class, and he would wonder what it might feel like to have a dozen or 24 kids running along the same road with him. At such times he would pretend that there was someone with him who would say, "Was that as fast as you can go, slowpoke?" Or, "I saw the way you jumped over that big puddle. Good job." And sometimes he would deliberately splash in puddles as if he were trying to soak an imaginary friend. A prank. Of course a prank. Wasn't he a gate mage? Or he'd set himself a goal as if a friend had challenged him. But there was no friend. He knew better than to wish for a competition, however, because he knew that if he ever started to care who won, then he would always win. While he hadn't made the great breakthroughs as a gate mage that he had hoped for, he had learned to refine and control the techniques he already knew. So he could make a series of tiny gates, by reflex rather than by concentration, that would hurry him along in fine increments, so that to any observer he would seem to be faster than the other runners, but no magic would be visible. If he cared about winning, it would become tempting, if the race was close, to give himself just a little bit of a magical boost. And that would be cheating. What honor would there be in seeming to defeat someone who was actually faster than he was? Yet how could he bear to be bested? So he would never race. If he encountered another runner out on the street, the moment they seemed to be competing with him, he would stop and contemplate the scenery for a while, until they were far enough away that competition was impossible. Just because he had the power of a gate mage, or at least some of it, Danny didn't think it was necessarily right for him to use it. Gating Eric out of Rico's office was necessary. He did not regret that, for it healed Eric and it kept him from getting beaten to death. Using his gate magery to immobilize Rico was also the right thing to do, he was sure, because it was the only power he had to stop the man from doing more of his murders. But using gates to defeat a high school athlete? To break into people's homes or spy on them? He was not ashamed of all the spying he had done as a kid, because he hadn't known he was a gate mage then, and he was trying to survive in a compound full of mages who had no qualms about using their powers against him or anybody else. He had to know whatever he could learn. But now, he never created a gate that would let him see into Marion's and Leslie's room or spy on them when they were talking with each other or with interesting strangers. They would tell him what they wanted to tell him. He was not going to spy on them. But if they asked him to spy on someone else, he would do it in a second, because he would trust their judgment that it was useful and necessary to do so. It hadn't come up, but in his lonely hours he had played through many a scenario in which they really needed one of his skills to save them from some dire circumstance, and he came through for them. Such were the fantasies that filled his mind as he ran, as he did his chores. He would see the girls emerging from school buses or getting out of their cars in the morning as he ran past Yellow Springs High, and he wondered what it would be like to talk with one of them. "You left your homework on your desk at home? Let me get it for you. Here it is." But then he had darker thoughts, ones he was ashamed of. If he wanted a career as a peeping Tom, he could do it from his own bedroom and no one would ever know. He couldn't let himself indulge such fantasies, let alone act them out. Drowthers shouldn't sacrifice their privacy just because he happened to have a little power that gave him access to anything, anywhere. And he knew that if he really cared for a girl, he could never do such a thing to her. And if he didn't really care for her, then, as he learned with Lana, he didn't want to think that kind of thought about her. So many moral dilemmas he wrestled with. wishing that they might actually come up in the real world. Wouldn't it be nice to actually know a girl who wasn't his cousin? But it would be so hard to be a real friend to someone his own age without letting them know what he was and what he could do. And that would be the end of the friendship, he was sure. Not because they would reject him, but because he would stop being Danny Silverman. He was using their last name now. And instead be that kid who can jump through gates in space. Danny was lost in thought as usual when he came loping down Xenia Avenue and saw a middle-aged woman materialize in the driveway in front of his house. In fact, she appeared in exactly the spot where he had first appeared the night he came to the Silvermans for the first time. She had come through a gate. More to the point, she had come through his gate. He hadn't been touching her or leading her. She had to have found it on her own, which meant she was a gate mage herself. Danny glanced around to make sure no one was watching him, and gated to a spot right behind her. He was so flustered that he failed to allow for the fact that he was still running, so he barreled right into her and knocked her down in the driveway. "Sorry," he said, getting up. "You seemed to come out of nowhere." "So did you," she said. "I was just running along Xenia, and there you were." She sat up and looked back the way he indicated. "You're the gate mage," she said. "You just made a gate from there to here." So she was a Westilian, and therefore dangerous. "And I'm about to make a gate and stuff you through it," said Danny, "unless you tell me who you are and why you came through my gate." "If you want a gate to be private," she said, "then hide it or close it." Danny said nothing. She looked puzzled. Then her face brightened. "You don't know how, is that it? You can make them, but you can't hide them or close them." His dread was giving way to curiosity. She obviously knew more about gate magery than Stone or the Silvermans. "I didn't know you could hide a gate from a finder." "You can if you're powerful enough, but I'm more than a finder. I think I'm a key friend. Of course, I didn't know that until I saw one of your gates for the first time in Washington, D.C. You have no idea how important that was for me." So maybe she didn't know as much as he had hoped. "What are you doing here?" "Sitting on the gravel of the driveway with my nylons torn to ribbons and my palms and knees skinned and bleeding." "Sorry," said Danny. "No, you're not," said the woman. "You were testing to see how much I knew about you and whether I meant to kill you." "Still wondering," said Danny. She beamed. "Here's what I know. I jumped through a half-dozen of your gates in the D.C. area as soon as I saw the first one and realized what it was. You can imagine. It's frustrating being a gate mage at a low enough level that I can't actually make gates myself, because with all the Path Brothers and gatefathers murdered whenever they're found and all the old gates gone, when would I even see a gate? I had no idea what a gate would even look like, despite all my research over the past 30 years. And there I am in a taxi riding along Wisconsin Avenue, and there's this shimmering off to the right. It's not something I'm seeing, just a heightened awareness of a certain place. Only the place I'm sensing is inside a church. I'm sensing it through walls. Naturally, I stopped the cab, paid him, and then hurried over, and knew the horrible frustration that even though I could get inside the church, I could not get inside the room where the shimmering was. "I take it you eventually did." "In a backward way," she answered. "I found that when I stood in a certain position, I could tell there were two gates. One was the exit point of a gate that took someone into the church, and the other was the entrance point of a gate leading away. I couldn't very well ask a priest to let me into his office because then he'd see me use the gate. If it was actually a gate, and if I was actually a key friend or lock friend." "I see the problem," said Danny. Of course, he would probably interpret it as some kind of heavenly visitation. Those Semitics are so eager to believe that their gods are still talking to them, 14 centuries after the gates were closed. "Semitics? I thought that meant Jews and Arabs." "The people who follow the Semitic gods, Jews, Christians, Muslims, the non-Westilians." In his entire life, Danny had never heard that there were any gate-traveling gods besides the Westilians. I always thought their god was... But he couldn't think of exactly what he had thought their god was because he couldn't remember ever particularly thinking about it at all. "Really God?" she prompted, amused. "A myth, like Santa Claus." "You mean like Zeus and Thor and Shiva and Hermes and Pan?" "I guess I thought that we were the only real ones," said Danny, and then he laughed at his own naivete. "That's what all the gods think," she said, nodding. "Anyway, I'm outside the church on Wisconsin, and now I realize that I can tell where the one gate came from and the other gate led. It took a lot of walking to get to a starting place that didn't require me to break into somebody's house. All the gates. You are a naughty burglar boy, aren't you?" Danny was about to snap at her, but she held up a hand. "Do you think I'd stay out of people's houses if I could make gates?" He wanted to protest that it was Eric's idea, but she was going on with her story. "I didn't mind wearing out a pair of shoes. It was worth it. Because until that day I had no idea whether I was really a gate mage or not. And now I know that I'm a pretty good one. I can open all your gates, and I know where they lead before I step through them, and I can even see glimpses of what's going on where they come out. And then it turns out I can actually go through them. Only one way, the direction you went in. But I'm a gate mage, damn it." "So you aren't here to kill me?" said Danny. "Kill you? I want to worship you." "Please don't," said Danny. "I want to follow you everywhere." "It seems like you already have. You just made that gate, didn't you? You saw me standing here and you just stopped and made the gate and came through it." "I didn't stop and make the gate, I just made it, and then realized I was running too fast and couldn't stop, which is why I knocked you down, and I'm sorry." "All right, then, make it up to me." "How?" said Danny. "Make a gate. Just a little one, so I can go through it and get that amazing rejuvenation. It will heal me, won't it? My research suggests that gate mages weren't also healers. It's just that going through a gate heals whatever's wrong with your body at the moment. Certainly, I feel wonderful after gating around after you all day." Danny didn't make the gate. If she was actually an assassin, something he could not rule out merely because she said she wasn't, he wanted her to have every disadvantage he could arrange. "Doesn't stop you from getting older." "I've always wondered, does going through a gate regenerate lost body parts? I mean, if I lost an ear, then went through a gate, would the ear grow back?" "I have no idea," said Danny. "But I think not, because a man once lost his thumb when he was halfway through a gate, and when his arm went back through the gate, the thumb was still missing. Though come to think, that may not prove anything because he was dead before his hand came back through." "Well, we need to conduct experiments then, don't we? We need to find out how this thing works." Danny didn't like the way she was assuming they were partners now. "I don't think so." "Oh, we definitely need to know the exact rules of gating. How can we control the process if we haven't codified the consequences of various gate-making actions?" "The part I'm disagreeing with is the words we and us," said Danny. "I don't even know who your half of we is." She blinked. "Oh my, I haven't introduced myself." She thrust out her hand. "I'm Victoria von Roth, but you have to call me Vivi." Then, in mid-handshake, she threw her other arm around him and gave him a huge hug. "I love you, strange gate-making boy. You are the most important person in the world to me." "I hope you won't take this wrong, Vivi," said Danny, and it felt weird to call an adult by a nickname without a title in front. "But I don't love you. In fact, you terrify me." "That's just silly. I couldn't hurt a fly." "You could tell certain people where I am," said Danny, "and they would certainly kill me. But anybody can find where you are. Just follow your gates." I admit there were a few interesting side trips. Why in the world did you go to that office in that high school, Perry McClure? "You're the only living soul I've ever met who can follow my gates." Then he added, mostly to himself, "Unless the Greek girl can." "There's a Greek gate mage?" "Probably a finder. Maybe someone more like you." "I don't know." Won't you tell me your name, O handsome young gatefather? We're not sure I'm a gatefather. Maybe I'm a path brother. They can make gates too. Name! What do I call you? Sweaty, careless running boy? So then you go back through the gates until you find the people who are searching for me in order to kill me, and because you know my name, you'll confirm to them that you know me, and so they'll make you take them to me. I would never do that. And I would be sure of this because I can't go through your gates backward. So I can't track back to where you came from. Says you, said Danny. My, but you're careful, said Vivi. That's why I'm still alive, said Danny. She patted his arm. No, you're still alive because of dumb luck. You are so careless, despite trying to be careful. You've already told me, first, that you're from one of the great houses. Second, you aren't one of the Greeks. Third, you're afraid of someone killing you. You speak English with an American accent, so you're a North. And if I wanted to sell you out, I could let them know where you are without even knowing your name. Now Danny saw the craftiness and amusement in her eyes. We gate mages, she said. We're not stupid, and we know how to pretend to be dumber than we are. Am I right? Sadly, yes, said Danny. I'm Danny Silverman. You're actually using the Silverman name? Do you want them killed too? Why, are you planning on killing me after all? And then, realizing that her answer might be delivered with a bullet or poison or a knife, he gated 3 steps back and to the left. Relax, said Vivi. I was just pointing out that if you use their name, you put them at greater risk of discovery. Not as great as if I called myself Danny North. Danny, I have to say it again. I've never been so happy to find out that another person existed since my mother first put her titty in my mouth. That was such an unpleasant, disrespectful way to speak about one's own mother that Danny wanted to end the conversation. Why was he still talking to her anyway? He should have gated into the house as soon as she appeared, warned the Silvermans, and let them deal with her. Part of that program was still available. Maybe we'd better go inside and have you meet the Silvermans. For the first time, her enthusiasm failed her completely. Oh, the Silvermans already know me, and I them. And you don't like them? If she didn't like the Silvermans, that was a huge black mark against her. Like them? I almost married Marion. I would have if that cow hadn't come between us. These are my foster parents you're talking about, said Danny coldly. Oh, keep your shirt on, Danny, she said. Leslie is a cow. That's her heart beast. Lighten up. That's not how you meant it. You don't know that, she said with a coy look. Don't call Leslie a cow ever again. Danny turned his back on her and walked toward the house. Aren't you going to invite me in? Asked Vivi. Danny did not answer her at all. Let her come to the porch and knock on the door herself if she wants in. If Leslie and Marion already know her, they probably already hate her. Let the 3 of them work it out. My knees and palms hurt, Vivi called from behind him. Make me a little gate. Danny made a gate directly in front of her. Then he turned and beckoned to her like a traffic cop, one hand pointing to her, the other beckoning for her to move forward. It wasn't necessary. She saw the gate. She smiled and stepped into it, and found herself across Xenia Avenue facing away from the house. She spun around, confused at first, then furious when she saw Danny, but Danny just turned and continued into the house. Supposedly she could see where his gates led, and gate mages were known to be pranksters. Why hadn't she looked before she stepped? He stepped into the house and called out, We have a visitor! Don't shout in the house, shouted Leslie from upstairs. A gate mage followed me home, called Danny, and then perhaps a little louder, Victoria von Roth! Leslie practically flew to the top of the stairs and then seemed to ski down them, she moved so quickly. That miserable bitch really is a gate mage? And she's here? Oh, of course she's here. Wherever she's not wanted. Leslie seemed more than annoyed. Flustered, really, and vaguely embarrassed. It suddenly seemed likely that at least part of Vivi's story was true. They had been rivals for Marion's affections. Relax, said Danny. Marion chose you, didn't he? What did she tell you? That the only reason he married me instead of her was because everybody thought she was Drekka and I was a real mage, even if I was only a cow sister. I don't think she's here to try to persuade Marion he made the wrong choice, said Danny. I think she's just excited to finally have proof she's a key friend. Oh, a key friend, no less. Naturally, she'd claim to be the very highest kind of gate mage that can't actually make gates. I think it's true. She found my gates and went through them without my help or even my knowledge. That's bad news. You should have felt her using them. You never told me that. I can sense when people use gates I made. Obviously not, said Leslie. Go find Marion and tell him he'd better get in here. No, said Danny. I think I need to be here when Vivi gets to the door. What do you think I'm going to do? Moo at her? I think you and Marion should be together when you see her for the first time in all these years. Oh, suddenly little Danny North is a peacemaker. I don't remember what kind of magery that is. It's the I don't want any bloodshed kind, said Danny. Gate to the barn and drag him back here then, said Leslie. You said not to gate around the farm. This is an emergency, you bone-headed bratling. She was peering through a slight gap in the curtains. Oh, she looks just the way I expected, always tarting herself up like she was a senator's wife. I'd say duchess, except she forgot her coronet. So the bitchiness ran both ways. It was easy enough to understand why. They both believed, Vivi with spite, Leslie with dread, that Marion had only chosen Leslie because their children were likelier to be mages. Danny gated out to the barn where Marion was inscribing a headstone. Now that he was retired from geology, he did stonework just because he loved to work with rock. He charged more than the local stonecutters so that they wouldn't think he was trying to put them out of business, though it took him 15 minutes to do an intricate carving that they would spend 3 days to do. And as a cobble friend, he could help the stone find a smooth, sealed finish that would not erode for centuries. He also had a bit of a flair, so that even with headstones there was a sense of dash about them. Some people thought it was undignified and in bad taste. They had plenty of other stonecutters to choose from. And there were always people who thought Marion's stones expressed the character of the loved one they had lost. This one had the silhouette of a mountain at the top of the stone, with the figure of a mountain climber very small against both the front and back surfaces. It would be the grave marker for a young husband and father who had died on a mountain while trying to save a fellow climber who had fallen and broken a leg. The young man's parents were outraged that his widow was putting a representation of the thing that killed him on the headstone. But the widow was the customer, and she said that he was never happier than when he was climbing. He had a love for the stone itself. He said he sometimes felt as if when he climbed, his fingers caressed the rock and the rock caressed him back. He died as a hero on the mountain, and that's what I want our children to see when they visit his grave. Marion had told this story over supper just last night, and then added, I have no doubt the young man had an affinity for stone. So he was Westilian? I doubt it. You know I don't believe all that nonsense of Westilians originating here on earth, said Leslie. Believe what you want, my dear, said Marion. But Westilians and Middlegardians interbreed quite readily, and there's no reason to think there isn't latent magery in the population of Earth. I think that the male Westilian habit of seducing Drowthers is a sufficient explanation of affinities cropping up in general population from time to time. There's hardly a soul on Earth who doesn't have some Westilian blood by now. So here was Marion, carving the headstone for a fellow stone mage, or so he supposed. It was part of the camaraderie of the mages, stone for stone, fire for fire, heart beast for heart beast. They felt the kinship, those who shared an affinity, regardless of family barriers. And Vivi, thought Danny, is the only person in the world, except perhaps the Greek girl, with whom I might find such kinship. It was clear that Marion had shaped the headstone with great respect. He had taken hours giving intricate detail to the stone. Danny, on the other hand, had knocked her down in the driveway, injuring her, and even when he healed her, he had sent her across the street. Marion, said Danny. Marion looked up from his work. "Did you gate in here?" "Leslie asked me to. Victoria von Roth is here." "Here?" Marion looked annoyed. "What for?" "She found my gates and followed me through them. She's a key friend." Marion absorbed the information with a blink. "I think Leslie needs some reassurance. Vivi's almost at the door by now. May I get you back so you can face her together?" "Don't imagine that you know anything about what passed between me and Vivi and me and Leslie all those years ago," said Marion. "I only know what's likely to pass between Leslie and Vivi in about 15 seconds, said Danny. Marion reached out a hand. Danny helped him to his feet and then gated him into the parlor. Vivi was knocking and Leslie was about to open the door. "Let Danny open it," said Marion. He strode to his wife, drew her back into the parlor, and stood there with his arm around her waist. This must be how Christians stood when they faced the lions in the Roman arena, thought Danny. He opened the door. "Vivi," he said with exaggerated warmth, "how lovely of you to drop by." "You're something of a devil, Danny," she said with mild reproach, "but I still adore you, or at least I adore your gates." She turned at once to the Silvermans and inclined her head. "What a pleasant surprise," said Vivi, "that this young man's gates should lead me to your door. I can't imagine a better place for him to seek shelter and training than in this house." Danny was almost disappointed that Vivi was behaving so graciously, but it did amuse him that Vivi's tone made it impossible for Leslie to show any of the feelings that he knew were seething just under the surface. Marion held out his hand, and Vivi shook it firmly. "I'm glad to see that both of you look so well," she said. Leslie had no choice but to offer her hand as well, and Vivi smiled at her. Warmly, to all appearances, because Leslie made some effort to shape her face into a genuine smile. "And how are all the happy little cows?" asked Vivi, her warmth undiminished. Danny almost whooped aloud with laughter. It was hard to remain silent. Vivi really was a bitch, but she certainly had style. Leslie glared. "The herd is quite contented, thank you. There's always room in the barn for more if you need a place to stay." "No, Leslie, please," Danny said silently. "Don't try to match wits with Vivi. You sound petulant where she is cool." "I have no plans," said Vivi, "so I may take you up on that, depending on the freshness of the hay." She turned to Marion. "Imagine this, Marion. I am a gate mage after all. Not so advanced as your dear wife, of course, but I think I may be singularly useful in the training of your young ward. Gate magery has been my study for 30 years as part of my— what was the term, Leslie, dear? My elaborate sham, wasn't it? And since it turns out, to everyone's surprise, not least my own, that I really am a gate mage, perhaps I might have some information that Danny might find useful." She turned to Danny. "You wouldn't mind if I told you some of what I've learned?" "I hope you'll tell me all of it," said Danny, "but only if you refrain from discussing cows while on this property." "Fortunately, the closest I ever come to dairy nowadays is low-fat yogurt and cottage cheese," said Vivi. "And I never eat beef. After knowing Leslie for so long, it would be like dining on a friend." "We eat beef whenever we like," said Leslie. "Cattle are a prey animal, and expect some of their number to die from time to time. Like you, we do our slaughtering with tenderness." "I have an excellent idea," said Marion. "If Danny wishes to learn from you, he can make a gate from here to wherever you live. He can go to you for a few hours a day and then return here for meals, unless you've learned to cook in the intervening years." And there it was. Marion had declared himself. He was completely on Leslie's side, and Vivi was not welcome here. Danny was rather relieved. He could learn from Vivi, but he wouldn't have to deal with all this history. 14. Public Gate. Vivi wouldn't even let Danny gate her back to her car in D.C. "I'll call the rental company and tell them where to pick it up. I'll say I had a family emergency, and I did, didn't I?" Instead, he gated her home to Naples, Florida, where she lived in a penthouse condominium overlooking the Gulf of Mexico. As soon as they arrived, she went to the kitchen to take inventory of the refrigerator and call out for a grocery delivery. "This is going to be so fun," said Vivi. Danny wasn't sure. Her enthusiasm still bothered him. So far, all he really knew was that she could travel through his gates. But what did that amount to? He already knew how to create gates. He didn't need her to confirm that it worked. And yet he was excited. He wasn't the only gate mage in the world, and Vivi had spent her life studying a magery she only hoped she had. She went into the bedroom and came out in a modest scarlet one-piece swimsuit which flattered her without pretending that she was any younger than she was. "First things first," she said. "I want a gate that takes me down to a spot near the beach, and then another gate that brings me back up here." "Is that why I'm here?" asked Danny. "To save you waiting for elevators?" "Why? Does it cost you anything?" "Well, supposedly each gate costs me part of my outself." "Are you running out?" "I don't know." "Then do it, Danny. We have to have something to work with, don't we? We can't work on the gate back to the Silverman's cowshed every time, can we? And what if you do learn to close or take back your gates? Do you want it to be that one?" She always had an argument like that. She always would. Compelling reasons for him to do exactly what she wanted, now. If he didn't put his foot down now, would he ever? Probably not, but it would be worth it if she could actually help him get control of this thing. So they leaned over the Gulfside balcony of her condo and chose a spot mostly sheltered by palms near the condominium tower next door. She could come and go from there without being observed. So he created a gate to the spot and she gleefully went through it. When she appeared down in the sand, she waved merrily to him and then held out her arms like a 2-year-old wanting to be picked up. Danny decided to make it a challenge for himself. Instead of going through the gate himself and then making another to bring them both back up, he decided to try to make the second gate from right there on the balcony. After all, it's not as if he touched anything or connected to the gates when he made them, so why would it matter if the starting point was far away and the end point was right next to him? But as he started to form the gate down near Vivi, on impulse he made the beginning of it be the exact point where the first gate exited and the end point the exact beginning of the original gate. Wasn't that what Leslie had asked about? What would happen if he made gates with the exact same start and end points, only going opposite directions? He'd never tried to make 2 gates exactly overlap before, but it wasn't hard. He could clearly see the exact points where the gate was anchored at both ends. Down below, Vivi's hands clapped to the side of her face like a mime portraying stunned surprise. She reached out a finger to the end point of the gate, and then she was beside him on the balcony. "You little devil! You didn't tell me you could do that!" "Do what?" he asked. "Oh, don't pretend with me." "I know I made the beginning and end point coincide with the first gate, just in reverse," said Danny. "But wasn't that the obvious thing to do?" "But that's all? Because to me, it looked as if the gate went from being a tiny tube to being the interstate. Well, not quite, but very big, and going both ways at once. It's not as if you merely doubled it. It must be 10 times bigger." "Well, ain't that cool?" said Danny, impressed, partly with himself, but mostly with the discovery about how gates worked. "Now it's my turn," said Vivi. "Your turn to do what?" asked Danny. "Do you think you can make a gate?" "The more I study what you do, the better my chances, don't you think? But no, what I mean is that key friends are sometimes lock friends, too." "And that would mean?" "If I can figure out how to close and lock one of your gates, maybe you can see what I'm doing and learn the skill from me." "Since you're the only one who can use my gates," said Danny, "and any locking I did wouldn't keep out a key friend, what's the point?" "To learn. Isn't it fun just to learn? Come on, you aren't one of those kids who hates school, are you?" Danny shrugged. "It's worth it for you to know how to close them." "Especially that one you just made, because I think you've hit on how to make a gate public." "And that's a bad thing?" A public gate is one that anyone can use. A finder, of course, but also any drouther who happens to run into it. Oh, said Danny. So you mean a drouther could walk into that spot and just pop through the gate and be on your balcony? Honestly, that might be a pretty good way to get a date, said Vivi. Or a burglar, said Danny. Oh, I don't need a burglar. Then Vivi laughed. Oh, have some fun with this. So we need to lock the gate, if it's public, so that people won't accidentally use it. Imagine if I had somebody over for lunch, and they walked out on the balcony, and then suddenly, poof, they think they somehow fell off this tower and lived. Okay, said Danny. Close the gate, lock it, whatever you do. If I can do it. Opening your gates was easy enough. I came, I saw, I poked it with my finger. Kind of like what you did to Marion and Leslie, said Danny, for no better reason than he thought of it. Vivi whooped with laughter. That's exactly what I did. Oh, Danny, you have such a dirty mind for a child. Dirty? Danny had no idea what she was talking about. All right, let me fiddle around for a while trying to close the gate, and you do it too. Do what? Close it. Do you think I haven't tried? I'm like a little kid trying to wish really hard. I make my hands into fists, I close my mouth and squinch my eyes shut, and then I puff out my cheeks and think, I wish, I wish, I wish. Vivi didn't laugh this time. I know, she said. That's what I spent most of my life doing. Couldn't raise a clant, couldn't find my out self. But I made a lot of wisecracks and played tricks on people and learned foreign languages easily, so I thought I must be a gate mage. Then I did just what you described, or the mental equivalent. Wished really hard that I could make a gate. So you know that isn't the most likely way to succeed, said Danny. We give up then? And hope nobody ever walks into the gate on my balcony? I'll move this end of it if you want, said Danny. See, that's the strange thing. Nobody ever talks about moving gates. They just talk about closing them or gathering them in. Then she started to laugh. Yes, Danny, move the gate, by all means. Move it straight into the middle of your own body. Danny closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Not to put a damper on your idea or anything, but that would only send me through the gate. That's how I force other people through, anyway. I move the gate to them, almost like I use one end of it to eat them. Now that's an interesting thought. Which end do you bring to them? The mouth end, of course, the entrance. What if you moved the exit to them? I don't know, said Danny. Want me to try it on you? Apparently she didn't. What if you moved the exit right to the entrance? Then I wouldn't be closing the gate, I'd be making it useless, said Danny. Well, that would be something anyway, wouldn't it? Now that I think about it, there's all kinds of weird things I could do, said Danny. What if somebody was falling off a cliff, and I make a gate under him, and the exit is over him? So he falls into the lower gate, comes out of the upper one, and falls down and keeps going back up like a yo-yo. She almost fell on the floor laughing about that one. Of course, it would have to be a public gate, said Danny, if that's what we've actually got here. Something that anyone could fall into, and not just a finder. Think that would make the news, said Vivi. Man jumps off building in suicide attempt, keeps changing mind. Danny laughed too. She had the same sense of humor he had, or close to it anyway. Of course, you'd probably just make a gate with the exit back up on top of the building or whatever, and then move the mouth of it over him to catch him and drag him up, said Vivi. That's what a good person would do anyway. Danny caught something she said, though he had used the term himself only moments before. When she said it, though, it triggered a chain of thought in his mind. The mouth of the gate, he said. Just a figure of speech, said Vivi. Not in English, it's not, said Danny. People don't talk about gates having mouths. I mean, to them a gate is just a gate. You step through it and you're in the same place plus a step. There's no mouth. There's no entrance and exit. So why did you call it a mouth? Well, the kind of gate you make isn't really a gate like in a picket fence. In some ways, it's like a tunnel. Tunnels have mouths. And maybe that's all there is to it, said Danny. But when you said it just then, it made me think of something I read, something very old. You're right, she said. It is called a mouth in some of the legends and histories I found. That's what gates are called in several of the Persian inscriptions, and there's one tantalizing Hittite passage. I've been reading so many of them for so many years. You'd be surprised how much there is about gates in the ancient writings if you know how to read them, which as a gate mage I do. So let me tell you a runic inscription I read in the Library of Congress. I've already been there, said Vivi. Many times. Which one do you mean? Danny started to recite it. Here Tew dashed the ships of Carthage against the rocks because they would not pay tribute to the Valkyrie. Ships of Carthage, she said. I've never read this. I'm not surprised, said Danny. It was an untranslated copy embedded in a Danish book about something else. Vivi listened closely as he repeated his English translation. Then she walked to where her laptop sat on the kitchen table, right by the napkin holder, the salt and pepper shakers, and a butter dish. She turned it on and brought up her word processor and then said, "Tell it again." She typed as he dictated. When it was all recorded, and he affirmed that she had it exactly right, though there were a few unfamiliar words whose meaning he had guessed at, she printed out 2 copies, and they sat there looking at them. I think this is practically a manual, said Vivi. It didn't make any sense to me, but I was still new at making gates and my mind was on other stuff, said Danny. And at the time I hadn't figured out how to move the mouth of a gate over somebody to force them through it. But see, when you call it a mouth, then you're eating them, right? Or your gate is, or whatever. So when it says that the dark gate of Bel carried off the hearts of brave men to eat at his feasting table, we're talking about Bel moving the mouth of that dark gate over people and passing them through, right? I don't know, said Vivi. It's the thing about hearts that makes me wonder. The Carthaginians had eaten the old gate, right? So that means a gate eating a gate. Do you think that's possible? I don't know, said Danny. Should I try it? No, let's just sit here and theorize until we die, said Vivi. Danny made a gate right there on the table. It was short, a foot long. He moved the mouth of it over the butter dish, and it popped over to the exit near the napkins. There's the gate, said Danny. Then he took the mouth of the gate to the exit and moved it back and forth over it. Nothing, said Danny. You were moving the mouth of the gate over its own tail, right? Said Vivi. Only it isn't a tunnel and it isn't a snake, so you can't tie it in a knot. Once again, Danny felt a little thrill at the thought that somebody else could actually see or at least sense what he was doing. Yes, he said. So a gate can't eat itself. Why not make another gate and try to use the mouth of it to eat the first gate? So Danny tried it. The first gate, the whole thing, both ends of it, went through the new gate and popped out the other end. Wow, said Danny. Wowie zowie, said Vivi. You ate a gate. No, I moved a gate. Why not call it eating? Anybody who was using the first gate regularly wouldn't know where it was anymore. To them, that gate got eaten. I'd already shrunk that first gate down to nothing trying to get it to eat itself, said Danny. He turned toward where he had made the public gate on the terrace. Even though he couldn't actually see the terrace itself, there was a wall in the way, he could still sense the location of the gate. So could Vivi, though perhaps not as clearly since it wasn't hers. He created a new gate with its mouth inches from the public gate down to the beach. The exit of the new gate was right there in the kitchen with them. Then he moved the mouth of the new gate over the entrance to the public gate. That entrance popped into the kitchen. Meanwhile, though, Danny pushed the mouth of the new gate over the public gate's other end too on the beach below, and now both ends of the public gate were there in the kitchen. Vivi laughed and slid a chair into the public gate. It reappeared a few inches away, as if it had suddenly hit a patch of oil and slid incredibly swiftly and silently across the floor. Danny was in awe. So a gate that was 6 stories high I mean, the entrances were 6 stories apart. I ate both ends, and now they're only a few inches apart. Why are they apart at all? Asked Vivi. You passed both ends of the gate through the same mouth and out the same exit. Shouldn't they have ended up in the exact same spot? I don't know the rules yet, said Danny. This is so weird, said Vivi. She shuddered and then laughed again. It's creeping me out. I've only known about gates for a day, and suddenly I'm finding out they do the coolest things. But we still don't really understand that inscription, said Danny. The bit about the jaws of Bel seizing Loki's heart, but instead Loki's heart holds the jaws, and then when he finds the gate of Bel, he moves it. I'm trying to picture what he was doing. The heart of Loki. Is it his outself? How can it be if the sun has a heart too? Do stars have outselves? Having asked the question, Danny immediately tried to answer it. He closed his eyes and thought back to the book and the inscription, the actual runes and the fist talk words he had read them as. Enough time had passed that his mental picture of it wasn't perfect, and he had to check to make sure that he hadn't blown his translation. Was it really the fist talk word for heart every time? Maybe. Danny just couldn't be sure if he was really seeing the signs for the syllables for heart when it referred to the sun or something else. It certainly seemed like something else now that he examined it. He didn't recognize it, whatever it was, though for all he knew it was a trick of memory. An eidetic memory didn't mean you really took a photograph. It was subject to all the ordinary flaws of memory, including the tendency to insert into the picture exactly what you want or expect to see. Maybe we're onto something and maybe we're not, said Danny. We set out trying to close gates, and we ended up capturing them and moving both ends. Is that eating a gate? The thing is, it was my own gate I ate, so I already knew where both ends were, and all I did was bring them into the same room as me. I didn't eat them. Yes, you did, insisted Vivi. Okay, maybe that's all that's meant by eating a gate. But there still has to be a way to close a gate. Or what would being a lock friend even mean? But we know what the last Loki did, don't you see? He took all the gates in the world, just the way you took that public gate, and he ate them, moved them. They aren't where they used to be, but that doesn't mean they aren't somewhere. Danny saw it too. But what good would it be to find them? They're out of place, they've been moved. They don't lead whence or whither they did before. Then he grinned, because in all the world, only another gate mage would delight in using the old words as much as he did. Are we looking for those stolen gates? Asked Vivi. What's our project here? To restore all the gates that Loki stole? I don't think so. Loki stole gates, said Danny. But what about this gate thief who tears the outselves out of gate mages? Just strips them so they can never make another gate. Vivi read aloud from the sheet with Danny's translation of the 4 runic inscriptions. The jaws of Bel seized his heart to carry it away. Is that the gate thief? Asked Danny. The ancient god of the Carthaginians? Gate mages can break their outselves into fragments, leaving bits here and there as gates, but we must hold the rest of them inside us somehow. Maybe Bel can find the unspent hoard of the gate mage's outself and swallow it up in a gate. Maybe he just moves it out of the gate mage's reach, as if he had spent his whole outself on gates and then forgotten where they were. Do you think it might be vengeance? Asked Vivi. Maybe this inscription, maybe we're still living in that story. Maybe Bel has taken thousands of years to get even. Or maybe it wasn't Loki who closed all the gates back in 632 AD, said Danny. It's not as if anybody saw him do it. It's not like he left a note. What if Bel recovered from what that earlier Loki had done to him, and then came back and ate all the Westilian gates as retaliation, and then found the newer Loki and stripped him or even killed him? Maybe we've been blaming him all these years and it wasn't his fault. He was the victim. Wouldn't that be ironic? Said Vivi. Yet it would make a perverse kind of sense. Especially if we think of space-time as a trickster, said Danny. Loki gets blamed for his own demise, and so the Westilians deprive themselves of the only kind of mage that could fight Bel. Oh, that bastard space-time, said Vivi. You gotta love his sense of irony. And ever since then, Bel, or the 50th generation mage called Bel, watches the Westilians and eats the whole outself of any gate mage who tries to make a great gate. You think he's still getting vengeance 1,300 years later? Like the families don't hold grudges at least that long, said Danny. Yes. Why shouldn't Bel be as mentally unstable as those inbred families, said Vivi. I'm the result of one of the most ridiculously inbred marriages ever, said Danny. Sorry, I really didn't mean to insult you, said Vivi. I'm not insulted, said Danny. I was proving your point. She jumped up and gave him a hug and kissed his cheek resoundingly. If you were any smarter or funnier or cuter, I'd eat you alive. Then she giggled. Oh, this whole thing has given completely new meanings to sayings with eat in them. Eat your heart out. Eat this. Eat me. Danny joined in. Have your cake and eat it too. Have your soul and eat it too, you mean? You eat everything on your plate or you won't get dessert, said Danny. Vivi shook her head. I think I already did all the funny ones. Maybe, said Danny, a little embarrassed. Vivi laughed and gave him a tiny light punch on the arm. Eat like a king. I could eat a horse, said Danny triumphantly. You really could, couldn't you? Said Vivi in delight. We still haven't made any progress toward closing and locking gates, said Danny. I think we've made a lot of progress for only our first session, please remember, said Vivi. And now, here in my kitchen I've got this public gate that goes nowhere, and I still can't get down to the beach. The nice thing is the public gate is still mine. I moved it using another gate, but I can just as easily put it back where I found it. Except not starting from the balcony, Vivi reminded him. Where then? Asked Danny. My bedroom, she said. Look, right here, inside my underwear drawer. What? Said Danny, following her into the bedroom. It's not like I have to walk into the gate. I just find it with some body part and push my way through, right? So put it inside my dresser, so I can open the drawer, put my hand in, and have access to the gate. But nobody else can ever stumble into it accidentally. Right, said Danny. And when you come back to your room, you end up inside your drawer, and your dresser explodes around you. Vivi giggled. Oops, she said. I forgot it went two ways. Let's not put it in your shower, said Danny. You don't want to accidentally step through it and end up wet and starkers on the beach. You prankster, you were tempted to do it, weren't you? I can't fool somebody who can see the gates, said Danny. Oh, well, it would have been a funny prank. It still might be someday. To play on someone who isn't me. Danny put the entrance to the gate right up against her linen closet shelves. Nobody was going to press their body into that space, and when she came back to the room, she'd simply appear in front of it facing away. Vivi tried it out, both ways, several times. Very convenient, she said. Just remember to check your shower before you get in, said Danny. I know how you think, said Vivi. You just told me to check the shower because you want to distract me, so it doesn't occur to me that you really placed a public gate just above my toilet seat. Never crossed my mind, said Danny. But I wish it had. The grocery delivery arrived. Danny helped her put things away. Then she made him a couple of sandwiches, one cucumber and watercress on white bread, and one peanut butter and honey on whole wheat. They were really good. Why couldn't any of the aunts have been like Vivi? He returned home through the gate to Silverman's, with half the peanut butter and honey sandwich still in his hand. Leslie eyed it suspiciously. That's what she's feeding you? She asked. I had to steal it, said Danny. She won't let me eat or drink or use the bathroom or anything. Ha ha, said Leslie. Then more seriously, do you think she'll help you? We're making progress, said Danny. Just keep safe. That's all I care about, said Leslie. Danny realized that she was telling him the truth. It touched him to think she actually cared about him, Enough to let him go study with the woman she probably hated worst in the whole world. Danny gave her a hug and kissed her cheek. "You still have the stink of her deodorant on you," said Leslie. But she hugged him back.
15. The Queen's Squirrel. It was in the kitchen that Wad first heard the rumors that Anonoe was plotting to kill Queen Bexoy. It began with Hull quite out of temper, though she wouldn't tell anyone why. But she was storming and stomping around the kitchen, ready to snap at anyone who asked the most innocent question, and as for those who made mistakes, they were doomed. Hull was generally not a violent person, but brooms were laid against backs, and an iron pot was thrown and dented against a stone wall. Wad knew that it was time for him to intervene, for though the pot was badly aimed, it had been thrown hard, and if it had struck the head of poor Gunnel, he'd have been dead or a half-wit, which Wad knew would consume poor Hull with grief. "Pardon me," said Wad softly. "Speak up, you wad of half-risen dough!" shouted Hull. Wad spoke even more softly. "I think we have a fungus infestation in the shade garden." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" demanded Hull. "Do you think I don't know you're trying to get me out of the kitchen to calm me down?" "The undersides of the basil leaves are white with it, like an upside-down snowfall," Wad persisted, even more softly. "Then pull them out and burn them, you fool! Don't bother me with it." "You told me your grandfather once found a way to kill fungus," said Wad. "You scheming little squirrel," said Hull, "as if you actually knew what was for my own good." She stalked out of the kitchen and headed for the shade garden. Wad loped after her, past her, and had the door to the garden unlocked and open for her when she arrived. Hull came in and slammed the door shut behind her. "Well," she said. Wad just looked at her. "I know you can talk, Wad. Don't play dumb with me." Wad smiled slightly. "I wasn't really aiming at Gunnel's head," Hull said. "What if you missed and hit him?" asked Wad softly. "Then I'd feel worse than I do right now, which is hard to believe." Wad's silence was another question. "They tried to put poison in the Queen's tea," said Hull. "They thought because I'm fat and getting old that I wouldn't see the movement behind my back. But I saw, and I turned and told him to drink the tea himself or I'd pour it down his throat. So he picked it up with trembling fingers and threw it on the floor." She laughed. "It was a tin cup and it didn't break, and a minute later I had that cup up to his lips and him pressed against the wall, and he started to cry and begged me not to make him drink, that it wasn't his idea, that he was only trying to serve the king." "How would it serve the king to kill his wife when she's pregnant with his first legitimate heir?" "They don't want a legitimate heir," said Hull. "Who is they?" asked Wad. "And what will you do about it if I say?" she retorted. "I don't know," said Wad. "Who?" "I don't know either," Hull confessed. "They'll kill my family if I say," he says to me, "and what can I do then? I'm too merciful, that's what I am. But if the Queen dropped dead of poison, who would they blame? Me, who was carrying the tray myself. Who else? I could protest all I wanted, but there was two they intended to kill with that poison, the Queen and me. Not that anyone would care about me. I barely care about myself, but I'd never forgive them forcing me to die with a traitor's and assassin's shame on me, when I don't deserve either name." Wad stepped right up to her and put his arms around her. She noticed that he was a little taller than he had been when he first came to Nasasa nearly 2 years ago, but still not as tall as he ought to be after all this time. "Using my grandfather's name to force me out of my own kitchen," she murmured. "Shame on you." "I didn't say his name," whispered Wad, "because I don't know it. You invoked his memory and made me stop ranting and throwing things. And I wanted to rant and throw things. Wad shook his head against her shoulder. I did so. I may not have wanted the consequences of ranting and throwing, but I certainly wanted things in that kitchen to hit other things, and hard. Then next time throw them at me, said Wad. I won't mind. Oh, and what would you do? Gate out of the way? Show everyone what you are? If you still are? I wouldn't gate away, said Wad. I'd let you hit me. Then you'd stop. Why? Because you think I love you? Against her shoulder, Wad nodded. Presumptuous little squirrel. Nobody loves squirrels. They're too clever. You can't stop them from stealing. I don't steal, murmured Wad. I don't know who tried to kill the queen, said Hull. Whoever it was had that weak-kneed coward's family in their power, and any man who has children, he's no longer free. They can control him, and that's the truth. And no, I won't tell you who the weak-kneed coward was, either. Are you afraid I'll kill him? I'm afraid that someone will find out that you know and kill you for it. And I'm afraid that someone will kill you for it, because by now they certainly know that you know. Hull pushed him away a little. They wouldn't dare, she said. If they dare to try to kill the queen, who would put blood in the king's bread? Said Hull. Tell me, said Wad. For in truth it surprised Wad that there could be any conspiracy that he didn't already know about. I don't know, said Hull. But I do know this. Whoever it is wants the queen dead so that her baby will never be born, so that Anonoe's little halfway bastard boys can take the place of the rightful heir who died unborn. And why would they do that? Because the queen is from Grey, said Hull. Don't pretend you don't know the politics of this house. I know you go a-spying whenever I don't have you at a job, and sometimes even when I do. Then why don't you want to see Anonoe's Icewedgian sons inherit? I'm old enough to know how things work in this world, said Hull. If both those boys are heirs, then they'll fight between each other and we'll have a civil war. Or one of them will kill the other and then we'll have a fratricide on the throne, always a proud day for a kingdom. Old Oviac made war on Grey and lost it, and he swore to the bargain that brought peace. Queen Bexoy and that baby in her belly are the price of it, and no Icewedgian with honor can go back on the word of the old king, even if he is dead. So it's not because you love the queen, said Wad. I don't even know her. When I bring her breakfast, with my own hands, mind you, because her fancyship demanded it, she hardly looks at me and never says a word, not even thanks. Why do you think she demanded that you bring her breakfast? Hull thought for a moment. Well, I'm glad to know that I'm trusted, even by those I don't much like. You saved her life today. I can't throw myself on her protection, though, can I? Try the king's protection, said Wad. How do I know he isn't part of the conspiracy? Wad did not believe the king would do such a thing, but he couldn't be sure of it. So, now you've calmed me down, and I won't kill any of the idiots who work in the kitchen. I won't tell on the conspirators, and that should satisfy them, too. Should it? I'm busy. She turned for the door, then stopped. Was there any fungus? Wad shook his head. The king doesn't want this baby, said Hull, because everyone knows the queen is a Drekka, or nearly so. She can call finches, how useful. Her children will have no greatness in them. But that's the promise old King Oviac made to Bexoy's brother, and King Priard is bound by it, and by his own marriage oath. I hate that I don't trust him, but how can I trust anyone? Except you, Wad. You're the only faithful man or boy in Nasasa. And with that, she went back to the house. Faithful man or boy? Wad laughed bitterly inside himself. Faithful to my queen, and to the boy or girl half mine, growing inside her womb. Faithful to you, Hull, but to none else, especially if they threaten any of my beloveds. Behind this fierce loyalty, though, there was another Wad, an older one, who knew secrets he wouldn't tell this tree-born, reborn squirrel. And that Wad was laughing at the word beloved. There is no love, said that ancient Wad. There is only hunger and possession. You huddle like a starving man over his food, you fool, saying, touch not what is mine, I'll kill you if you touch it. Well, I will, Wad told that ancient self. See if I don't. Just another killer. No different from any other, said the cynical worm that dwelt in his ancient heart. You love, and so your greed is noble and your hate is righteous. You desire, and so you plan to kill whoever wants to take away from you the things you have no right to have because they belong to someone else. You are the lover by stealth, the thief of the king's throne, for you want to put your cuckoo's egg upon it, denying the king's own sons. Do you speak of nobility? Those who would kill the queen would only avenge your crime, your treason and betrayal of a man, Priard, who has done you only kindness. Wad sank down upon the ground in the shade garden. Why did I come to this place? He asked himself. I needed no one till I came here, and now I love 3, and they will make a killer out of me in the effort to protect them. While Wad was bitterly condemning himself, Hull went into the kitchen, where no one dared to look up from their work, and stalked off to her own room to meditate upon the kind of foolish old woman who takes out her anger on the innocent. That was what was on her mind when she stepped into the darkness of her room, holding no candle because she knew the place by heart. She only heard one breath, one step, and then the dagger was in the top of her spine, just under the neck. Whick, whack, back and forth, and she felt no pain as she dropped to the floor until her head struck stone. Even then, she was only dazed. She felt her brain fading because of lack of air. Breathe, she told herself. Breathe. But her body obeyed nothing. The door closed behind her. Alone in the dark, her brain starved from lack of air, and without pain or even fear, Hull died. It was Wad who found her, an hour later, when the kitchen servants came to him and begged him to make sure she was all right. She hasn't told us that we're done. We dare not leave the kitchen till we have her leave. Everyone knew that Wad could approach her no matter how angry she was. He found her door locked, but that was no barrier to Wad. He gated inside, found her body, and wept. Where was I when they did this? I knew they would try to kill her, but did I watch over her? No. I pitied and condemned myself as a killer, as being no better than any other. But who did I kill today? No one. If I had killed the right man, Hull would be alive. Yet he could not unthink all that he had thought. The very fact that he longed to add to the blood already on his hands from handling and weeping over that good woman only sickened him and grieved him more. Kill, kill, kill. That's all we do, despite our powers. For Majory didn't change the fact that ultimately the only way to stop a man was to threaten to kill him if he was weak or fearful, or to kill him outright if he was strong and brave and dangerous. Murder is the only power that we know. Am I better than they are? Hull was better than any of us, because she never killed, because she kept on trusting even when she had the proof that she was dealing with assassins. And she is dead. Does that mean that only the murderers can live? What world is that to live in? Hull, why did you take me in, if not to be your protector? And since you have no son, who but me is your avenger? But would you, even now, want vengeance for your death? Or simply peace? Wad laid her back down on the floor, his tears still on her face. He gave no alarm. Let someone else discover her and raise the cry of murder. Wad had work to do. He gated to a place he knew by a brook in a narrow canyon many miles from Nasasa. There he washed himself in the cold snow-melt mountain water of early summer. Hull's blood was sent back into the world through that stream, to be part of the sea again one day. As for his clothing, he burned it, lest the blood be seen and anyone accuse him of the murder of the well-loved night cook. Naked as the hour he came out of the tree 2 summers ago, he gated back into the castle and closed the gates that he had made to Hull's room and to the brook where he washed. Then he made a viewport into Anonoe's room. She was supposed to be preparing to leave Nasasa. At the Queen's request, and the demand of the agents of Grey who surrounded her, King Prayard had commanded that Anonoe and her 2 sons be sent away. A ship was going to take her to a place of exile, where she would be guarded so that neither she nor her sons could endanger Queen Bexoy's child when it was born. The ship was supposed to leave the next day, but Wad saw no sign of preparation for a move. Oh, there were 3 open trunks in her antechamber, but there was nothing in them, not even a pile of clothes waiting to be sorted. She knows, thought Wad. Whether she is part of the plot or not, someone told her that she need not pack because she would not leave. She knows they mean to kill my Bexoy and my baby, and she is content. But angry as he was, and grieving, and racked with guilt for not having protected Hull, he still did not reach through a gate into her heart and squeeze it into stillness, or pull it out and throw it in the king's face. Instead, he made sure that her 2 sons, 6-year-old Eluik and 4-year-old Anop, were in her chambers too. Wad knew a place that dated from the ancient days, 2,000 years before, when the first portion of Nasasa Castle was built. As the stone mages hollowed out the crag to make the chambers, halls, and corridors of the inmost keep of Nasasa, they created 3 tunnels down which they poured the rock they fluidized. These tunnels opened out 300 feet above the deep volcanic lake that formed a part of the perimeter of the castle. From there, the slag had fallen and been lost in the lake. Then the tunnels were filled with seamless stone. But at the mouth of each tunnel, a shallow cave remained, where the last hot slag had poured away when all the stone behind it had begun to harden. They all sloped sharply upward, the floor more steeply than the roof, so there was scarcely any level ground inside. Wad could do no work with stone, but still he could make each cave into a prison cell. He simply made a gate across the mouth of each cave, a gate so wide that you could not get around it. If you fell from the cave, you were caught in the gate, which took you to the narrow back of the cave. If you were careless, you could then roll right down again to the gate at the cave's mouth and fall again, and be caught again and return to the back of the cave, over and over, until you finally caught yourself and held on to the stone and clung there. It was a terrible prison, a cruel torment. But Wad kept telling himself, "It is not death. No one can call me murderer." Then Wad formed a gate just behind Anonoe and passed the mouth of it over her, carrying her into the steepest of the caves. He heard her scream as she tumbled down to the cave's mouth and back to the top and down and out of the mouth again. It was a delicious sound to Wad in his rage and hate. He took Eluik and Anop the same way, each in turn. They, too, screamed, and Wad wondered if their mother could hear them. Let them all do their screaming, thought Wad. Hull was not allowed to scream. They scream for her. Then he went back to Anonoe's room, passed gates around the open trunks, and bore them each to a cave. There he fastened them in place, using a technique he had not known that he knew, though it came with the ease of old habit the moment he desired it. Each lay longwise along the side of one of the prison caves, with a gate at the bottom end that led only the tiniest fraction of a finger width higher up the slope. So the trunks were constantly falling, yet never perceptibly moved at all. The prisoners caught themselves on their trunks, then climbed in and lay down or sat inside them, weeping and crying out, but safe from the terror of the yawning cave mouth. That torture was over, but the memory of it would never end. They would know that some powerful mage had done this to them, but what kind of mage, and who? Perhaps the children had no idea of their mother's plotting, but they would learn of it eventually, and recognize that whatever mage had done this could not be resisted. When eventually he released them from the cave, after Bexoy's and Wad's firstborn child was openly proclaimed the heir of Priard, they would think twice before they plotted again, for they would know what could be done to them, and how powerless they were to resist. Each day, Wad would gather up the scraps from the king's table, a duty he had often performed, and instead of carrying them to the pigs or to the compost bin, he would divide them into 3 bags and push them through a tiny gate into the trunk in each cave, along with a pitcherful of water, which would pour down into the bottom end of the trunk, where they must drink it from their scooping hands or lap it up like dogs before it leaked away. His prisoners would quickly learn to be glad of the water and the scraps, would press the sack into the bottom of the trunk to soak, and then wring out the last drops of water from it. He took pleasure in all the cruelty of the way that he would provide for them, make animals of them, even though he knew that the children, at least, could not be blamed for anything. They must learn fear, he told himself. Only fear will keep them from threatening my child when they grow older. Meanwhile, another part of him, that ancient soul, roiled within him, as if it were 1,000 souls, and all of them angry and afraid of him, all of them crying out that he had no right to such power as he had, if this was how he used it, and crying out, "Is this all you can do? Make prisoners of the innocent because you have someone else you would protect? Are we not all your prisoners here? And have you no compassion for our imprisonment either?" And Wad wondered how his ancient soul had become so shredded that it thought itself to be a multitude. His work done, his prisoners' first meal and drink provided for, Wad came naked to the queen in her nightbed. He wrapped his arms around her, as only that morning he had wrapped his arms around beloved Hull, and whispered to her that she was safe. No one would kill her or the baby, not when they did not know where Anonoe was, or the sons King Priard had begotten on her. Who would be the heir then? Not knowing, they would not dare to harm the queen. "What have you done?" said Bexoy. Wad told her of how Hull had saved her life and then been murdered for it. And then he told her every detail of how he had abducted Anonoe and her sons, and how he would provide for them. "Good," said Bexoy. "But wouldn't it be simpler to remove the gate at the mouth of each cave and let them fall to their deaths?" "What if they slid into the water and came out alive?" asked Wad. "Then gate them down to the bottom of the lake," said Bexoy. Wad did not know whether to be happy or horrified that his beloved was as cruel as he. He laughed. But he did not kill Anonoe or her sons, and he did not tell Bexoy that he would not kill them. He owed her no obedience. "We are gods," thought Wad. "All the great mages are. and gods make no apologies or explanations. "Be silent," he said to the many voices deep inside himself as they cried out against his arrogance. "If you had any power," he said to them, "then you would stop me. But you are weak, and I am strong. Be still." 16. Warden. How long can you behave monstrously before you become a monster? The first rage that Wad had felt toward Ononoe and her sons had long since passed. Hull was still dead. Eluic and Anop still posed a threat to Wad's and Beksoy's baby, but the grief and fear had faded with time, as they always do. Humans, even great mages, get used to anything. Yet the tedious work of pushing food into their hellish cells continued, day after day. Ashamed of what he was doing to children, Wad soon changed their fare from slops to bread and cheese, which he gated out of the locked pantry every day. It was driving the new Hull, a man this time who had once been her apprentice, Hatch, before he got the night cook job and the night cook name, mad with frustration that his count was always off by 3 loaves and a fair-sized cheese. Wad also sent his prisoners clean jars filled with water, which they returned to him empty, and open bowls for their bodily wastes, which they returned to him foul. He cleaned them himself, with his own hands, as penance for the terrible thing that he had done and continued to do. Meanwhile, Beksoy's belly grew, and when King Priard's frenzy over the loss of his lover and their sons faded, as all such feelings fade, he began to notice that the woman who was his lawful wife was with child. But was it his child? Wad watched, of course, as Beksoy explained to him how she had pushed his seed into herself again and again. "That doesn't work," Priard repeated. "It only had to work once," said Beksoy. "And think of it. This baby is of the hardiest seed of his father, the most determined, the most ambitious, the luckiest." "You say he," said Priard. "Will this baby be a son?" "It might be," said Beksoy. "But if it's a girl, we can try again. Now that you know I'm not barren, after all." "I never thought you were barren," said Priard. "But you made sure everyone else thought so." "And you never told anyone that I was preventing it," he said. "Because I didn't want to start a war," she said. "I wanted to start a baby." At last the day came for the baby to be born. Wad, of course, was not officially present, though he watched closely. There was a while when the baby's head seemed to be stuck, unable to press forward to emerge. So Wad made a little gate, and the baby seemed to shoot forward into the midwife's hands. "It was like magic," said one of them to the other. "Did you see?" "Born to be a great mage, then, do you think?" asked the other. What Wad cared about was Beksoy. Once the baby had passed through the narrow gap in her bones, she was bleeding profusely, and the healer attending her was unable to do anything. "At times like this," the healer said, "we can be consoled that at least she left her child behind her when she died." Wad just shook his head at such a thought. He made a gate that swallowed Beksoy whole, and then returned her to a spot a tiny fraction of a finger width away. Nobody noticed the movement, or thought it only a momentary twitch. At least no one remarked on it. And suddenly she was not bleeding. Suddenly she was happy and tired and perfectly healthy in every way. "Thank you," she whispered. The healer assumed that Beksoy was speaking to her and said, "But I did nothing, Your Majesty." "I know," she murmured kindly. "You did your best, and I am well, and that's enough. Give me my son." "His name will be Oviac, of course," said the healer, "after his father's father." "Naming is not your business," said Beksoy softly. and I will not give my son the name of a man who lost a war. His name will be Oath, for by his birth a covenant was kept alive." But hearing this, Wad thought, by his conception the sham of marriage between Priard and Bexoy was utterly broken by me, so that will never be his name in my heart. I will call him Trick, for that is how he came into this world, and what his life will always be, a trick that Bexoy and I played on everyone. After Oath had lived for 7 days, he was presented to King Priard, who declared him to be his son and heir. That very night he came to Bexoy, saying that he only meant to talk to her, for she was still recovering from childbirth. But she laughed and said, "I am well and whole, and hungry for my husband." And for the first time he acted as a husband should, and left his seed inside her. Within the week, Priard moved the queen into his own chamber to be protected by his most trusted men. The message was clear to all. Bexoy, not the lost Anonoe, was the woman who was sacred now to Iceway. She was the mother of the heir, and whoever raised a hand against her was the enemy of all. Bexoy herself responded by cutting off the ambassadors and representatives and agents of Grey. They still lived in Nasasa and saw her every day, but only in a public room, with the King Priard's own ministers in attendance. There was never a word in private with the queen, and they soon realized that this was not because she was being held prisoner, but because she wanted nothing to do with them. "I will not be used against my husband and my lord," she said to them in one such public meeting. "When I was childless and had no friends, my brother the Jarl and my nephew the Jarling and all of you conspired to use me as a pretext for war or as a means of humiliating Iceway. Now I am truly queen, and my only care is that Grey and Iceway stay at peace as equal allies against the enemies of both. I will not be used for any other purpose." Word of the queen's change of loyalty was taken back to Grey, and while the Jarling Frostinch raged and railed about his aunt's treason, her brother, the Jarl, wept with joy. "She has set the example for us all. A girl without magery or beauty, with no weapon but her heart, has tamed the savage sea mage. In their son will peace come to us all." Frostinch quickly saw that he must hold his tongue and pretend in every way to submit to his father's will. But he saw his father's acceptance of Bexoy's treason as a fatal weakness in the old man. As once he had plotted for his aunt's death to provoke the war he wanted, so now he began to look for ways to help his father's reign reach a peaceful, happy, and swift conclusion. Then they would see how much peace the birth of Oath had brought between the kingdoms of Grey and Iceway. In Iceway, the reclusive Bexoy began to venture out, not with nurses bringing the baby along behind her, but carrying Oath herself, and showing quite openly that she herself was giving suck to the baby. This astonished the people, but it reminded the old ones that this was once the way that all Icewedgian heirs were nurtured in their youth. "What milk but royal milk should the royal baby drink?" they said. And she herself said, "I am not ashamed to show the breast from which Oath suckles, for this breast is Iceway's breast, and it is now and always will be from the people that he draws his food and drink." And still no one guessed that she had any but the feeble beast magery of small seed-gathering birds, or that Oath, with his tiny waggling arms, was really the son of 2 great mages, both of them far more powerful and skilled than the sea mage Priard, who thought he was the father. To Wad, these changes were all to the good. He understood well enough that with Bexoy in the king's chamber every night, their trysts would be few. But now and then she used a gate he had made for her and joined him in one of the many secret rooms he knew of in Nasasa. For months they only talked. Wad asked for no intimacy with her body, and she offered none. And then, during one such encounter, when the boy that she called Oath and Wad called Trick was 10 months old, she took him to her body passionately. When he was spent, lying beside her on the pile of their clothing on the floor, she told him she was pregnant again. "So soon?" said Wad. "I thought that when you nursed a baby, who knows what happened when you healed me there on Oath's birthbed? My body was made ready for Priard's seed. I waited until I was pregnant with his body before I slept with you again. This new baby will truly be his. That is a kind of faithfulness to my husband, isn't it?" Wad heard those words and smiled, but his smile was a lie. The Queen had long wanted Priard's son. By having Wad's, she had finally won the attention, then the affection of her husband, and now had his baby in her womb. What did that mean for the future of little Prince Oath? Now, when he fed his prisoners, Wad began to see that they had not been the only threats to Trick's inheritance, or indeed to his survival. Bexoy was a strong woman, he knew. She would do whatever she thought was necessary to achieve her ends. She had confided in Wad more than once that her nephew Frostinch was the greatest danger to Iceway, and that sooner or later it would come to war between them. But Wad had finally come to see that she meant this in the fullest sense. That Frostinch would be Jarl of Grey, and that Bexoy would be, one way or another, the ruler of Iceway when that war came. Wad had given her a baby who was named the heir. Priard had given her the position of the mother of the heir. Now another baby was coming, so Oath was no longer so essential to her plans. Wad had seen enough now of the machinations of the court to know that Bexoy would never be content until she ruled as regent for a beloved baby king. The question was, which baby would it be? Bexoy would have two to choose between them. Wad had only one pawn in this game. Or three, if you added in the two elder sons of King Priard, who brought with them a rival regent, Anonoway. This woman of Iceway had once had many friends, and perhaps still had them, if she were to emerge from her hiding place. Now Wad understood why he had been so reluctant to kill his prisoners when Bexoy insisted. He had known from the start that he could not trust Bexoy any more than Priard could. He simply hadn't known that he knew it. Wad, as their warden, began to give the prisoners food from the king's own table, pilfered gatewise from the tables, and sent to Anonoy and Aluic and Anop in fine bowls and basins. For Anonoy there was wine as well as water, and for the boys, sweets as well as bread and cheese and meat. He did not expect them to learn to love the jailer that they never saw. In part, he gave this better food to them, and washed up the pans of their shit and piss, as penance for his crime of keeping innocent children as solitary prisoners in a terrifying place. But there was something else that he only now and then allowed himself to know. They were the answer to a question. Who will stand against Queen Bexoy, should there come a time when it were better if she fell? It was a question only he was asking, and so for now, he kept the answer to himself.
17. Birthday Present. In the middle of the summer of 2010, Leslie and Marion sat Danny down in the living room with so much ceremony that Danny thought they were going to announce that they were fed up with his commuting from Yellow Springs to Naples and he was going to have to move out, which he definitely did not want to do, since he delighted in Vivi but only in small doses, while Leslie and Marion were the closest things to parents he had ever known. "As you know," said Marion, "your 16th birthday is approaching." "It's July 30th, said Danny. "My birthday is September 14th. It's approaching in the sense that Christmas is approaching." "Some preparation is needed," said Leslie. "Preparation for what?" asked Danny. "Your driver's license," said Marion. "We have to enroll you in driver's education right now," said Leslie. "Because we've decided that your birthday present will be a car," said Marion. "You're a very responsible young man," said Leslie. "You work hard at everything you do. You're careful and skillful. We think you'll be an excellent driver." "I think my word was adequate," corrected Marion. "It won't be a new car," said Leslie. "Insurance is expensive for 16-year-old young men." "Again, my word would be boys," said Marion. Danny was touched. He could imagine such a scene playing out in any normal Drowther home. It made him feel like an American, an Ohioan, a human being. "You are so wonderful," said Danny. "I wish I had grown up in your house." "You still are growing up," said Marion. "And in our house." "Mostly," said Leslie. "But the thing I can't figure out is, why would I want a car?" They looked at him, nonplussed. "I even go grocery shopping by gate," said Danny. "We didn't appreciate the shopping cart in the kitchen," said Marion. "Now, it was just the once," said Leslie, "and he took it back himself." "I always pay for everything," said Danny. "I haven't stolen anything since I've lived here with you." "What about in Florida?" asked Leslie. "I suppose the rules are different there." "I made gates for Vivi to her favorite stores and malls, yes," said Danny. "But always to a spot outside, so she still has to pay. More to the point, I always pay, even to go into the movies. I want to live by Drowther rules. I'm doing it better than a lot of Drowthers." "By Drowther rules," said Marion, "you need a car." Danny put his hands in shrugging position. "Why? I already have better transportation than the president." "In a word," said Marion, "dating." "You can't very well gate a girl to the movies, Danny," said Leslie. "And very few of them will be impressed if they always have to walk." "Or maybe you expect the girl to drive," said Marion. "They are not impressed by this." "I think you're overlooking the biggest point here," said Danny. "I don't need a car so I can date. I need a girl." Marion and Leslie looked at each other, and Marion coughed. Danny, in, Drowther culture, in this country anyway, teenagers of opposite sex are generally expected to find each other without adult interference." "And you know where they do that?" asked Danny. "At high school." Again Marion and Leslie looked at each other, then back at Danny. "Are you saying you want to go to high school?" asked Marion. "You've already taken the PSAT and the SAT and the ACT," said Leslie. "Your self-education has been superb, and your scores prove it. You'll be able to get into any college in the world." "You two are wonderful teachers," said Danny. Marion gave a hoot of laughter. "Danny, the most we've ever done is brought you a textbook now and then." "And listen at the dinner table when you go on about Mongolian history or the uses of differential calculus or the principles of calculating vertical load versus horizontal flexion or whatever it was in bridge building," said Leslie. "And how many parents would do that?" said Danny. "I don't want to go to high school for the classes. I want to go to high school because that's where they keep the girls. And the friends. You two and Vivi are my only friends in the world. And no offense here, but you're all old enough to be my parents." "It's not safe for you to spend a lot of time with Drowthers," said Marion. "You could do or say something," Leslie interrupted. "They could ask something you couldn't answer." "If any of the families was alerted to what you are," said Marion. "I have to be able to function in Drowther society," said Danny. "Drowthers go to high school. They talk about music and movies. I don't know what movies and music they talk about except what I see discussed online. It's not the same." "You don't like any of that music," said Leslie. "You always switch away from hippity-hop or whatever it's called." "Hippy-hop," corrected Marion. "Hip-hop," said Danny, rolling his eyes. "Aha," said Leslie. "See? You already know about that kind of thing." "If you have friends, they might come over," said Marion. "Unannounced. You'd have to stop using any of your gates around the farm." "I only have a few gates here," said Danny. "You wouldn't let me." "The parents of the girls you date would want to meet your parents," said Leslie. "All you have is us. How do you explain that?" "Uncle Marion and Aunt Leslie," said Danny. And wouldn't it be hilarious in a kind of terrifying way if some girl ever did have to face my real parents? Even supposing they didn't kill me and whomever I brought with me on sight, they'd despise her for being a drouther, and she'd despise them as uneducated country bumpkins. So you see why high school just wouldn't work, said Leslie. He doesn't look persuaded, said Marion. I'm not proposing that I go to high school here, said Danny. Again, Marion and Leslie traded looks. But why not? Asked Leslie. The high school is just through the fields and up the road. Danny laughed. Leslie took umbrage. I don't see what's funny about what I said. Marion undertook the explanation. We just told him all the reasons why going to high school while living here wouldn't work out, and then you seemed hurt that he wasn't planning to go to high school here. There is no contradiction in what I said, Leslie retorted. It's okay, said Danny. It has nothing to do with you. The kids at Yellow Springs High have seen me running past. I've been noticed and mentioned. I've seen them pointing and telling each other about me, wondering why I'm not in school, I'm betting. Speculating on the reason. I can only guess what they say. The point is that I'm already kind of legendary at Yellow Springs High. There is zero chance I'd have a normal high school career there. It'll be bad enough that I'm coming in as a junior, a new kid. How do you know what they're saying? Said Leslie. Why are you arguing for him to go to high school here? Asked Marion, after telling him why you don't think he should go. I'm arguing for him not going away to some other place for high school, said Leslie, because even though he's skinny as a rail, I can't imagine him getting any decent food in Florida. I don't want to go to high school in Florida either, said Danny. And I know what kids must be saying about me because I've been reading about high school kids and how they talk and think. Young adult novels, said Leslie. It was her turn to roll her eyes. When you've already read the classics. It's research, Mom, said Danny, deliberately using a term she didn't like him to use, or at least said she didn't. Isn't it kind of pathetic that the only way I can learn about the life of a drouther teenager is by reading Bruiser and Friend is Not a Verb and Holes? I notice that you keep reading about teenagers with magical powers, said Marion. Not always, said Danny. But if I ever go to high school, I'll be the kid with magical powers, won't I? So that's part of my research. How they cope. By hiding who they are and becoming social misfits and pariahs, said Leslie. Is that what you plan to do? Of course he plans to hide what he is, said Marion. Or word will get out and the families will find him and they'll zap him with lightning or have the earth swallow him up and crush him before he can gate away. You've been reading my novels, Danny said to Leslie. You really are my mom. Your mother is a great mage, said Leslie. I don't deserve to receive the respect you owe to her. Mom isn't a term of respect, said Danny. You say that and I don't even know what you mean, said Leslie. Our kids always called me Mom, and they respected me. What he means, said Marion, is that it's a term of affection. Love, said Danny. It's a term for the woman in my life who loves me enough to read the novels I'm reading just so she can try to figure out what they're teaching me. There was a silence in the room until Leslie asked, in a somewhat smaller voice, Do you call her Mom? Danny laughed. Vivi? Mom? Oh, right. She's a colleague, Leslie. We work together. I noticed that when I brought her up, you stopped calling me Mom, said Leslie. Don't make him explain, said Marion. You and I can have that fight later. This is his birthday we're talking about, and I think what he's saying is that he wants to go to high school, but he doesn't want to do it here or in Florida. That's it, said Danny. I want to go to Perry McClure High School. I've never heard of Perry McCluing, said Leslie. How do you Perry McClue, and why do they devote a whole high school to it? It's the name of the school, said Marion, but it's nowhere near Yellow Springs, or I would have heard of it. It's in Buena Vista, Virginia, said Danny. And yes, it's within 20 miles or so of the North family compound. But the family never goes there. If they even come close, they go to Lexington. They have no business ever in Buena Vista. It's a needless risk, said Marion. If they're still looking for me, Danny began. They are, said Marion. "You've heard something?" asked Leslie sharply, suddenly worried. "No, of course not. I'd have told you both," said Marion. "What would we hear? Who would we hear it from? But they're looking for you, Danny. Count on it." "But they won't be looking in a town so close to home," said Danny. "Not after nearly 3 years. One town is as safe or dangerous as any other. We don't know where their spies are. But Thor, the one in charge of the spies, said that he doesn't want me dead." "Which might just mean that he doesn't want you wary," said Marion. "But you're right. After all this time, they can't be expecting you to locate near them, nor to do something as bizarre as go to high school." "What's so special about this Perry MacDonald High School?" asked Leslie. "Perry McClure," said Danny. "And there's nothing special about the place, except that when I was a kid and I first started gating out of the family compound, though I didn't know I was gating then, I used to go up to the woods above the high school and watch them. Like I watched the kids here, only I wasn't just glancing as I ran by. I could sit there for a long time and kind of study them. They were all older than me then. I was just a kid. But I kept thinking, if only I could be one of them. Getting on their buses or into their cars. Girls getting into guys' cars. Whole groups of them piling into one car and driving off, yelling out the windows. Stuff like that." "Girls getting into boys' cars," Marion pointed out helpfully. "What were they yelling?" asked Leslie suspiciously. "I don't like teenagers who yell out of car windows." "That's not the point," said Marion. "He wants to be one of the teenagers yelling out of car windows. He wants to find out why they yell what they yell." Danny nodded. "How could you possibly go to high school there?" asked Leslie. "I hope you know we're not moving, and the school authorities will have drastic questions about a boy who shows up with no parents, no birth certificate, no school records, no records of immunization." "I've kind of already planned that out," said Danny. "I haven't talked to anybody about it yet because, well, I wanted to talk to you first. And this wasn't the day because I hadn't worked up the courage yet. Only you brought up cars and dating and, you know." "What's your plan?" asked Marion. "Vivi has a lot of money, apparently," said Danny. "We have a lot of money, too," said Leslie. "Just because we keep farming doesn't mean Vivi has enough money that she could rent a small house in Buena Vista, within walking distance of the high school. It's way up a steep road, and it isn't the city's best neighborhood, but it's the right place for me to live. Vivi will pretend to be my aunt, and when I need her to, she'll dress in an appropriate costume and meet with any parents who visit. But I'll make gates between her condo in Florida and the rental house so she can really keep living at home." Leslie held her tongue, but so painfully that it was obvious she had quite a bit to say about Vivi's involvement in the plan. "I haven't asked Vivi any of this, but you know she loves to play act, and there's no chance she'd turn me down. I'll also make gates between there and here, so I can come home on weekends and holidays and stuff." Danny could see that calling their house home smoothed some of Leslie's ruffled feathers. "I'll even make a public gate between here and there if you want to be able to drop in and check up on me." "No public gates here," said Marion. "Not until you learn how to lock them." "Yes," said Danny. "It would have been better if Vivi had been a lock friend instead of a key friend. But then I probably would never have found her, or vice versa, and I'm learning a lot from her, mostly from all the research she's done over the years, but also because she can see what I'm doing and give me feedback and ideas. That's just a fact of life, something that nobody in the world right now except for her could have done. So she has to be part of my life. But Mom, Dad, you are the people I love like parents. This is the place where I was happy for the first time in my life. I'm not trying to get away from you. I'm just trying to learn how to live in the Drowther world. I'm trying to find out how to be a normal human being, and I can't learn that here." Danny had seen that Marion picked up on his calling him Dad, and that it meant perhaps more to him than Mom had meant to Leslie. But Danny wasn't saying those things as a trick, even though he knew that as a trick they would absolutely work. He said them because they were true. Mama and Baba had been titles of awe and fear more than love. Occasionally, as a child, he had referred to them that way as a claim to special status for himself, when he was young enough that his Drekka status had not yet become clear. But Mom and Dad were words that had remained as empty placeholders in his mind and heart until he came to Yellow Springs and the Silvermans. Danny had often wondered if Stone's choice of Leslie and Marion as his guardians and trainers didn't have more to do with the fact that they were such great parents than with any particular skill they would have at training him, though they had schooled him as much as possible in the disciplines of magery. What he learned from them was a lot more about being a decent human being and taking responsibility for his actions and treating people who were weaker than himself with decent respect, and not playing tricks on people just because he thought of them. "What about a birth certificate?" asked Marion. "I was thinking I'd go back to D.C. and ask Stone. He'll know how to get one made. Maybe find somebody who was born on the same day as me but died young. Or maybe just buy a flat-out forgery. Or maybe I gate into some county's records office and fill out the forms myself and insert them into the records. We'll make it work." "So you're back to criminal activities," said Leslie. "Come on," said Danny. "I have to have a birth certificate, an identity. There's no safe and legal way for me to get one." "She knows that," said Marion. "And we both know that to get on in the Drowther world you're going to have all that identification sooner or later. It sounds to me like you've thought this all through, like you're exactly the careful, responsible, intelligent young man we thought was ready for a car. Only instead you're ready for something much bigger." "He'll still need a car, even in Buena Vista," said Leslie. "No, I won't," said Danny. "I'm going to show up there poor, not prosperous. No car. Walking to school. Of course I'll gate to the grocery store, since the nearest decent one is miles away. But I don't want to come in there in a showy way with money and a car and nice clothes. I want to be unobtrusive. Somebody that most people will pretty much ignore. It's fine if they think I'm weird, just not legendary weird. I think I'll make a better grade of friends and maybe get to know a better kind of girl than the ones who are impressed with guys for their cars and clothes and money." "You do remember that those young adult novels are fiction," said Leslie. "But if they didn't get the details of the kids' lives right, the kids wouldn't read them," said Danny. "I was reading them as an anthropologist." "You were reading them as a romantic young teenage boy," said Leslie. "And you bought into the endings where the poor but decent lonely boy ends up with the nicest, smartest girl." "That too," said Danny with a grin. "It's a true story," said Marion. "Don't you think, Leslie?" Again the look between them. But this time it was saying an entirely different set of things that were really none of Danny's business. It was good to see Stone again. The house hadn't changed, though Sed and Lana were long since divorced and gone. Sed to study wind magery with an old Gale breath in Oregon, and Lana to a business school where, as Stone said, she had a fair shot at learning how to be something that didn't involve prostitution, though she'll probably become a secretary, seduce the boss, break up his family, and then make his life a living hell till he divorces her, said Stone. But if he can't keep his fly zipped, he's the natural prey of angry, damaged women who are careless about underwear. And then, seeing Danny's rueful look, Stone said, "She was just practicing on you. 13-year-olds are too easy to be sporting." "I still dream about her," said Danny ruefully. "And you probably always will," said Stone with a sigh. Danny explained what he wanted. "And you actually expect Victoria to be able to bring this off?" asked Stone. "Why?" asked Danny. "You know her?" Stone rolled his eyes. "You've been working with her for how long? And she's never mentioned me?" "No, not really. I don't think so." "I'm her husband, Danny," said Stone. "My name is Von Roth, Peter Von Roth. She was Victoria Bland until she married me." "Bland?" asked Danny. "Really, her parents' name. I think she spent her whole life denying that name. Maybe she only married me because my last name was so Germanic and strong. Von Roth." He gave it a strongly German pronunciation. "Sounds like the anger of the gods, yes?" "But she talks about her alimony." "She doesn't get alimony," said Stone. "Or Peter, apparently. We're still married, but her father is still one of the top mucky-mucks in the Department of Agriculture, He's really a first-rate sapkin, and her mother inherited her father's land in northern Virginia and sold off some nice chunks of it as they were building up Tyson's Corner into a shopping mecca, so her family is awash in dough. Her alimony is checks from Mommy and Daddy. Danny had to laugh. She really is a trickster. I never had a clue. Well, I can tell you, our lives would have been very different if there had been any way to know that she was a gate mage instead of a Drekka. She always said she was, but how could anyone believe her? She was so showy and dramatic, we all believed it was part of a pose. But you married her. I always talked with her as if she were a gate mage. I joined her fantasy, as I supposed. And come on, Danny, until you came along it was a fantasy. She had no more idea she was a gate mage than anyone else. We'd been married no more than a year when she realized that I didn't really believe that she was a gate mage, that I was sort of humoring her. I didn't mean to let on. I had always talked as if it were true, and I made no slip. But you know how gate mages are. You can read meanings in human speech or facial expressions that no one else can see. Part of the language gift, maybe. Sometimes it makes me wonder if gate magery isn't right next door to man magery. Anyway, she realized that I was only playing along, and it really hurt her, and she began spending less and less time at home, until I realized she was gone. I'm telling you more than I should, but if you're going to pin your whole plan on her being reliable— Danny nodded. I appreciate your concern. But remember, we gate mages are tricksters and conmen too. She'll bring off the only thing I really need her for, getting me enrolled in high school, setting me up in a cheap rented house with an allowance for necessities, and then popping in when I need to show off my flamboyant aunt. Stone smiled. Oh, you gate mages aren't the only tricksters. Really? Asked Danny. Here you were, a genuine gate mage, and there I was, the man who still loves that infuriating woman. I thought, maybe she really is a gate mage. I could never have gotten her to come here to see the gates you made. She now pretends to be allergic to the pollen of the plants I grow. But one day, when she was visiting with her parents in Fairfax, I talked to her on the phone and reminisced a little about the restaurant Donna Flor, which used to be our favorite place to eat. They had risoli with a habanero sauce that could take the top of your head off, and she was as predictable as the tides. She drove off out Wisconsin, where I knew you had some gates, and she was a gate mage after all. The real thing. It's not as if I ever said she wasn't, said Stone, as defensively as if Vivi were in the room. And she'd have killed me if she'd known I planned it, trying to trap me into revealing that I couldn't see a gate that you knew was there. Is that it? His imitation of Vivi was dead on, and Danny laughed. But I wasn't testing her. I was giving her an opportunity. I wanted it to be true. I always did. I knew it was an affinity that couldn't be tested as long as there were no gates in the world, unless she was a path-sister or gate-mother herself, which was hardly likely. You are hardly likely, Danny. But I never said she couldn't be a gate mage. You were agnostic. Agnostic but hopeful, said Stone. Or maybe wistful. And your wist came true, said Danny with a grin. Though I'll bet Leslie wasn't thrilled when Vivi showed up. I get the feeling that— Well, to put it unkindly, said Danny, you were second choice. She hadn't met me when she had her fling with Marion, said Stone. And Marion flat out refused to accept her claim of gate magery. He's a stone mage, for heaven's sake, and a geologist. He's not going to willingly live inside someone else's dream. And how could Vivi ever love or live with a man who didn't at least try to believe? If only she didn't have such a keen eye for pretense herself, said Stone. I'd still be happy to have her with me. But the final break was when she tested me. Come to Florida, she said. If you love me, get out of this miserable town and come to Naples. But I couldn't leave my work here. Stone sighed. America and a lot of the rest of the world come to D.C. This is the place where my pollen can gather in the orphan mages. The families know about me, of course, but they don't care. To them, orphans are no better or more interesting than drowthers. I've found nearly 100 mages since I've lived here. How many would I have found in Naples, Florida? At best, a handful of old coots who are way too old to train. You still love her? Everybody still loves her, said Stone. Even the people who hate her. That's why she makes them so angry. I bet Marion still thinks of her. The way I think of Lana? Well, no, said Stone. Vivi's not that kind of woman, if you know what I mean. More like Marion still wishes he could have lived inside her dream, and now that it turns out it wasn't just a dream, she really is a gate mage, you can imagine how that must make him wonder and regret, even though he loves Leslie like crazy. Might-have-beens are a bitch. To Danny it was as if Stone had just unlocked everybody's diary, and he felt like a sneak for knowing so much about Marion's and Leslie's and Vivi's past. And yet it was a relief to know. I'm glad you told me all this, said Danny. I always kind of thought you knew, that somebody would have explained. But now that I'm saying this, it's such a ridiculous idea. Which of them would ever see the need to explain any of this to you? Not one of them is proud of their behavior. Well, Vivi is, but she's not an explainer. She and I are doing our best to explain gate magery. Oh, come on, said Stone. She and you are trying to invent gate magery. The best her research and yours can do is give you clues and hints and point you in interesting directions. We've made some progress, said Danny. Know how to make a great gate yet? Asked Stone. Not a clue, said Danny. Keep it that way, said Stone. I don't want the gate thief to strip you and make a Drekka out of you. At least then I'd be safe from the families, said Danny. Don't count on it, said Stone. They'd assume it was a gate mage's trickery and kill you anyway, just to be sure. Yeah, said Danny ruefully. They would. I'm not going to put you in touch with counterfeiters and crooks who sell fake IDs, said Stone. In the end, those things can always be tracked down, and then where would you be? But I've helped other fugitives from families get more or less legitimate identities, and a gate mage like you should be able to get one that's a lot realer than usual, without having to bribe half as many people. After Stone explained the system and identified a likely county that hadn't fully computerized their old records, it took only an hour for Danny to learn the ins and outs of record-keeping in West Jefferson, North Carolina, which Stone had chosen as his new birthplace. Inserting his birth into the records wasn't hard, so that when he and Vivi showed up asking for a duplicate, while Vivi shed a tear for her dear dead sister and brother-in-law, Danny's fictitious parents, they got a copy of the birth certificate with no trouble. Stone looked at the birth certificate and made a face. Why didn't you use Silverman as your last name? In Ashe County, North Carolina? That's not going to be a believable name. But Danny Stone? I'm flattered, but... It's the one I thought of while I was in the records room, said Danny. Since it's not really your name, I didn't think you'd mind. And since I didn't use von Roth, I figured Marion and Leslie would be fine with any other name I chose that would be believable in Ashe County. The Social Security number was a little trickier. There was a lot more information coded into the number than most people suspected. But Stone had a Westilian friend in the system who could pluck out whatever unused numbers met the paradigms. Social Security numbers of children who had died without ever having anything added to their records in the system. Attaching Danny's pertinent information to one of the numbers took very little time. Then there was the matter of recording false childhood immunization records, but that was another job that a gate mage could do after hours in the office of a pediatrician who had been in the trade in the same town for a long time. As for Danny's actual immunizations, Stone insisted that he owed it to the other children to actually get the shots and vaccinations. I can always go through a gate and heal myself whenever I start to feel sick. I thought you were educated, Danny, said Stone. Don't you know you can be contagious for days before any symptoms show up? The fact is, Danny didn't want anyone poking him with needles. It had never happened to him, and he was pretty sure he wouldn't like it. Danny, said Stone, It's just a matter of distraction. Wiggle your toes while they're giving you the shots. Concentrate on that, and the needles themselves won't bother you." As usual, Stone was right, but toe wiggling did nothing for the sore arms, and Stone wouldn't let him go through a gate until he was sure the immunizations had had time to work. If you heal your body by gate before the injections have a chance to stimulate the immune system, then the shots will have been for nothing. Think, Danny. Don't be such an adolescent. "I'm going to high school," Danny wanted to say. But he knew that Stone was right. He could not afford to be self-indulgent the way other teenagers could. He might be planning to live among Drowthers, but he was not a Drowther, and he could not afford to forget it. When he was ready, Danny made a public gate between the attic room where he had slept at Stone's house and a spot against a wall in Vivi's condo. He doubted they'd discover it by accident, so at some point, when he judged it might be a good idea, he'd tell them about it. Vivi was marvelous as his aunt who was moving to Buena Vista to explore opening up a small clothing factory. "For certain boutique clients in New York and L.A., she explained, who must be able to tell their customers that the clothing is made in America by seamstresses who are paid a fair wage with full benefits, though it will take time to assemble the funding, you understand. And since this will be my most stable address, poor Danny and I agreed that this is where he should live." The principal seemed happy to know that there might actually be a new employer in town. And in the meantime, Vivi's story would have no impact on Danny's desired image as a not-rich kid who lived pretty much alone in a semi-crummy house. If anyone asked about his aunt's plans to start a clothing factory, he'd simply roll his eyes as if there was little truth in it, or she was crazy, or whatever teenagers assumed. Danny intended to be a good student, but not speak up much in class, to dress decently but not too well, to be a little wild but not dangerously so, to be funny but never the class clown. He might try out for the school play. He knew that boys were always at a premium, and he figured that a con man like him would be a decent actor. He knew he could memorize the lines. There'd be girls in the cast. He had it all planned out.
18. The Father of Trick. The boy called Oath had walked at 9 months of age, having never spent much time upon his knees, as King Priard often pointed out. He was talking in clear sentences at 14 months. It was far too soon to look for signs of any affinity, but this was Iceway, and so every time the boy even glanced at water, it was taken for a token of things to come. The king had carried him upon his shoulders, taken him to councils, shown him off before ambassadors, flaunted him especially before the representatives of Grey. But then, as Bexoy's belly began to grow with yet another child, a strange thing happened. The king became solicitous of Bexoy and spent more time with her. He wasn't often seeking out Prince Oath, and though the tot was only 16 months of age, he felt the change. He felt it as a loss. "Where is Papa?" he would ask. And his nurses would answer, "He's the king, and he must do his work." But in truth, King Priard was not working. He was rubbing salves into the tight-stretched skin of Bexoy's belly, hearing her say, "This is the child you put inside me on purpose. This is the child that will be the product of your love, and not your contempt." "Don't taunt me with my old mistakes," King Priard murmured. "I'm celebrating our newfound love," said Bexoy. "Politics are finally gone. This will not be a political child." "I hope that she's a girl," he said, "and that she looks like you." "So you can marry her off to some foreign king and will never see her again?" "But a boy will be a rival to Oath," said Priard. "A boy will be a protection for the kingdom," said Bexoy. "This boy that is so ripe that in 2 months he'll burst forth into the world. He will step behind Prince Oath in every way, ready at a moment's notice to take his place if something dreadful were to happen to his brother." You fear your nephew Frostinge, don't you?" asked King Priard. "Your heir will have so many enemies. 2 sons will serve the kingdom better than 1. Look what happened to the children of your concubine." "You know I never think of her," said Priard. "And yet you grieve me by mentioning her again and again." "I think of how she disappeared so tragically, and her sons. You can never have too many sons." Wad heard all of this. He heard and knew that Bexoy knew he heard. These were subtle threats against the boy that she called Oath and he called Trick. Yet what could he do? He was Wad the kitchen boy, Wad the squirrel, Wad the silent roamer and runner of errands. Now that Hull was gone, he had become less than nothing, barely tolerated in the kitchen, and not endured at all anywhere else. If he was found in the stables, they thrust him out as if his presence would poison the horses. If he was found in the armory, he was treated as if he would dull the blades of all the swords. How could such a one be granted even a moment in the presence of the prince? But Wad the gatefather, Wad the man in the tree, Wad the lover of a queen and warden of 3 royal prisoners, the Wad that no one knew of but Bexoy herself, how could he be prevented? So while she lay there, manipulating the king's affections, Wad was listening, yes, with half an ear, opening the tiniest of gates between his ear and her chamber so he heard without having to see what passed between Priard and her. He also kept a tryst of another sort. He gated little Trick to a garret room that Wad had set up as a child's playroom, not overpopulated with bright-colored toys, as fools think children want their world to be, but thick with dust and ancient furniture and trunks and weapons and other forgotten detritus of bygone kings and queens and stewards and princes, where there are nooks and dens and lofty places and deep but tiny dungeons to explore. Here, he and Trick would play at hide-and-seek, or Wad would let the toddler dress him up in dusty old clothes, or they would play with toy soldiers and carts and carriages. "I will always call you Trick," Wad told the boy, "because it's a trick on everybody when we play together. You can't tell anyone or I'll be sent away. You must pretend that you don't see me when you're with your nurses or your mother or the king. Pretend that I'm invisible. Because I am." And then he winked out of existence in one spot, and then winked back a few feet off, and Trick clapped his hands and laughed and shrieked. Meanwhile, back in his nursery, a life-size wooden baby doll pretended to be young Oath, the well-tended prince, asleep in his high-sided bed, the one that kept him safe, but also quite invisible to his lazy nurses, who dozed or gossiped or did needlework while supposedly he slept. When, even after an hour's nap, he seemed fitful and tired as if he hadn't slept at all, they took it as a sign that he missed his father the king, never realizing that the father he was missing was the much-despised kitchen boy whose presence in Nasasa no one understood. Sometimes, though, Trick fell asleep while he was with Wad in their secret garret playroom. Then his father would sit and look at him, and whisper to him silently, "Your mother is a monster of ambition. Your father a monster of cruelty for her sake. She plots against you. She plots your death. But I will keep you safe. She will know that she dares not harm you, for the consequence would be too dire." Deep inside himself, Wad felt the answering echoes of hundreds of other minds. Usually they were a sea of turmoil, and for long years he had not understood what they were, thinking them to be a part of himself. Now, however, he knew this much. They had memories that could not be his own. They had wills that would not choose what he had chosen, and when he acted in a way that distressed them, any of them, they'd protest, a sort of indigestion in his mind. How he came to have such madnesses within his mind he could not guess, but he must live with them, he knew. They were powerless to harm him. When it came to trick, however, they were of one mind and heart with him. "He is your son," they echoed, when he said, "He is my son." "You must protect him now because that's what a father does. You must die for him, kill for him. Whoever puts the boy in danger, even if it is his very mother, is your enemy. If you can't control the woman, she must die."
19. Rope Climb. On Danny's first day of school, he ran. He had no books to carry, and though it was going to be a hot day, the morning wasn't too warm for a good run. Dressed in t-shirt, jeans, and running shoes with a pen in his pocket and a spiral notebook in his minimal backpack, Danny locked the front door behind him and started loping along the street. He wasn't running particularly fast. He simply saw no reason to walk when running would do. Nor did he have any need to slow down just because the last stretch of road that wound up the hill to the school was so steep. Danny had been running up and down steeper hills than that, with much less even ground and a lot more obstacles since he was little. To him it was an easy jaunt. He wasn't even out of breath when he reached the office to get his class assignments. "Coming in as a junior, Mr. Stone," said Principal Massey. "We thought you might appreciate a little help getting acquainted with the school." That explained the presence of a bored-looking girl without a hair out of place. "That's cool," said Danny. "Thank you." "Here's your class schedule," said Massey. "Laurette will help you find your classes." "Thanks, Laurette," said Danny. He gave her a big smile that was designed solely for Massey's consumption. Danny had read enough young adult novels to know that Laurette was probably popular and bound to look down on him. She flashed him a quick, cheesy smile, also for Massey's consumption. "I'm glad you came early," said Massey. "That'll give the two of you time to get familiar with the layout of the school." They left the office together. "Why are you all sweaty?" asked Laurette as soon as Massey couldn't hear. "Because you're so amazing," said Danny. "Ew," said Laurette. "Because I ran to school." "What are you, some kind of jock?" she asked. "I don't have a car," he said. "Well, I guess you won't need to know about parking passes." Danny laughed. "What's funny?" she asked. "What's your story?" asked Danny in reply. "Why did you get stuck with showing the new kid around?" "Because I mouthed off to my English teacher, so I've got to do service hours." "This is the first day of school," Danny pointed out. "I have 3 weeks of service hours left over from last year." "You must have some mouth." "This is the hallway," said Laurette. "That's a classroom." "Can you count?" "Usually," said Danny. "Then you can probably figure out the room numbers. They're mostly in order. Any questions?" "Will you be my best friend?" asked Danny. She barked a laugh. "If you're going to run to school, invest in a better deodorant." "For a girl who doesn't care if anybody likes her, you sure go to a lot of effort to show off cleavage," said Danny. She reached up and spread the lapels of her blouse about an inch farther. "Got your eyeful?" she asked. "No. I'll be studying your cleavage all year." "You got a filthy mouth, Danny Stone," she said. "I'm betting that the average total will turn out to be 2. She walked away from him. So far, so good, thought Danny. Either she likes me now, or she hates me. That means either her friends will hate me and her enemies will like me, or vice versa. No way does this girl not have friends and enemies. Danny had first period English. He made it a point to answer no questions the teacher asked, even though he was interested in some of the things she said, and he had a strong temptation to blow the teacher away with all the cool stuff he knew about the language. Instead, he said nothing at all, barely looked at her, and adopted the slightly sullen attitude he saw some of the boys wearing. He knew he could always be smart later if that turned out to be a better strategy. But once you admitted to being smart, there was no going back. At least that was his hypothesis as a high school anthropologist. Calculus was going to be easy and dull, a repeat of stuff Danny had mastered the first year he was living with the Silvermans. AP History was going to be funny, because everything the teacher said was either misleadingly incomplete or flat-out wrong, But it didn't matter because the students weren't listening anyway. Lunch was what mattered. Where would he sit at lunch? He got his tray and carried it over to the table where Laurette was sitting. She had 3 girlfriends with her. One was chubby but dressed like she thought she was thin, complete with bulgy bare midriff. Another was doing goth, and the third had medium bad acne and a sour-looking expression that made the goth look cheerful. Compared to them, Laurette looked like a cheerleader. "Look," said Laurette when he sat down. "We're not friends." "Oh, I know," said Danny. He looked at the goth. "I just had to know why you aren't wearing any of your piercings." "None of your business," said the goth. "Just tell me and I'll go away," said Danny. "Go away now," said the goth. "He thinks he's cute," said Laurette. "He talked about my cleavage." "Ew," said Chubby and Goth. "Everybody talks about your cleavage," said Sour. "Not to me," said Laurette. "It's like rude." "I'm betting," said Danny to Goth, "that either there's an anti-piercing policy here that everybody ignores except you, or your parents won't let you wear them to school, or you walk too close to a really powerful magnet, or your piercings get infected a lot so you have to give them a rest." It was an easy enough deduction. 2 of the pierced spots were red and inflamed. Goth pointedly looked away from him. "Thanks," said Danny. He started to pick up his lunch tray. "She didn't say anything," said Laurette. "Yeah, but I give up easy," said Danny. As he walked away, he made a gate directly in front of Goth and passed the mouth of it over her. It only moved her 1/4 of an inch forward. Her friends didn't really notice it except as some kind of twitch, but she felt it. "Hey!" she said loudly. Danny stopped and turned around. "Did you shove me, smelly running boy?" "Oh, so Laurette did talk about me," said Danny. He set the tray back down on their table. Goth's piercings were all healed, as in completely gone, as if never pierced at all. None of the girls noticed it. Danny started eating. The girls got up and left. As they went, he made a gate right in front of Sour, jumping her forward 2 inches and up a 1/2 inch, and curing her acne. Nobody noticed the immediate improvement in her complexion, however, because the jump made her trip and drop her tray. Danny didn't even watch, though he heard her eloquent, fecal-centered discourse, along with Goth's and Laurette's laughter as they helped her pick up the mess. On a whim, Danny made the gate public in both directions. Anyone who walked through that exact spot in the lunchroom would become healthy and quite probably trip and drop something. After a few minutes, a couple of guys, one of them really tall, the other overweight with way too many piercings and his hair half shaved off, sat down, too tall beside him, half hair across from him. "You actually hit on Laurette?" "She say I did?" asked Danny. "She said you were going to be watching her breasts all year." "Doesn't everybody?" asked Danny. "She practically sticks them in your face," said Half-Hair. "Not his," said Danny, pointing to Too Tall. "She's not tall enough." "Did you really run to school?" asked Too Tall. "Yeah." "Why?" "It was there," said Danny. "Where are you from?" asked Half-Hair. "Ohio," said Danny. "Your aunt really going to start a clothing factory in town?" Danny rolled his eyes. "What's the rest of your schedule?" asked Too Tall. "Gym after lunch," said Danny. "You're really in AP history?" asked Half-Hair. Danny nodded. "I got gym next period too," said Too Tall. "Am I going to have a wonderful time in physical education this year?" asked Danny. "Depends on whether you suck up to Coach Bleeder," said Too Tall. "I take it you don't." "There's too many guys already kissing his butt," said Too Tall. "Can't wedge my face in." "I bet you don't even try," said Danny. "If you run," said Half-Hair, "he'll want you for the track team and you can be his best friend." "I don't compete," said Danny. They studied him for a few moments as he made a stack of potato chips and then pushed the entire stack endwise into his mouth, crushing the chips in the process. Half-Hair made a smaller stack and tried to eat it the same way. He ended up with potato chip fragments all over his shirt. Danny reached over, picked one off, and ate it. Initiation over. They finished eating their lunch with him, and he knew he had a place with them the next day. Danny knew these guys were not generally regarded as cool. Not a problem. He would make them cool through their association with him. So far, Danny was having a great time at high school. Too Tall turned out to be named Hal Sargent. He was apparently Coach Leader's favorite target of abuse, as in, "Everybody hit the floor and do 20 so I can see what I'm working with this year. Hal, the floor is the wall-to-wall wooden thing that you couldn't hit if you dropped the shot put. Lay your face on it and then peel it off 20 times. Hal seemed resigned to the ridicule. Danny passed a gate over Coach Leader just as he was turning around. The gate lifted him an inch above the floor. He lost his balance and fell heavily on his butt. Everybody stopped doing push-ups. "Keep going, you morons! Haven't you ever seen anybody fall down before?" said Leader. Danny did his push-ups quickly. "New kid," said Leader. Danny started a second set of 20. "New kid," Leader demanded. "You call those push-ups?" "Yes, sir," said Danny. He started clapping his hands at the top of each push-up. "You a show-off, new kid?" "Sometimes, sir," said Danny. He pitched his voice exactly right, completely respectful and yet dryly sarcastic. A couple of kids laughed. Danny finished his second 20 and stood up. "I saw you running to school this morning, new kid," said Leader. Danny didn't say anything. "I didn't tell you to stop doing push-ups." "You said to do 20, said Danny. "I did 40. "Everybody outside," said Coach Leader. "Daniel Stone, the show-off new kid, is gonna lead you all in running the hill, down and then back up again." Everybody groaned. "Keep it up and you'll do it twice," said Leader. Danny jogged lazily down the hill, not leading anybody. He walked back up with Hal and a couple of others who weren't in running shape. "I thought I said to run," said Leader when Danny reached the top. "I was told I needed to get a better deodorant before I ran the hill again," said Danny. "Are you getting smart with me?" asked Leader. "Simple truth, sir," said Danny. "I said for you to show them how to run it." Danny said nothing. "Run it alone," said Leader. "I run for pleasure, sir," said Danny. "So give me the pleasure of watching you run," said Leader. He pulled out a stopwatch. "Have I goaded him enough?" Danny asked himself. "Do I really need this enemy?" "Yeah," he answered himself. "Everybody hates him. I definitely want him on my case." Danny took off down the hill. He loped lazily all the way to the stop sign at the bottom, turned around and ran back up at exactly the same speed. "That the best you can do?" asked Leader. "I ran the hill," said Danny. "You were running faster this morning." "This morning I was eager to get to school," said Danny. "I was timing you," said Leader. "I know." "So why didn't you run your fastest?" asked Leader. "Because I run for pleasure," said Danny. "And that's how fast it pleased me to run." "You and I aren't going to get along this year, new kid," said Coach Leader. "I can't see why not," said Danny. "I'm a nice guy." There were some stifled laughs. "You're an insubordinate jerk," said Coach Leader. "Well, yeah," said Danny. The laughs weren't very well stifled this time. "Run this hill 5 times," said Coach Leader. "No, sir," said Danny. "What?" "It's too hot," said Danny. "It's still summer. You can't make a kid run this hill 5 times in hot weather right after eating lunch." The words hospital and lawsuit went unsaid. Coach Leader stood there regarding Danny in stony silence. "Everybody get back into the gym." He turned to lead the way. Danny started running the hill, this time as fast as he could go both ways. It didn't take long. When he got to the top of the hill again, Leader's face was red. The other kids were still gathered around. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded. "Heading into the gym, sir, like you said." "You ran the hill," said Leader. "Yes, sir," said Danny. "After you told me you wouldn't." "I only said you couldn't make a kid do it 5 times in hot weather right after eating lunch." "But then you did it." "It was my pleasure," said Danny. "You knew I wanted to time you," said Coach Leader. "You started when my back was turned." "I don't like being timed," said Danny. "I'm going to be timing you all semester." "Takes all the pleasure out of running," said Danny. "Timing each part of your run is how you get better." "I don't want to get better," said Danny. "It's already fun." Then Coach Leader played his trump card. Perry McClure High School needs you on the track team." "No, it doesn't," said Danny. It obviously bothered Leader that Danny was not flattered to be offered a place on the team. "How much of this do you think I'm going to take from you?" "Track is voluntary, sir," said Danny. "And I don't race." "You don't race?" asked Leader. "I like running with people. When you race, one of you is supposed to leave the other behind. What's the point of running with somebody if you end up by yourself?" Leader was going to have a stroke. "To win," he said. "To win what?" asked Danny. "The race." "I don't race." Danny started walking back to the gym. "Run that again and let me time you this time," demanded Leader. Danny just kept walking. "I've already run it twice. It's going to be 95 today. I'm going inside." After gym, he had biology and then drama. In biology, he sat there silently, judging how current the teacher's information was. In drama, he made a huge splash just by being male in a class with 11 girls and only 2 other guys. By the end of the first day, Danny was legendary in exactly the way he wanted. Everybody knew his name. He had defied a teacher. He had shown that he could really run, yet he didn't care about winning. And Cynthia Arnell, the goth who was allergic to her piercings, was convinced that he had done something magical to heal her. "He even erased the holes," she was telling people. "They just grew over," Laurette told them adamantly. "He didn't heal anything." Danny was leaving school right then, jogging past. "Hey, you!" Sin shouted. Danny jogged over to her. "You erased my piercings, you asshole!" Danny looked her over closely. "You have piercings?" he asked. "Not now," she said. "Thanks to you." "When did I do this?" asked Danny, showing a puzzled expression. "When you got up from the table at lunch. You jostled me, and now my piercings have completely healed over." Danny looked from Sin to Laurette and the other girls. "Wow," he said. "For a girl named Sin, she's doing pretty well with faith healing." Sour Girl's complexion was now clear, and if she smiled, she'd probably be pretty. Danny reached out to stroke her cheek. She slapped his hand away, assuming no doubt that he was mocking her. She didn't like to be touched on a cheek covered with zits. But now that Danny had almost touched her, Laurette and Sin were staring at Pat's smooth skin, probably for the first time, since as friends they had trained themselves not to notice her complexion. "Now my work here is done," Danny said silently. He jogged off down the hill. This was going to be a great year. In the first 2 weeks of school, Danny never ran fast except when Leader wasn't timing him. It was a running joke, and got him called to the principal's office. "He can time me whenever he wants," said Danny. "He times me a lot." "But you never run fast when he's timing you," said Principal Massey. "I don't like being timed." "That's like saying you don't like being graded." "I don't," said Danny. "Takes all the fun out of it." "But your teachers tell me you're doing excellent work, and they all grade you." "So far I was interested in all the assignments." "Listen, Danny Stone, I know you were homeschooled, but you need to understand that in public school you fulfill your assignments. You obey your teachers." "I fulfill my assignments, sir. I obey my teachers." "Listen, Danny, I'm telling you. Obey Coach Leader. Let him time you at your best." "I can't help it if he drops the watch," said Danny, "or falls down. I run my fastest a lot, but the only runs he ever manages to time happen to be the slower ones." "You have an attitude," said Principal Massey. "How can I not have an attitude?" said Danny. "Everybody always has an attitude, even if it's only apathy." "See, it's smart remarks like that." "How is that a smart remark? It's just true." "Get out of here," sighed Principal Massey. Thursday of the second week, a few girls discovered the healing properties of the tripping place in the lunchroom, and word of it quickly spread, even among those who regarded it as an urban legend. Those who tested it were freaked out when it worked, but more and more girls were arranging to pass through the spot. As far as Danny could tell, though, only one person connected him with the tripping place. You did this, said Pat, touching her cheek. Did what? Asked Danny. I had the worst acne in the school, said Pat. Now it's gone. So you grew out of it. What does that have to do with me? You did it, she said. The tripping place in the lunchroom. I was the first person to trip there. You did it, and it healed me. Just like that? Asked Danny. Wow, I must be like really magic. You show up at Perry McClure and strange things start happening. So I'm in control of, like, the space-time continuum. Why did you decide to cure my acne and heal over Sin's piercings? Demanded Pat. You and Sin seem to think I care about you way more than I actually do. Then why do you keep sitting down at the same table as us during lunch and bringing those dweebs Hal and Wheeler with you? Are you trying to destroy our reputation? Just studying Laurette's cleavage, said Danny. She's still averaging 2, but I keep hoping for changes. Pat called him a name and walked away. But she couldn't fool Danny. He had seen the smile playing around the corners of her mouth. She liked her new face. She liked him. And pretty soon she'd work up the courage to admit it to Laurette and Sin and Xena. Danny enjoyed doing things for people, especially for his friends. Unfortunately, Danny also enjoyed toying with people who weren't his friends, especially jerks who were begging to get pranked. But Danny didn't want to be the typical gate mage, playing nasty tricks on people and laughing at them without compassion. If there was anything he had learned from the Silvermans, it was that you should use your magery to make the world a better place. And he already learned for himself that you don't walk away from somebody else's need, not if there's something you can do about it. Even Coach Leader didn't deserve to be abused. Whenever he left Danny and Hal alone, Danny left him alone. One night, when Danny was having dinner with Vivi at her favorite little Italian spot in Naples, he asked her, "If this whole theory about gate mages serving space-time is true, then if I don't play vicious pranks on people, does that make my power to influence space-time weaken or go away?" "I have no idea," said Vivi. "Okay," said Danny. "Just wondering." "Danny, you're a natural smart aleck. You can't help it. It doesn't just stop. And the worst thing is, when you want to, you get away with it. That's how you prank space-time itself. You don't ever have to suffer the consequences of your pranks." Danny didn't really set out to prove her wrong about consequences. It just happened. On Danny's 16th birthday, he went to school as usual. It was a Tuesday. Over the PA system in the morning, Danny's birthday was read out by somebody from student government. It was cool how many people commented on his birthday as they passed him in the hall between classes. And at lunch, Laurette and Sin and their friends got him outside to sing him a deliberately off-key version of Happy Birthday that replaced the word to with another word that started with F. "Is that like my present?" asked Danny. "Somebody had to say it to you," said Sin, "or it wouldn't really be your birthday." She had gotten 2 new piercings on one ear, and one of them was already infected. A slow learner, Danny figured. Not his job. "Well, thanks," said Danny. Coach Leader had also noticed the announcement. 16 years old, right, Stone?" "Yes, sir," said Danny. "Well, I have a present for you." He pointed to the thick rope dangling from the ceiling near one end of the wall, with a bunch of mats under it. It hadn't been hanging there yesterday. "We're having a hanging," said Danny. "Cool." "Climb it," said Leader. "I don't know how to climb a rope," said Danny. "Your other teachers tell me you're a quick learner." "But see, they make an effort to teach me," said Danny. "Put your hands on the rope and pull yourself up," said Leader. "Then grip the rope with your legs so you don't slide down while you reach up to raise yourself to the next level. There, I've taught you. You have a new skill. It's my present to you, birthday boy." It took 3 tries, but Danny made it to the top without using a single gate. His legs and hands were raw, and getting down without rope burns was nearly impossible. But Danny made it a point not to show any reaction to the pain, though he also refrained from using a gate to heal himself. He wanted the other kids to see that even though his skin was red and raw, he showed no sign of minding the pain. It clearly rattled Leader that Danny made it up the rope and didn't complain about the discomfort. So he started in on his favorite victim. Hal was tall, but he was skinny. There wasn't an ounce of muscle on his body. His arms looked like Amish buggy whips. His leg muscles looked like he went home to a concentration camp every night. Hal couldn't lift himself up by his arms. Period. Not even a chin-up. Certainly not the first upward surge of a rope climb. And even when a couple of guys lifted him up off the ground as a boost, he just slid down, yelling in pain the whole time. "Get him up the rope," Leader ordered Danny. "What do you want me to do?" asked Danny. "Push him up?" "I want to see him at the top of the rope," said Leader. "Sorry, dude," said Hal to Danny. "Not your fault," said Danny. Of course, Danny could get Hal to the top of the rope whenever he wanted, but it might be a little too spectacular, as in make the newspapers. Danny remembered what he used to do for himself before he even knew he was a gate mage. Short little gates that he didn't even realize were gates. Danny had vowed never to use gates to help himself win a contest, but to help a friend silence a tormentor? That was different. Danny tried to figure out how to do it so it wasn't obvious, even if someone was watching. Maybe a spiral set of gates, so you couldn't see as easily that Hal's hand movements had nothing much to do with his rise up the rope. Leader was busy yelling at some other poor sap, and everybody was watching him. Danny grabbed onto the rope and then set it and himself to spinning. While he spun, he made a series of gates rising up the rope. He figured that if Hal was twisting on the rope while he climbed, it wouldn't be so obvious that what was happening was unnatural. Then, as the rope started unwinding, Danny made another bunch of little gates spiraling back down from the ceiling. Danny beckoned to Hal, who really was in pain from rope burns on his thighs and hands. "Try it again," he said softly. "Keep your hands moving so it looks like you're really doing it." "What are you talking about?" asked Hal. "Just grab onto the bottom of the rope and start spinning clockwise. You'll see." Nobody was watching at the moment, which was a good thing, because it didn't work at all the way Danny expected. Hal grabbed on, started spinning, and shot upward in a spiral. Only he didn't stop at the top. He just disappeared. About half a minute later, though, he reappeared, spiraling down the rope. He fell on his butt and then flipped over and crawled along the mats to get away from the rope. All his rope burns were gone. "What happened?" Hal demanded hoarsely. "I don't know," said Danny. "What do you think happened?" "I start spinning, and suddenly it's like I'm a mile up, looking out over the whole Maury River Valley. I mean, I can see the cars going into and out of the McDonald's drive-thru in Lexington. I'm up so high. And I feel great, but I'm still spinning, see? And then all of a sudden I start to fall, only whatever it is catches me and sucks me down, still spinning. To here. I think I'm going to puke. Motion sickness, fear of heights. You're a dangerous friend to have, man. What is it, some kind of drug? Because if that was a hallucination, it seemed pretty damn real." Danny had made gates that all led to points on the rope. None of them could have taken Hal past the ceiling. Danny hadn't made anything like the gate Hal was describing. Hal reached for the bottom of the rope and handed it to Danny. "You try," he said. "Show me how to do it right if that was wrong." Danny grabbed on and started spinning. He really did spiral upward. But it didn't stop at the roof. Just as Hal said, the gate took Danny to a spot about a mile over the school and held him there. Before the gate began to let him slip downward, another kid from gym class joined him in the middle of the air at the south end of Buena Vista. "This is freaking awesome," he shouted. "How'd you get it to do this? You some kind of freaking magician or something? I want to learn how to do this trick." Danny spun down. All the guys in the class were lined up to ride the rope. Coach Leader was sitting down, watching his students grab onto the rope and flat out disappear. He looked at Danny with hatred and fear. "They're riding it like at a carnival," said Leader. "You did this." Danny had no answer. This was the worst thing imaginable. Word would get out, it would attract media attention, especially once somebody set up a telephoto lens outside to see the kids hanging in midair before they spun back down. And Danny had no idea how to shut it down. "Where are you really from?" asked Coach Leader. "What damn planet, new kid?" "I don't know how this works," said Danny truthfully. "Hal must have done it." Please, please let Hal get all the credit in the media. Not that the story wouldn't still bring all the families to Perry McClure, and that would be the end of Danny's high school career. A couple of weeks and it would be over. All because Danny had to use Gates to impress his friends. No, oh no, it was to help his friends. Except Danny knew better. He really was a show-off. He had been so careful not to use gate magery to cheat at athletics, and here he was using it to cheat and win at high school life. What had he been thinking? He had fallen into the same trap as the typical nerd hero in young adult novels who gets himself in serious trouble by trying too hard to make a good impression on the other kids. I learned nothing, thought Danny, and now I'm going to lose it all. I have to get away from here, preferably now. He might have gated away on the spot, gone home to Yellow Springs and confessed all to the Silvermans, except that one of the guys at the rope shouted, "Hey, what's going on?" Danny looked. The kid was spinning and spinning on the end of the rope, but nothing was happening. The kids who had already gone up the rope kept coming down, so it was obvious that the gates were still working, except the bottom one. Danny looked at the gates, or rather felt the gates with that inner sense that had nothing to do with his eyes. They had been changed. They looked like his old gates, only this was the first moment that he actually registered the fact that his old gates and the gates he made now were different. When had they changed? And why had this gate changed back? As he watched, other gates in the spiraling sequence also changed. It was as if they were getting pinched, closed. Someone or something was closing his gates right now. Has the gate thief found me? The last kid was back down the rope, and now the downward gates pinched off, one by one, until all the gates were locked. All my old gates looked just like this. They must have been locked when I created them, so I was the only one who could go through them. But when Vivi found them, she unlocked them. She's a key friend. That's what she does. Only once I saw what my gates looked like open, I started creating them that way. I imitated what she did with my gates without even realizing it. Had Vivi figured out how to lock gates as well as open them? Was she checking up on him and saving him from his own mess? If so, he would not be angry. The kids could say what they wanted. Coach Leader could tell all to the media, and nobody would believe them as long as the spiral gates no longer worked. Unless a camera saw it happening and showed it on the news, it never happened at all, and the only story that would reach the papers was if Leader was stupid enough to insist on the story until he got fired or committed. Vivi had probably saved Danny's butt. She had to be just outside the gym somewhere. Her range wasn't anywhere near as long as Danny's. She could only affect gates that were within a few blocks of her unless she actually saw them get made. Danny was glad to see that the disappointed boys were pestering Hal about the fact that the gates no longer worked. It would give him a moment to slip out and apologize to Vivi for his stupidity and promise that he would never do it again. And as long as she was closing gates, could she please do something about the tripping place in the lunchroom? Danny stepped through the outside door and scanned for Vivi. Not there. She must be around the other side of the building. So he ran in search of her, rounding the first corner in only a few steps. Rounding the second corner, it wasn't Vivi. It was the Greek girl. A family had found him. Even without the story hitting the papers. There had to be a whole bunch of the most powerful Greek mages poised to zap him with whatever powers they had. Filled with immediate terror, Danny did the only thing he could do. He gated away. 20. Locks. Danny was glad that he had never gated from his little house in Buena Vista up to the school or back again, even in the rain, because otherwise the Greek girl would be able to go from there to Vivi's house in Florida, or the Silvermans in Ohio, or Stone's house in D.C. Yet she had found and followed him from somewhere, and she would no doubt follow him now. His first jump had been by reflex to the place up in the woods above the school where as a child he used to sit and watch the high schoolers. From there he gated to a rest stop on the road to D.C., where he and Eric had waited for 3 hours before they could find a ride, though they did get a couple of lunches and a lot of nearly finished bags of snack food. Danny had made no gate there. He thought he might have a moment of safety in which to think about what had just happened and what he had just learned. But he had only been at the rest stop for about a minute when the Greek girl was right there beside him. "Please, wait," she said. If she said any more, he didn't know what. He created a gate to the spot in front of the Library of Congress where Eric had confronted him and where he had mooned the security guards. Now that he understood the difference between locked and unlocked gates, he could see that these were locked. What did he know about the Greek girl? She knew how to lock gates. Could she unlock them? Danny passed through his own gate into the restroom alcove inside the library. He felt through all the gates in the library, all locked. If lock friends could unlock gates as well as lock them, then she would be inside the library in no time. But she didn't come. Was it that easy to lose her? Did it even matter? Now that she had found Perry McClure High School, he could not remain there. Not that he hadn't already ruined everything himself with his stupid spiral gate that took people a mile higher than he ever meant to, and which was public even though he didn't do any of the things that he thought making a public gate required. No time to think about that, to regret the high school years he wouldn't have after all. All that mattered was staying alive, period, and that would require that he learn how to take conscious control of the locking and unlocking of his gates. The gates he had made ever since meeting Vivi were open. All the gates before that were locked. Why had he changed? How had he changed? Did Vivi's mere presence suddenly reshape the gates he made? Or did she deliberately change them, opening all his gates without his realizing it? No, Vivi wasn't changing them. He'd know it if she were, just as he knew when the Greek girl closed the spiral gates of the climbing rope in the gym. They were already open for her when he made them. Danny made a gate between the bathroom alcove and a spot right in the middle of the catalog room. It was a gate he never meant to use. He just had to see how gates came out of him now. It was unlocked. If the Greek girl were inside the library, she could find it and use it. But what was it about the way he shaped it that left it open, when before he had made all his gates pre-locked? What changed when Vivi came on the scene? It wasn't just that she unlocked his gates when she used them. He hadn't even noticed the difference. Maybe it was the way Vivi changed his attitude toward gate-making. Her exuberance, her enthusiasm. She made gate-magery fun. And before, it had always been something fraught with peril. Escaping from the family compound, knowing he'd be killed if he were caught. On the run with Eric, getting into the library, doing burglaries. Those gates were about survival. Or crime. But once Vivi came on the scene, and he realized he was making the gates as much for her as for himself, it became a pleasure. But how did his mood change the way he shaped the gates? And how could he control his mood for gate-shaping purposes? He made gate after gate to various points around the library, trying to refine his mood. The trouble was, it couldn't be the mood he was in, because at this exact moment he was terrified, and yet none of the gates was locked. To judge from my gates, he thought, I'm having all kinds of fun. He remembered the pinching feeling that he experienced when the Greek girl was closing the gates. That was what he needed to duplicate, not his emotional state. He tried to feel the pinch as he made his gates, but nothing happened. There were now 30 gates leading from the alcove all over the library. Fortunately, none were public, though all were unlocked. Stop making gates, you idiot, Danny told himself. Start trying to lock the ones you have. If a lock friend can do it, then a gatefather like Danny should be able to do it in his sleep. When Danny had started gate-making, he wasn't even aware it was happening. He wasn't even conscious of the fact that he knew the location of every one of them, mouth and tail. Once he realized that he was a gate mage, however, and started making new ones, he had become aware of his map of all his gates. It had been there all along. He'd been sensing them all along. Likewise, before Vivi came, he hadn't been aware of whether gates were locked or unlocked because he had nothing to compare them to, and he could go through any gate he made without unlocking it. After she came, he had noticed the difference unconsciously. It changed his gate-making, though he still didn't realize it until now. So there were things he knew that he didn't know that he knew. Somewhere inside himself he knew how to lock a gate. He calmed himself and thought through his entire map of gates, scattered from Virginia to Ohio to D.C. to Florida. Not a very large swath of the world, he realized. He wasn't exactly ready for the jet set. But regardless of distance, he was aware of every one of them. He could move any of them as well. Move them? Of course. If he moved all the gates so they no longer began or ended where they used to, then the Greek girl couldn't use them to follow him. He reached out to the gates outside the library, one of which had just conveyed him inside, and pulled the mouth ends in. In where? He hadn't really thought of where. Just in. But when he went to look for the gates he had just gathered, they were nowhere to be found. And he gasped and leaned against the wall. He had just eaten his own gates. The thing that felt like gathering in was actually the long-wished-for command to erase a gate. He had pulled them back into his inner satchel of potential gates, his out-self. What I thought of as in must be what it feels like for other types of mages to pull in their out-self, stranding whatever clant they had made or leaving their heart beast to itself. And it had been as natural as breathing, just as the Silvermans had told him, just as Uncle Poot had said. If he had only known how to do this before the Greek girl came to visit the North Compound, he could have left no trace of gatery for her to find. But that would have required understanding that was beyond him. He could gather in his gates now. This was no time for tidying up. He had to learn how to lock. All the gates he had just made there in the library were locked. While his attention was distracted, the Greek girl must have locked them. Of course, she could sense where they were through the library walls. If she had followed him from the rest area to the mooning spot outside, then been blocked by the locked gate he originally made there, she could still reach in and lock his gates. Now, though, he had a better idea of what was going on. Gathering in his gates was closely akin to simply moving them. Locking and unlocking were not different in kind from making. It turned out to be so easy he almost cried with relief. He reached out to one of the gates the Greek girl had just locked and did a faint, almost making at the mouth, only wider. There was no muscle involved. There were also no words. It was more like conversing with someone by mental gesture. But the result was that the gate was no longer locked. I have opened a gate, he realized. When he tried to close it, nothing happened. He could do what Vivi did, but not what the Greek girl did. He was half there. The gate he had just opened closed again. The Greek girl was still at work. He felt once more the pinching-off sensation, only this time, having learned how to sense the opening of a gate, he realized that the closing was not at the mouth, it was at the tail. The difference was a subtle one, since there was no distance between the mouth and the tail. From the outside there was, of course, but from inside a gate, the mouth and tail actually occupied the same space at the same time. They were geometrically adjacent. There was no space between the inside of the mouth and the inside of the tail, no matter how far apart they were. So until this moment he had not realized that in the making of all his earliest gates, he had inadvertently pinched off all the tails as he made them. But after meeting Vivi, he knew she would be coming after him, and so, as automatically as holding a door for one of the ants or mama, he had left the tail open behind him. He unlocked one of the gates, then locked it again himself. He unlocked all the gates that began inside the library. Then he locked them all. Now that he understood it, it was easy. All these years of working to try to master this art, but with nobody to teach me or explain it to me, it's not their fault or mine either. They had no words to explain it. Maybe even now, if Danny described how locking and unlocking felt to him, Vivi and the Greek girl would look at him as if he were a madman and tell him that it felt nothing like that to them. He sensed something being attempted with one of the locked gates, but he couldn't tell what. It had to be the Greek girl, but what was she doing? She was trying to see if she could open a locked gate. He felt another thrill of fear. I just learned how to lock gates by watching her lock them. Have I now taught her how to unlock them by letting her watch me? He calmed his fear. Terror is not conducive to clear thinking, since it moves decision-making from the conscious mind to the limbic reflexes. What matters is not that she's trying to learn to open locked gates. What matters is that she was actively trying to help me learn how to lock them. What else could her locking of all the new gates in the library have been? She couldn't use them. She must have understood that he was trying to learn how to lock them, and so she locked them all just to show him, to help him. Was it possible that she hadn't followed him in order to point him out to assassins? He made a viewport. He had learned to do this by making gates to push his face through, as he had first done in Rico's office. In the effort to keep his face from being visible, however, he had kept shrinking the gate until the mouth of it was a pinprick in size and the tail was at the lens of his eye. Now he understood that each such viewport was really a half-made gate, which was locked at both ends so that only he could see through it. He looked through the viewport at the mooning spot. There she was, looking angry and frustrated, and yes, a little scared. Then she noticed the viewport, not with her eyes, of course, but with her gate sense. She turned, reached out a finger, touched it. The effect was not to block his vision, but rather to include her whole body in it, to let him sense what she sensed. It was profound and disturbing. It was no longer a visual connection. It was as if he had not the use of her body, but a glimpse of her self-sense, how her body felt inside itself. He could also feel her gate sense, how his gates looked to her. Could she feel his? Was he laying himself just as bare to her, his inner map of all the gates that he had ever made? And could she sense that he was sensing her this way? Was that what she intended? He let the feeling of her self-sense wash over him, through him. He shuddered with a kind of terrifying ecstasy. Would it be this way with anyone who knew where a viewport was and touched it? With this kind of intimate contact with her gate sense and self-sense, could he also learn what she was thinking, what she intended? No. There was no language in this, and it was not, strictly speaking, her mind that he was involved with here. The in-self and out-self were something quite different from the mind, though they responded to the mind's instructions. It was as if the in-self were the skeleton of the puppet that the mind controlled, while the out-self was the strings that hung down to animate other puppets. Could he use this connection to control her? No. Danny stopped himself without even making the attempt. Even if it were possible, which he doubted, it would be man-magic to do it. A mage did not take control of another mage, even his worst enemy, even if it was in self-defense. He pulled back the viewport from her finger so that he could see her visually again. As soon as he did, he saw her double over, then drop down to a seated position on the grass and cover her face with her hands. She was crying, sobbing great heaves of her shoulders. What had he done to her? He widened the viewport and pushed his face through it. "Did I hurt you?" he asked. She shook her head. "Why are you crying?" She took her hands from her face, but also turned her face away. Of course, he could move the tail of the viewport wherever he wanted, But if she wanted him not to see her face, he would respect her wish. "You were teaching me how to lock and unlock gates, weren't you?" said Danny. She nodded. "Why?" said Danny. "Where's the rest of your family?" "They don't know where I am," said the Greek girl. "Are you going to tell them?" "I can't go back," she said. Her English was perfect, though it had a British tinge. "Why not? They knew you were a gate mage." "They thought I was just a finder. That justified letting me live, despite the treaties and laws, because I couldn't actually do anything with gates. I never dared to show them I could move through your gates. I didn't even know I could until I finally came across an open one. But then I had to go. Don't you see? I've been hungry for this my whole life. I felt so much hope when I first found you 3 Christmases ago there in the North Fortress. But all your gates were locked and I couldn't open them. I could lock them more tightly, but what good was that with you as the only other person in the world who could find them?" She looked right at him, wiping tears off her cheeks as she did. "Then I found the open gate you made for your key friend there in Florida. Yes, I was in her flat, and no, she never saw me. If she had, don't you think she would have followed? I couldn't have blocked her. Anything I can lock, she can open. And anything she opens, you can lock." Danny made the viewport into a complete gate and passed through it to sit beside her on the grass. "Are you saying that you're in as much danger now as I am?" "I'm a real gate mage, am I not?" she said. "Not just a finder, but someone who can change the gates, who could lock down any but a great gate, who can tell where gates lead as well as where they start. They were with me walking through the mall in Naples, Florida, shopping, my parents and uncle, the cousin they think I should marry, and I saw the open gate in a corridor leading down to the mall restrooms. I went right up to it and stepped through. I didn't care that it would cut me off from my own family. I didn't even care where it led. I just knew that at last, after all these years, I had found a gate that I could use. And I locked it behind me." "So you brought no one," said Danny. "I came to meet you. But then I realized that you didn't leave all your gates open because you wanted to. You didn't even realize you were doing it. And when I got to the high school and saw that you were trying to twist a great gate—" "I was?" asked Danny. "Didn't they teach you anything?" asked the Greek girl. "Twist a great gate," he echoed. Then he began quoting the runes. "Here Loki twisted a new gate to heaven." I thought twist was just the fist-talk term for making a gate, but it was about making a gate that spirals, making it while the gate mage is spinning. "What do you think whirling dervishes were imitating?" asked the Greek girl. They had seen a gate mage spinning while he made a gate to heaven. The Tower of Babel. Nimrod was one of the earliest gate mages to reach Mesopotamia, a mighty hunter who built a tower from which he suspended a rope so he could wind himself up and then create a gate while spinning a long, long time. Doesn't your family have these stories?" "Nothing about gate mages," said Danny. "You can understand why." "Of course they didn't tell you. Even in my family they gave me access to the records of the gate mages only because they wanted me to be able to recognize whatever gates I might see. Not that it helped. There were no gates in all of Europe and Africa and Asia. Your last Loki was thorough. All the gates in the world were gone. Until we drove into the North Fortress and I saw gates everywhere. It took me a while to realize that's what I was sensing, and to realize that the ones located behind buildings and inside trees were as plain to me as the ones out in the open. So when you walked up to the wall where I was hiding, I just wanted to see you. The only other gate mage I'd known of in my life. I could see the gates burning inside you." "What?" "Your heart hoard," she said. "Gate mages don't have the normal out-self, because it's already fragmented, ready to be made into gates. In your case, it's divided into bits so fine they almost seem like dust to me. That's what I was looking at. 1,000,000 possible gates, all contained in a single vivid point inside your body. I've never felt that." "What did you feel then when you reached into me just a moment ago?" she said. "No," Danny said. It was you who reached out to me. I had to persuade you somehow that you could trust me, so I touched you to lay myself bare to you, not in body, but my heart hoard. You could have stripped it away from me and added it to your own heart hoard. Sometimes lesser gate mages do that, so that a path brother or gatefather can have enough in his heart hoard to make a great gate. The lesser mage is left with nothing, but if the great gate is made, then it is deemed to be a worthy sacrifice. I don't know anything, said Danny. Nobody I knew could teach me. I had books, said the Greek girl. Nobody in my family actually knows anything either. Thank you for trusting me, said Danny. I had no idea what was happening between us when you reached into my viewport and I felt you. You understood enough to trust me and come out and join me here. I'm still afraid that it's all a lie, said Danny. That some grass brother will make the lawn here swallow me up or something. She took his hand. Whatever happens to you will happen to me, I promise it. I will do whatever I can to protect you when the time comes to make a great gate. I don't want to use up your heart hoard, heart magazine, heart arsenal. I don't want to take it away from you. She laughed. Don't you understand? I have never heard of a gate mage with a heart hoard like yours. You said it was only dust. No, she said. The heart hoard is the same size in everyone. The potential gates expand to fill the size or shrink to fit within it. Mine has only a few coarse granules. According to the books, the only one that discussed the heart hoard, the most powerful gatefathers have so many gates inside that they are like grains of sand. But yours are dust, said Danny. That's what I saw when you were hiding there in the wall. A gate mage with so much power. Danny sat there digesting this. And then you were twisting a great gate there in the school all by yourself. I had no idea what I was doing. I thought I was making a series of tiny gates to help my friend get to the top of a climbing rope in gym class. She looked puzzled for a moment. Physical education. No, I understood you very quickly. I am a gate mage, you know, even if only a lesser one. Without you, I don't know if I would ever have learned locking and unlocking, or even eating gates. You didn't eat any gates, she said, laughing a little. The gates that were out here, I took them back. Yes, you gathered in your own gates, but that's not eating them. Eating is when you take someone else's. It's a bit of their outself, so you're connected to them then. That's eating. You can't eat your own gates. I don't know anything, said Danny. 16 years old and I'm like a baby. Because they gave me 5 books to read, said the Greek girl. Only 5 that talk about gate mages out of our whole library. But it was 5 more books than anyone gave you. She was still holding his hand. I don't know your name, said Danny. Ilka, she said. That's my public name. But the secret name my mother and father gave me when they realized I must be some kind of gate mage was Hermia. Danny understood at once the classical reference to Hermes, the generic name for Greek family gate mages. So they thought you would be a gate mage like me, despite the law? Why do you think they brought me the books to read? I had all the signs, good with languages, a bratty trickster, no outself, no clant-raising ability, no affinities at all, yet very smart. I might have been Drekka, but my parents hoped for more. Danny shook his head. All these years, everyone pretending that they hate the thought of having a gate mage, promising to kill the first one to show up. My family have been trying for years to persuade the others, not yours of course, that the Drowthers have become so powerful that the weak mageries that are within our reach are not enough to protect us. Where is the stone mage who can take apart an atomic bomb without touching it? Where is the tempester who can blow a missile off its course? Where is the sandfather or claymaster who can swallow up a tank? And as for stopping a bullet or bending its course, there is no magery to deal with that. Not unless we can pass through a great gate once again and make ourselves strong. Instead of fighting each other, We must be preparing to protect ourselves against the Drowthers." "It sounds almost noble," said Danny. "It isn't," said Hermia. "They miss being gods. They know that nobody will worship any of us in our present condition, let alone pay us tribute or obey us, or regard us as anything but psychics or magicians. Charlatans, yes." "And you thought I was making a great gate?" "For your orphan friends. That's who my family fears most in this world, the orphans. They've tried, you know. Gate mages have been born to them before this." "They told me," said Danny. "The gate thief gets them, which is why I would not have made a great gate today if I'd had the slightest clue that that was what I was doing." "Well, it was pretty feeble anyway," said Hermia. "It only went up a mile. You don't actually think there are any planets that close to the surface of the earth, do you?" She smiled. Danny laughed a little, but a new question came to mind. "How would I create a great gate anyway? I don't know where Westel is." She shrugged. "We've never had to," said Hermia. "Make a gate that's large enough and twist it so it shoots out beyond your conscious control and it ends up on Westel. Then twist it all the way back and you have created a great gate. Public, powerful, not only healing but enhancing. Strong men and women made stronger, like Heracles and Goliath. We couldn't make such Drowthers into mages, but we could take them through the great gate." "Take them to Olympus," murmured Danny, "and then bring them back many times stronger than they were." "I should make one just for Hal," said Danny, thinking aloud. "But that's why you need me there," said Hermia, "to lock the other end of it the moment it reaches Westel. Otherwise, who knows what kind of person or beast would come down from Westel?" Danny remembered something he had read in Leslie's King James Bible. "And the great dragon was cast out," Danny recited from memory. "That old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him." "Is that the Bible?" asked Hermia. "It just seemed appropriate," said Danny. "Only that's not referring to Westilians," said Hermia. "Who else, then? And why not us? There were plenty of wars on Westel over the millennia that the great gates were open, but nobody in their right mind would cast their enemies out of Westel and send them to Middlegard through a great gate. That would be like healing all their wounds and replacing their spears with artillery and their chariots with jet fighters. You lock them out of the great gates that you control and go back and forth yourself. So if I had opened the great gate before I knew how to lock it— "Great gates are made up of hundreds of small gates woven together," said Hermia. "Like rope. But all the gates lead to Westel. You make them here, but then as you twist them, you're almost throwing the ends of them out into the universe, like casting a rope up to someone waiting on a cliff. There's no way you can do that while thinking of whether the gates are locked or not. So it doesn't really matter if you know how to lock them, as long as you have someone with you who does." "And you're offering your services," said Danny. "It's not really an offer," said Hermia. "It's more like a desperate plea. I have no safe place in the world now. When you make the great gate, I need you to take me through it. Where in Middlegard can I hide from the family of Zeus? I've done okay hiding from the family of Odin." "Zeus isn't one-eyed," said Hermia with a grin. "And I'm not a true Hermes who can always stay one step ahead of him. When I'm caught, there's no escape for me, unless you've made gates for me." "So we're allies," said Danny. "You don't need me as much as I need you," said Hermia. "But I really can help you. Please don't shut me out of your gates, Danny North." 21. Great Gate. They gathered at the high school gym, because the rope was already there. It was night, and the building was dark, but for this work they needed no more light than the green of the glowing exit signs over the crash doors. It made Danny sad to come back here, for he knew there would be no returning here to this school. Nobody but Hal Sargent actually knew that Danny had anything to do with the weird behavior of the rope. Danny might have gotten away with it and stayed in school, especially now that he knew how to lock a gate or return it to his own satchel. But tonight, Danny was going to try to make a great gate. Since he had already proven that he had the power to start one, there was little doubt that he would succeed. After all, solitary orphan gate mages had made great gates before. No, the likeliest outcome was the same one the other gate mages had had. The making of a great gate, and then the loss of the mage's entire outself to the gate thief. If that happened, when that happened, there was no way Danny could continue in Buena Vista. Without gates to connect him to Vivi and the Silvermans, Danny would be entirely alone. Without the power of a gate mage to go anywhere at any time, he would be at the mercy of clowns like Leader and Massey. He would have nothing to offer his friends. He would truly be what his family so long had thought him, Drekka. He would have to make his way in the Drouther world. But it only made sense to do it close to home, in Yellow Springs. He would simply have to live with being the weird running kid, make straight A's, keep his head down, and get to college. They had already worked it out in the meeting he assembled in the Silvermans' living room. Vivi, Stone, the Silvermans, and Hermia, once Stone was convinced that she was on the level and persuaded the others. They had charted the possibilities. "If the gate thief strips you," said Marion, "we will go to the North family, tell them all that you did, and that you have lost your outself. Maybe they'll let you alone then, knowing that you're no longer a mage of any kind." "Not likely," said Danny. "But your only chance," said Stone, "if you no longer have the ability to gate away from anyone trying to kill you. Hermia and Vivi will be just as vulnerable. Without your gates, they'll have nowhere to go and no way to get there." "I don't see why we have to do this at all," said Leslie. "Why not just let Danny live his life? The power he has right now can open Middlegard to the orphans. If Hermia is right and he has a vast store of gates inside him, why not link all the major cities of the world with big public gates and let the Drouthers move everywhere freely?" "The families would still hunt him down and kill him," said Marion sadly. "And then his gates would slowly fade, like the ghosts left behind when clans are stranded." "I hate it," said Leslie. "Why not wait at least? Why does it have to be now?" "Every day that we wait is a day in which one of the family spies might spot him or Hermia." "If the gate thief is just going to take him—" "Mom," said Danny, which silenced Leslie immediately, though it filled her eyes with tears. "All the other gate mages who tried a great gate were alone. No other gate mage with them. I have Hermia and Vivi. There's a chance they can keep the gate locked against the gate thief." "Or something," said Hermia, "since we don't know what the gate thief actually does." Vivi shook her head. "I agree with Leslie. I think that this girl and I will make no difference at all. We'll just have a clearer view of how Danny gets stripped." "Even that will move our knowledge forward," said Stone. "We can write it down. We can spread it among the orphans. Maybe we'll learn something that will let us do better on the next attempt." "This is all moot," said Danny. I'm doing it tonight. Either there'll be a great gate or there won't. Not only that, you'll all be there." "Getting bossy, isn't he?" said Vivi. "Because if I make a great gate, it might last for a few seconds. I want all of you to go through it as quickly as you can. Get to Westel, and then, if you can, come back instantly." "What's the point of that?" asked Leslie. "What if we get stranded there? We won't know anyone. They'll probably kill us the moment they notice we're there. The gate thief might be the ruler of the whole world there, for all we know." "But we'll be the first mages to pass through a great gate in 14 centuries, said Stone. "We'll be more powerful than anybody." "What does that mean to me?" asked Leslie. "I'll be the world's most powerful cow?" "She's got a point," said Vivi. "Maybe she shouldn't go." "But Marion has to. And Leslie won't stay behind alone if he goes," said Stone. "That's right," said Leslie. "And Marion's a cobble friend," Stone went on. "After passing through the gate, he'll be the strongest stone mage in the world." "We don't know that," said Marion. "I'll be much stronger in the things that I can already do, but none of the literature suggests that a great gate can turn a cobble friend into a stone father. The great gates make a difference in degree, not in kind." "We'll try it," said Danny. If you think we should, Stone, I'll go get Sed and bring him along. He's a wind mage, and you say he's got a lot of ability. Maybe a gale breath. If we bring him through the great gate, then whichever side he ends up on, he can protect the others. None of the families will have a wind mage to match him once he's gone through a great gate, and the same will likely be true in Westill if he gets stuck there. You can ask him, said Marion. Nobody should go if they don't want to run the risk of being stuck in Westill. Think of everything that's happened in Middlegard since 632 AD. All of modern technology, for one thing. Immunization against plagues, medicine. If they don't have gates, they can't heal people easily. Flush toilets, the Copernican model of the solar system, microscopes, telescopes. There's no reason to think they have any of that stuff. Or they might have better stuff, said Danny. For all we know, the gate thief isn't a person at all. What if it's a machine that sucks the power right out of any mage? We don't know anything. And it's time we did, said Marion. Leslie's and my kids are grown. If we're stranded there, we'll miss them, but they don't need us. Why are we having this conversation? Said Hermia. The gates will probably be sucked out of Danny before anybody can go anywhere. Greeks are so cheerful, said Vivi. For what it's worth, said Hermia, we're not really Greek. We were never Greek. We're Pelasgians. We were the gods of the Illyrians, the Albanians, the Danai. When the Dorians and Ionians came, we wiped out their families and they worshipped us. But we're not Greek. Thanks for the history lesson, said Leslie. I think it's fascinating, said Danny. Oh, my, Danny's in love, said Vivi. Danny and Hermia sitting in a tree. Give it a rest, Vivi, said Stone. Everybody's a little crazy tonight, but Hermia's right. The most likely outcome is that the gate thief will swallow all of Danny's gates before anybody makes it to Westill, let alone back again. And there we'll all be in Buena Vista, Virginia, which isn't exactly a metropolis, without any gates to get us home. Somebody's going to have to rent us a car so we can drive to the airport in Roanoke and get the hell away from there. With Danny, whatever kind of shape he's in. I'll do it, said Vivi. Danny can make me a nice gate between the airport and this rope in the gym. Why do we have to do it there? Asked Leslie. Surely there are other ropes hanging from gymnasium ceilings that aren't a stone's throw from the North Fortress. That's the one that worked today, said Hermia. Danny proved he can make a great gate, and he did it there. If we can make a great gate, said Danny, then maybe we can break down this system of miserable, hate-filled, paranoid, inbred families, and replace them with miserable, lonely orphans, said Marion. Sorry to be cynical, but I'm not optimistic about our ability to do any better. Whoever has the power will become the gods of legend, capricious, cruel, tyrannical. And yet you are going to go through the gate? Asked Vivi. It's going to be made, isn't it? Asked Marion. If it's going to happen, I want it to be us that go through it first. Maybe we can make it less awful for the world than it might otherwise be. I think we're done here, said Danny. I've got some gates to make. From here to Perry McClure High School, so when the time is right, you can all just step through. From there to the Roanoke Airport, so Vivi can rent a car. It'll take her about an hour to get it up I-81 to BV. Meanwhile, I'll go get Sed if he'll come. Stone, maybe you should come with me. And me, said Hermia. I'm staying with you. She turned to Vivi. And no more jokes about being in love. You and I are both nothing without him, and you know it. I do, said Vivi, chastened before her fierceness. If you're lying to us, said Stone to Hermia, and you're setting him up to get killed, I swear I'll kill you with my bare hands. I'm glad you're so loyal, said Hermia, without batting an eye. But I am no liar and no spy. Good, that's settled then, said Danny. Since I'm the idiot who set this all in motion by playing around with the rope climb in a high school gym, I apologize right now for everything that goes wrong with this. With any luck, I'm the only one who gets zapped in the outself, and everything else goes on like normal for the rest of you. But if terrible things happen, please remember that I meant well and that I did my best. That's what I promise you. I'll do my best to try to fight off the gate thief and get this thing done right. It's up to you to make the most of it if you can." Leslie burst into tears. Danny walked over and put his arm around her shoulder. "Oh, don't bother with her," said Vivi. "Comforting her is Marion's job. We have work to do. Move it, gate boy." Everyone laughed, even Leslie. Danny stood up and made a public gate from the Silverman living room to a space near the bleachers in the Perry McClure gym. Then he took Hermia's hand and stepped through it. Vivi took Stone by the hand and followed them. Ced came without argument. He knew the chance of a lifetime when he saw it, even with the risk of getting stranded on Westill. Vivi rented a big SUV and made it to the high school without getting lost. Danny pulled in all the little gates that had propelled so many students a mile up into the air so the area was clear. "All right, Hermia," said Danny. "Close all the public gates I just made. I don't want any students to stumble their way to Yellow Springs or Roanoke tomorrow." "Don't worry," said Ced. "The gate thief will probably eat them all before morning." Nobody laughed. "Sorry," said Ced. "Thought I'd brighten the mood." "Oh, you did," said Stone. "Now everybody hopes you'll make it to Westill and stay there." That did get a few chuckles. Danny looked at Hermia and Vivi. "Are you ready?" "We'll be vigilant," said Hermia. "And if there's anything we can do to help you, we'll do it. The main thing is to tell everybody the moment the Great Gate is complete so they can go through it. Tell them where to enter. Make it so this isn't wasted if it's possible at all." "I think I should go with them," said Vivi. "Absolutely not," said Stone. "You need to be with Danny, not distracted by zipping through a gate." "What if the gate thief locks the Great Gate and I'm the only one who can open it?" "Open it from this side," said Hermia. "Our job is to stay with Danny." Vivi sighed. "I know," she said. "She just doesn't want to lose her loving husband," said Stone cheerfully. "Leslie gets to go with Marion," Vivi pointed out. "Nobody goes with anybody until I make the gate," said Danny, "which is now." He walked to the rope, gripped it with his hands, then raised his legs up so his feet rested on the big knot at the bottom. "Wind me up, ladies," he said. Hermia and Vivi began to spin him. "Slowly. I don't want to be dizzy before I even start," said Danny. They slowed down. They turned him and turned him until the thick rope began doubling, and Danny was rising noticeably higher above the floor. "Enough," said Danny. "Now everybody be quiet. Only talk to me if it's something urgent that you think I don't see. It takes concentration to spin out so many gates at once." They had already decided from Hermia's reading that the average Great Gate was really 10 or 12 gates intertwined and twisted together, all of them spanning the whole distance. Some Great Gates had fewer, some more, and the more there were, the longer the Great Gate would last after the death of the mage that made them. But they figured average was good enough for today. "Let go," said Danny. "But carefully, so I stay centered." Then he closed his eyes. Vision would only distract him. Vivi and Hermia looked at each other. "On 3, said Vivi. "As in 1, 2, let go, all right?" Hermia nodded. 1, said Vivi. 2. Now. Danny began to spin. He immediately started to form gates until he had 12, all of them with their mouths close together at the height of the knot in the rope, facing the west wall of the gym. The tails ended at the ceiling, but that was only temporary, as he carried the mouths with him in his accelerating spin. Hermia and Vivi were watching for the moment of maximum acceleration, when the rope was at its full length, before it started winding up again in the other direction. But Danny didn't wait for their signal. He knew from what Hermia had read in the books that great gates had usually been made by gatefathers who were simply turning around and around on their feet, like children playing at making themselves dizzy. This would certainly be fast enough. He took the tails of the 12 gates and threw them upward into space, with no destination in mind except a vague idea of there, wherever there was. There meaning Westel, meaning the natural home of the mages, meaning the place where the gate thief was waiting for him. It took less than an instant. There, he thought, and the tails of the gates arrived just like that. "It's open," said Hermia. "This way." Danny had no time to notice whether anyone was going through the gate or not, for the gate thief was there just like that. "Oh God," said Vivi. The gate thief had him, just the way Bel had Loki in the runic inscription. The jaws of Bel seized his heart to carry it away, but that had been followed by Loki held tight to his own heart and followed the jaws of the beast. Danny understood now exactly what the inscription meant. He could feel his entire outself, all the gates he could ever make, moving away from him. He could simply let them go, or he could concentrate on them, try to keep control of them. But no, fighting the gate thief wasn't the way. Loki tricked Bel into thinking he was captive, but he was not captive. His heart held the jaws. The jaws did not hold his heart. Danny stopped resisting. Though he maintained his concentration, his awareness of all the gates as the thief dragged them away. He also felt it as the gate thief began to slurp up all the gates that Danny had ever made in his life, sucking them in like noodles from a bowl of soup. Then suddenly his gates, his outself, arrived. Inside another person, so it was no machine. But there was a powerful impression of 1,000 other outselves as well. The gate thief had all the outselves he had stolen kept in one place, and Danny was among them. Yet he also sensed that he was stronger than any of them. No, he was stronger than all of them. His mass of potential gates was greater than the entire satchelful of outselves combined. Which of them belonged to the gate thief himself? Easy to find, the largest. And in that moment, Danny became aware of the entire map of the thief's active gates. What mattered, though, was the satchel, the repository where the thief kept his unused outself and the outselves of all the mages he had ever stripped and all the gates that he had stolen. Danny knew that he was more powerful than all of them combined, but he also knew that the gate thief knew things that Danny did not. He wants me to fight him. If I try to pull my own gates back, that's the moment when the jaws snap shut and cut the gates from me, like breaking a fully stretched-out rubber band. Instead, Danny held his gates right where they were, inside the gate thief's stash. Then he created all his gates at once, his entire outself as one vast mouth, with the tail of it in Danny's own heart, his inself. Mouth to tail, 1,000,000 gates, uncountable gates. He widened the mouth and engulfed the gate thief's entire satchel within it, just as he had swallowed Eric when he dragged him out of Rico's office. His gates were back, just like that, and along with them had come all the stolen gates in the gate thief's satchel, and all the thief's own gates that had not yet been made, his unused outself. He could feel the gate thief pulling back on his own outself, doing exactly the thing that would allow Danny to cut it off entirely, to swallow it and leave the gate thief bereft. Because he still had the gate thief's map of gates inside his mind, Danny knew that he was leaving them behind, not stripping the thief entirely. But Danny had no idea how to suck them in the way the thief had sucked in Danny's, and he didn't want to take the time to try, for fear it would give the thief time to recover. Instead, leaving behind the few gates the thief had deployed in Westel, Danny broke the connection between all these outselves and the thief himself. The gate thief was gone. His map of gates was gone, but Danny had most of the thief's gates, and all the stolen ones. Alone with the outselves of 1,000 mages, Danny suddenly became aware that they were screaming. And loudest of all, the huge and powerful outself of the gate thief. They weren't doing anything, but they were filled with fear and hatred and hope and hunger all at once, and they were screaming in his mind, and all that he could do was scream back at them until he dropped from the rope onto the floor of the gym, screaming and gasping and screaming again. He could not hear his own mind, no matter how loud he screamed. "I am Danny," he was trying to say. "I am Danny. This is my heart, not yours. It belongs to me." It had never occurred to him, because he had not foreseen this outcome, that to take other mages' outselves into his heart would be the equivalent of a heart-bound beast allowing the outself of a mage to ride him. And if Danny was not strong enough, not skilled enough, they would control him like a clant. And Danny had no skill with this at all.
22. Justice. Queen Bexoy seemed happy to see Wad when he appeared in the nursery. He had been watching her for more than 2 weeks, and she was never alone. He knew it was no coincidence, no accident. Whenever Priard left her, she made sure someone else was with her. Usually a court official, but when necessary, one of the nurses tending her child. Wad had seen her do exactly the same thing when avoiding the agents of Grey, only it had been even more difficult, of course, to avoid Wad, since he would know whenever she was alone and could get into any room. So, when Queen Bexoy suddenly had not so much as a moment of privacy, she who had once had hours to herself every day, and who could have solitude with a wave of her hand, Wad knew exactly what was going on. Today, though, she had finally slipped. The nurse who was supposed to be in the nursery when Bexoy arrived had stumbled on the stairs and was now in the kitchen, having her wound bathed and bandaged by the day cook, Mast. So when Bexoy left her ladies-in-waiting at the door and came inside the nursery, she had no company but the baby, Oath. And, in a moment, Wad. They were alone together at last, unseen by anyone except the baby, and whoever might be watching at the open viewport he had created in Anonoe's old room. Yet Bexoy didn't bat an eye when he appeared. She smiled warmly, resting her folded arms across her huge belly, which was 1 month from delivery, and said, "Oh, Wad, I've missed you so much, my only friend. Please, sit down." He did not sit. He was here to make sure she knew that she could not harm Prince Oath with impunity. He had no time to waste. "I realize that things are over between us, Bexoy," he said, "and I am not angry." "Over?" she said. "Friendship does not end." "But I will never be in your bed again, and I'm content," said Wad calmly, as deceptive as she was, and better at it. "I have a husband now, of course," said Bexoy. "My lonely vigil is over. You have been such a blessing in my life. Do you think I could ever forget your kindness? You have my friendship and loyalty forever." Wad wondered how many times she had rehearsed the speech, knowing that for any normal man it would be infuriating, would stir him to violence or ranting or grief. Was that what she wanted from him? Wad did not care. He was not here to follow her plans, but to bend her to his own. "I came," said Wad, "to ask you whether Priard's baby is doing well." Bexoy smiled beatifically, opening her arms to stroke the sides of her own belly with affection. But Wad saw her also become more tense, more alert. "Why do you ask? Have you heard that I am unwell? That the baby is in danger of any kind?" "How could a baby inside your womb be in danger?" asked Wad. "Who would dare to reach inside your body and pinch off the cord until the baby died? What kind of monster would do such a thing, even if there was a man who could?" There. The threat was made. She grew solemn. "I have a friend who makes sure that babies pass out of my body in their proper time, healthy and undamaged. He tends my body as well, so I suffer no ill effects. That friend is the most precious person in my life." "Oh, yes, my love," he answered silently, do remember how childbirth nearly killed you, would have killed you without my help. Think of that before you raise a hand against my son." "Not more precious than Priard," said Wad. "Not more precious than the baby you carry. Not more precious than the baby Oath, whose birth has made you queen and wife in fact as well as name. Who can measure one love against another?" "That is my question," said Wad. "I have in my possession, you see, a woman who was once the king's beloved, who gave him sons that once he loved. These last 2 weeks, as you avoided me, I found it harder and harder to get food for them unnoticed." "How unfortunate," said Beksoy, with real sympathy in her voice, if not her eyes. "It occurred to me that perhaps it is time, now that you occupy your proper place as queen, for me to bring forth the prisoners who have spent a year and a half in my care. These were children the king once loved with all his heart. Think how happy you would make him to produce them for him in his own bedroom, and their once beloved mother, too. How he would thank you for having kept them alive all these months." Beksoy continued to smile, but her eyes were hard. "I thought they must have passed from the land of the living many months ago. I know I asked you from the start to send them plunging to the bottom of the lake. What kind of warden would I be if I allowed such a misfortune to befall them? It's true that they could fall at any time, right out of their prison cell, but who knows where the gate that catches them might lead? Right now it leads to the top of the same cave, but it could lead here to the nursery, or to the king's chamber." "Why are you threatening me like this?" asked Beksoy softly. "When my husband's love is so new and fragile. You threaten my unborn baby. You threaten to return my husband's old lover and his bastard sons. Why would my friend betray me like this?" "Why did you shun me?" asked Wad. "Why did you cut me off without a word? What am I to think except that you are plotting something?" "I couldn't face you," said Beksoy. Now her performance changed. Instead of happiness to see him, instead of utter innocence, she was now a helpless little girl, asking him for help, for understanding. "I thought you would be angry. I was afraid." "You thought I'd take the hint and go away," said Wad. "You helped me when I was in need," she said. "I was showing you I was in need no more." "Telling would have been better than showing." "Asking would have been better than showing up uninvited," she answered. "You know I can't approach you openly. The kitchen boy? The castle monkey? The one that was named Wad of Dough by the only one who loved him?" "I loved you," said Beksoy. "I love you still." Wad ignored her. He knew this game. "How quickly would they act to swat me away, to throw me out of Nasasa, or imprison me if they thought I meant to speak with you alone?" "If you know your place so well," said Beksoy, "perhaps you ought to have stayed there." Her words stung him. "On the night when Luvix meant to poison you or stab you to death, should I have stayed in my place?" "That night your place was with me." "And when Oath was conceived, should I have been in my place?" "Your place was in bed with me because I bade you come." "But now my place is back where I was before, as if you owed me nothing." "You slept with the Queen of Iceway, sister of the Jarl of Grey," said Beksoy. "You have had your reward. There is no other. My need for you has passed." There it was, stated nakedly, without pretense. "Then all is clear between us," he said. "No, it isn't," she said. "You have threatened my unborn baby." "You know I'd never harm a child," said Wad. "You have kept 2 children prisoners in a cave for a year and a half," she said contemptuously. "You charge me with a crime that I committed for your sake? For my sake, you would have murdered them. I don't know for whose sake it is that you have kept them alive for all this time. I didn't need to share your bed, Bexoy. I know that is your husband's place. I could have continued to be your protector and ally if you had only asked me. Then I regret that I did not. I ask you now. Too late, said Wad. Alas, said Bexoy. Wad expected her to attack him. So he was taken by surprise when she flicked a hand and the high-sided bed where Prince Oath slept erupted in flames. Wad did not hesitate. He gated to the crib, his arms already outstretched to seize the child between his hands. But the baby was not there. Instead, there was a mannequin, the doll that Wad himself had used to hide Trick's absences. And as he hesitated in the realization, Queen Bexoy engulfed the wooden doll in unnatural flame that created bitter smoke. The doll had been painted with something, and the smoke from its burning dulled his mind. It was a clever enough plan to make him think that he was saving his son, to use his own trick against him, and to place him for a long moment in the agony of fire and the stupidity of the drug. How else could you murder a gate mage, except to entice him into the midst of poisoned smoke and hold him there until he lacked the wit to gate away? The poison was not quick enough, the pain of the flames not sharp enough, his confusion not long-lasting enough. He gated out of the castle entirely, to a spot atop a hill overlooking Nasasa from across the fjord. He was healed in that moment by the gate itself, so his mind was clear. He had no more than a moment to wonder where the baby was, and how she had removed him from the crib without his noticing. Only a moment to realize that she must have arranged for the nurse to stumble and be absent, that Bexoy had used that decoy to distract him and, with luck, assassinate him. He had not discovered an opportunity to be alone with Bexoy. He had fallen headlong into the trap she laid for him. He had never been in control of anything. Whatever the risk to her or to her second child, she wanted him dead before the child was born. He could not think about this now because, from his vantage point, he saw at once that a dozen men were being lowered over the castle walls on ropes, heading for each of a dozen caves that overlooked the lake below. In 3 of them, he knew, they would find Anonoe and her 2 sons. They had pikes. Their plan could not be clearer. And Wad remembered that he had told the queen what the prison he had made consisted of, but had never told her that the 3 of them were separated, or which of the caves contained them. Wad knew how to save Anonoe and her children, but he had no intention of bringing them back to King Priard. That would only put their lives in danger, for the king was now besotted with Bexoy, who carried his child. If he had taken Wad's advice and watched at the viewport in Anonoe's old room, then he would know that Oath was not his child, that Bexoy had been faithless to him, that she knew who had captured Anonoe and her children, and that Queen Bexoy was a fire mage. If he had not watched, he would not know. But either way, there was little hope for Wad's 3 prisoners if he brought them to a place inside Nasasa. Bexoy would kill them if the king did not. So instead, Wad cast his inner gaze to a place high in the mountains, where once he had found clothing left by a young girl's hands. But where were the girl and her family, who had picnicked by the tree where Wad had dwelt in silent dreaming for so many centuries? He knew that, poor as they were, the family would take in the children and their mother. And the prisoners, for their part, would be so grateful to be free that they would accept whatever meager fare was offered them. Later, Wad would come to Anonoe and her sons and tell them a useful story about who imprisoned them and how they were set free. Later, he would bring them to the people who still mistrusted Bexoy and believed the kingdom would be better served if Anonoe's children were King Priard's heirs. Once, fresh hatched from the tree, Wad had shadowed the girl and her family along a mountain road. Wad had seen where they arrived. And now he was there, looking down a slope at the lonely house in shaggy fields nearly ready for the poor harvest of the short growing season in the mountains. He took the gate at the mouth of the cave where the dangling soldier braced his feet upon the sill, poised to jab with the pike into Aluak's body, and pushed the gate mouth up the sloping floor to swallow the child inside. At that very moment he had already moved the tail of the gate to a spot in the dry grass just up the hill from the house of Roop and Levitt, and their brave and kind-hearted daughter Echo, who once had succored him. Wad paused only long enough to see that Aluak was there and alive, then returned his attention to the face of the cliff. Another soldier now was poised at the mouth of the cave that held Enonoi, readying his pike to probe the woman who lay trapped and helpless before him. At that most inconvenient moment, Wad felt a familiar stirring that he did not understand. It was a burning somewhere deep inside him, in the well from which 500 voices cried to him. He did not know what the burning meant, or why the voices cried out when the burning came, or who they even were, but he knew that every time he had felt this burning during all his years inside the tree, the only way to still the hunger was to eat. Not food, but the thing that burned. Now, though, he was not in the tree. Now he was a woken man, a gatefather who understood his own magery. So what he had experienced during his long tree sleep as a burning and an eating, as unconscious as that of a babe inside the womb, he now understood quite differently. It was the presence of another gate mage that had stirred him up. Or rather, it was the creation of a great gate that was not his own which caused him to burn inside. The new great gate led from a world that Wad had once known well, but now could not remember. He only knew that if that gate were left in place, it would destroy everything that mattered in the world. So Wad reached out, by instinct now, after so many years of habitual response, and ate it. He felt the outself of the other mage, the maker of the gate, react with surprise and try to pull away. He knew that he had felt the self-same thing at least 24 times while he had lived inside the tree. But this time he understood that it was a person, and that what he ate was that other person's heart, his outself, the part of him that made his gates. Wad swallowed that heart, and with it dragged inside himself the whole array of gates the other mage had made, sucked them in like noodles that dangled outside the mouth, only to be slurped inside. And in a moment he had them. All the gates. There were so many. This one had so many gates, and yet they had not begun to exhaust his heart hoard. Wad had never seen a gatefather with so much potential. But, as usual, the gate mage was naive and did not understand what was happening with him. He had not learned enough to know how to resist Wad's strength and skill and wiliness. But just as Wad was about to sever the connection between the gate mage and all the gates he would ever make, a strange thing happened. Out of the heart Wad held already in the jaws of his inner mouth, the other gate mage stretched open a mouth much larger than Wad's own and snapped it over him, over his entire heart hoard, over all the other mages' heart hoards that Wad held inside him. The stranger snapped. He bit. The connection was severed, and Wad was helpless to resist. If the other mage had not been so naive, he would have sucked in all of Wad's existing gates as well, but he did not. The gates that Wad had made remained. But he had no heart hoard now, nothing with which to form another gate. In that moment, Wad went from being the greatest gatefather that the world of Westal ever knew to being one so frail he had no store of gates inside him, and only a handful of existing gates that he could manipulate. The soldier stabbed into the cave with his pike, and Wad could not do anything at first. It would take a tiny bit of his out-self even to move her gate the way that he had moved Aluak's, and he had no shred of out-self left to do even this. So he sucked Anonoe's gate into himself, to give himself some kind of heart-hoard, however small. Her bleeding body tumbled from the cave mouth toward the lake. Now, Wad had enough reserve that he could move the mouth of Aluak's gate to a place just under the falling woman. It swallowed her. She disappeared in midair, but he felt her emerge in the snow near Echo's house, fully healed by the passage through the gate. He found the cave where Anop had been held. The soldier there was drawing back his pike from the cave, and on the end of it, Anop hung, gripping it with both his hands, though it pierced him through the belly. If it had been his heart, no doubt it would have been too late to save him, but quickly Wad took back Anop's gate, gaining even more power and quickness. Then he swung the mouth of Aluak's gate to swallow him. He disappeared. But because Anop still gripped the pike, it came along with him, leaving the soldier standing there, balanced between cave sill and taut rope, with empty hands. Anop emerged between his mother and his brother in the mountain grass. He was not healed by the gate because the spear still pierced his body, and he still held on to it. "Pull out the pike!" Wad shouted in his mind. But Anonoe and Aluak just stood there, shivering and terrified. 2 years of prison had made them helpless, broken, unresourceful. They could do nothing. Wad moved the mouth of the gate across the gorge until it swallowed Wad himself. He too emerged on the mountain slope. He pulled the pike from the writhing boy, then dragged the mouth of the gate from Nasasa to this place and passed it once more over the boy, depositing him only inches from where he started, but with no wound in his belly. Wad stood, revealed now, before Anonoe. "You," she said. "The kitchen monkey. Wad." He turned to her. "Get your sons down the hill and beg these gentle souls for help. Are you a fool? Walk." But they could not walk. They could barely stand. Wad gathered in more of the gates that he still had to work with, a tiny fraction of the out-self he was born with, and made a gate to take them down to a spot just outside the door of the humble shack. "Open up!" he shouted. No one came. The house was empty. Wad gated them inside the hovel. It would be warmer there than outside. It was all that he could do right now. Because he had a greater concern, now they were safe. What had Anonoe and her boys ever been to him except his enemies and then his prisoners, and finally his terrible burden of responsibility? For them as human beings he cared nothing, because he knew them not at all. All he could think of now was, where is Trick? He was not in the burning crib when I reached for him. Where did she put him? Wad used the gate at hand, reversed it, and took himself back to the hill overlooking the fjord and Nasasa's steepest wall. Then he closed the gate entirely and gathered up all the other gates, the ones that once had been his passageways to freedom in Nasasa, the gates that once had led him to the Queen. Now he wished that he had been like the mage who swallowed up his heart-hoard, leaving hundreds of gates everywhere. If he had not been so tidy, he would have them now. Instead, his entire heart-hoard was no more than that of a common path-brother. How could I not have understood that I was the gate thief all along? What did I think those voices inside me were, that seething mass of rage and loss and fading memory? I did not think. I did not remember a time when they were not there. But there must have been such a time, because I stole them all. Somewhere among them was Hull's grandfather. So many others. Why was I doing this? Why was it so important that no gates be made in this world, or leading from another world to here? Wad realized now that his old self, the self that still remembered things, must have hidden inside the tree so he would live for centuries, stealing gates and gate mages' hearts. Why had he become the enemy of all gate magery? Why couldn't he remember? Had his memories seeped into the tree, lost to him forever? Or did they remain somewhere inside him, waiting to be found? He gathered in his gates and then used these feeble resources to search Nasasa for his son. He found Trick's body, smothered under the gown of the last nurse who had been on duty. When Wad had been distracted, watching her replacement stumble and go to the kitchen to get her injury attended to, the woman had suffocated the child and carried the body out beneath her clothing. Trick was already dead before Wad went to the nursery to see the queen. Wad had supposed that he and Trick were safe until the new baby was born. The queen had counted on him to believe that, and so she acted in advance, carefully manipulating Wad's attention. Only her failure to kill Wad himself had prevented all from going as she planned. This was the day, the hour she had chosen for all her rivals to die, and she had hidden it from him. Wad gated the dead toddler out from the nurse's gown and brought the body to his own arms. The gate had no power to heal the child now. He was already cold. Wad did not kill the nurse. She had only obeyed her queen. Let the woman be tormented by the memory of the struggling boy, and by the fear of what would happen when the queen demanded she produce the corpse. When she could not do it, Beksoy would assume that the nurse had given it to someone else. Beksoy would assume the baby was alive, that she had not had the heart to kill it, just as Wad had not killed Anonoy and Aluik and Anop. If that had only been the truth, if Wad had found his son alive, he would have spared the nurse who refused to kill him. Even in his weakened state, he would have gated her away to safety. Now, with no corpse to prove her obedience, he would let her suffer the consequence of being thought innocent of murder by the one who ordered her to do it. For a moment he thought of a terrible justice, putting the body of his son back into Beksoy's womb to share the space with his half-brother, only a month away from birth. If Beksoy lived through the insertion, and Wad had lost none of his deftness, so she might, the body would decay and rot inside her, and soon wreak vengeance on his monstrous mother and his usurping womb mate. But Wad had no murder in him now. Grief and fear had overpowered his rage. A gatefather in another world had proven he was stronger than Wad. Someday, that mage would come here to this world, and Wad would have no power to resist him. Now was not the time for meaningless murders. Let Beksoy have her kingdom, if she could keep it, if Anonoy could not find a way to take it from her. Wad had other work to do, other enemies to deal with. He sat upon the hill, a gatefather who was now but a shadow of himself, and wept. For all his crimes he wept, for all who had died before he could save them, for the mages he had stripped of power even more utterly than he had been stripped today. I held their outselves in my heart hoard for 1,000 years, some of them, or more. I made myself the thief of hearts, and now I am repaid. And yet I must stand watch against some enemy whose name I do not know, some danger that I can't identify, some world-ending dread that now will find me nearly empty. I was the god who was supposed to protect this world. Was it my nemesis who took away my heart today? Or merely some innocent gate mage who happened to be stronger than I ever was, and unknowingly laid the world bare to the real enemy, whatever that might be? Wad gated himself away from Nasasa to the mountains. He found Echo working in another field beside another house, a larger one. The family had become more prosperous. They had abandoned their old house in the high and meager fields. Echo knew him when she saw him, and her face brightened. "Tree Man," she said. "Thank you," he said, "for what you did for me." She knelt before him. "O man of the tree," she said, "how can I serve you now?" "In your old house higher up the mountain, there is a woman and her sons. They are helpless and no one else knows where they are. If the king or queen should find them, they'll be killed. But they have friends who soon will seek them. Keep them alive until I can find and bring their friends." "I will," she said, and closed her eyes. Then she opened them, reached out, and touched Wad, then drew back her hand as if she had burned herself. "If there is any blessing in me," Wad replied, "then it is yours." She arose and ran up the path that led to the abandoned hovel. Wad gated himself to the tree in the forest of mages, where he had lived so long. He gathered in the last of all his gates and pressed himself against the tree. "Take me back," he murmured. "I have failed at everything." But the tree did not obey. Perhaps without his power it did not know him. Perhaps his time for dwelling in a tree had passed. But Wad remained there, clinging to the rough bark, because he had no other place to go. "Trick," he whispered. My son, if only I had died and you had lived. Oh, Trick, my son."
23. Gatefather. He heard them calling to him, as if from far away. Leslie weeping over him, saying over and over, "Danny, come back. Danny, we need you. Please come back." Marion, his voice stern, "Daniel North, you have work to do. Get your chores done before you play. Do you think a farm runs itself?" Stone, speaking softly, "We have to know what happened, Danny. You have to report to us. This is all wasted if we don't understand. Danny, come back to me." Vivi and Hermia didn't speak to him. Instead, he felt them, felt a pinching and a caressing inside himself, probes that moved through him, not in his body, not even in his mind, but in that place where his gates all stayed. Only gradually did he realize what they were doing. All the screaming out selves that had been drowning out his own thoughts, threatening to swallow him up in their agonized, frustrated wishes and demands, one by one, they were closing, as Hermia worked to shut them all. Meanwhile, Vivi was touching the ones that Hermia had not yet reached, as if to assure them that they were being heard. They did not have to scream. They would be heard if they only spoke one at a time, each in turn, not all at once like this. Patience, patience. Only one voice inside him was not touched, or closed, or changed. It was the out-self of the gate thief, and he was not screaming, not shouting, not doing anything. Pulled out of his stupor and terror and solitude by the voices of his friends, freed from more and more of the burden of all the stolen gates by Hermia and Vivi, it was to the out-self of the gate thief that Danny turned. "Who are you?" Danny asked, not in words, but as a kind of exploration. "Why did you try to steal my heart? What did you want? What did you fear?" "Bell, bell, bell, bell," came the answer. Only it wasn't an answer. It was simply a kind of watchfulness, a continuous probe. Let Bell not come into the world again. He will eat us all this time. He will ride the Drowthers, all of them, ride them through the gates to Westill. He will devour us all. Close the gates, all the gates, keep the worlds apart. Is that a gate? Is there a gate? 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 Gradually, Danny came to understand that the gate thief's outself was simply continuing to do the task that had been set for it, waking and sleeping for centuries. Watch for a great gate, for any gate. Wake me when a gate appears. All gates must be stopped, must be eaten, must be owned. No gates anywhere, or the enemy will make it through. It was still the war with Bel. Carthage was long since broken, plowed, and salted, but still the gate thief watched out for the dangerous and implacable foe. Gate thief? Danny knew him now. It was Loki. It had always been Loki, the last Loki, the one who closed the gates between the worlds. Somehow he was still alive, still watching, and until Danny ate his outself, he had still been laboring to keep the worlds apart. Why? Danny asked again and again, but Loki's outself did not hear him. Instead, it continued its vigil, intensely watching, scanning. Lying where he was, still hearing the other captive outselves, still feeling Hermia and Vivi inside him, still hearing the voices of Leslie, Marion, and Stone, Danny made a gate, a single gate, going only an inch or two. Immediately, Loki's outself outshouted everything. Gate, 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 and Danny felt what Loki's outself made him feel. Must consume the gate, must eat all the gates this mage will ever make. Danny was hungry, and yet it was his own gate that he would have to eat if he was to satisfy Loki's need. The gate thief had carried this hunger around inside himself for more than 13 centuries. He made a gate, said Hermia aloud. A locked one, said Vivi. Very small. Was it Danny who made it? Hermia asked. Or has the gate thief taken him over from the inside? Danny opened his mouth and tried to speak. Leslie cried out, He's trying to talk! Hush! You're the only one being loud, my love, said Marion. Danny searched for his own voice, the one the outside world could hear. It's me. He opened his eyes. Still in the gym? He asked. We didn't know if we could move you, said Vivi. And said didn't make it back through the gate, said Marion. He didn't want to come, said Leslie. But we came back, said Marion. We touched the earth of Westill, and then we came right back. While you fought, we made the passage. The awe in his voice was almost palpable. So move us some mountains, tough guy, said Danny, his voice feebler than he expected. What about Stone? I didn't go, said Stone. I stayed with Vivi. What would I do with more power? Grow giant tomatoes and get my picture in the paper? Florist shop? Asked Danny. How long? Half an hour, maybe, said Vivi. Who's crying? Asked Danny. Leslie, of course, said Vivi. And Hermia, said Stone. Oh, really? Asked Vivi. I thought she was still busy locking gates. I am, said Hermia. I'm not crying. Shut up. We thought we lost you, said Vivi. So many gates, so many outselves. We couldn't imagine how you could contain them, keep them from taking you over, especially with the gate thief's outself in you, so thick with power, so... But the dust of your outself overwhelmed him. You're really something, Danny. My gates? Asked Danny. All inside you, said Hermia. The great gate? Especially that one. Make it again, said Danny. Not yet, said Vivi. You don't know what would happen. What about Ced? He chose to stay, said Marion. He could have made it back. You can open another great gate in a day, a week. Let him do what he wants to do there. In a month you can go to him. Give him a chance to do what he can do as the most powerful wind mage in Westill. If he is the most powerful, said Stone. If you try to make the great gate again, said Hermia, you don't know what the gate thief will do. You don't know what the gate thief will do. He's not dead. If you open up a way for him to come through, he might know a way to take it all back again. His own out-self, the captives, and you as well. He's still dangerous." Danny nodded. His head hurt. "My head hurts." "You hit the floor kind of hard," said Vivi. "I'm thinking we need to pass you through a gate. You might have a concussion." "He might have fractured his skull," said Leslie. "Can you put yourself through a gate?" asked Hermia. Danny took the little gate that he had made and passed the mouth of it over his own head, then down his entire body. He felt fine now. He sat up, stood up. "You beat him," said Hermia, grinning. Then she threw her arms around him. "You beat the gate thief." "It's Loki," said Danny. "The gate thief is Loki, the very one." "After 1,300 years?" asked Stone, incredulous. Hermia let go of him, stepped back. "I guess he really wanted to keep the worlds apart," she said. "Well, Ced is there now," said Stone, "and Marion and Leslie went through to Westel and back again." "Powerful cows," said Danny to Leslie. She strode to him and hugged him tightly. "What now?" Danny asked them all. "We get the rental car away from here," said Vivi, "which means I have a drive ahead of me." "You've put enough miles on the car for them to believe you actually used it," said Danny. "I'll gate you back. The rest of you, Yellow Springs?" "They certainly don't want to stay in the miserable shack you're living in here," said Vivi. "Let's get out of here," said Danny, and added to Marion, "Now that we know how to do it, we can rig our own rope in the barn." They came to the crash doors, pushed them open. A huge bird dropped on top of Danny and knocked him to the ground, started pecking at him savagely. Danny instantly gated about 10 feet away, and completely uninjured now jumped to his feet. Thor was there, about 2 rods off, and Baba and Mama were with him. Thor was yelling at the bird, "Stop it, Zog, stop!" The bird was beating with its great wings, moving angrily toward Danny. Then the bird was calm. "I can't believe Uncle Zog would give up," said Danny. "He didn't," said Leslie. "I took the bird away from him." "You can do that?" asked Danny. "Nobody can do that," said Thor. "I've been to Westel," said Leslie. "I still can't ride a beast that isn't bound to me, but I can break anyone's connection with their heart bound. Do you understand me?" The ground trembled under them. "Gish!" cried Baba. "Don't!" Now Danny saw Gish standing near the family's truck. Gish was paying no attention to Baba. A crevice opened in the ground at Danny's feet. Danny simply gated to one side. A new crevice opened. "Oh, for Pete's sake," said Marion. A gash opened in the earth under Gish, and the old man dropped down into it. So did the truck. Mama screamed. "Marion, what have you done?" cried Leslie. "Don't worry," said Danny. "I gated the old man away and sent him home to the compound as soon as he fell in." "You didn't have to," said Marion. "I wasn't going to kill him." Leslie strode toward Baba and Mama and Thor. "Yes, he made a great gate. Yes, the gate thief tried to take him. But Danny is the greatest gatefather who ever lived. Get it? He fought the gate thief and he won." "Oh, Danny," cried Mama, "it's what we hoped for you." "This is why we kept you alive," said Baba, "so you could make a great gate for us." "How kind of you," said Danny. "Now let us through," said Baba. "Let us go through the gate." "It doesn't exist right now," said Hermia. "But you can make it again," said Mama. The greed in her eyes was more than a little scary. "If I decide to," said Danny. "But one thing is certain, Mama, Baba, Thor. No one from the North family will ever use it." If he had stabbed a knife into his father's heart, he could not have looked more stunned. "You're my son," Baba cried. "We made you for this." "How many gate mages before me did the families murder?" said Danny. "Thank you for not killing me. Thank you for not murdering your own son. What a sacrifice. I have better parents now. If you come anywhere near us, I'll gate you to the moon. Do you understand me?" Thor was about to say something, but before he could get any words out, Danny gated them all back to the family compound. "So how do you really feel?" asked Stone. "Give me credit here," said Danny. "I didn't kill them." "Should I bring the truck back up to the surface?" asked Marion. "It isn't damaged much." "Crush it," said Danny. "They can buy another, and think of me whenever they use it." "Can we visit my family next?" asked Hermia. "All in good time," said Stone. "What you did was probably a mistake. It's their worst fears realized. It gives them all the more incentive to kill you. You'll be able to remake the Great Gate and send only your friends, their enemies, through it. It'll be the destruction of their family." "I suppose you're right," said Danny. "We can work it out," said Marion. "Negotiate. No more killing of gate mages. They turn gate mages over to us as soon as they're identified. And when we make a great gate again, each family can send one member through and right back again. If we promise to share equally, maybe we can keep a war from breaking out." "And gates for everybody," said Stone. "Leading from family to family. Public gates that can't be closed, so everybody can check on everybody else without buying an airplane ticket." Danny laughed. "What's funny," said Vivi, "I wet myself a little when he opened up that crack in the ground. We had no plan for this," said Danny. "For complete, total success." "It isn't total," said Hermia. "The gate thief, Loki, he's still there, and he knows a lot more than any of us. The families can't be trusted, even if they make the most solemn promises. We're safer than we were, but only barely." "You really are a pessimist, aren't you?" said Stone. "Danny won," said Hermia, "but only by taking Loki by surprise. Now it's time for us all to knuckle down and study this. So when Danny faces him again, he'll have a better idea of what he's doing. Did Loki have anything left, Danny, or did you take it all?" "He has 6 gates left," said Danny. "Or at least that's all I sensed before I cut him off." "Maybe enough to make a great gate of his own," said Hermia. "And if passing through a great gate increases a gatefather's outself, he might be able to come here and get us." "Maybe," said Danny. "But if you could hear the hunger of his outself. He's all about eating great gates, not making them. We need to bring together everything we know. I've had access to 5 family books on gate magery. Vivi's been studying what's available in the public record her whole life. Danny's actually faced the enemy. I think we can put it all together and try to make sense of it." "Not tonight," said Leslie. She was stroking the head of the bird that Zog had tried to use to kill Danny. "I don't know if I faced the enemy," said Danny. "I mean, yes, it was the gate thief. But he was terrified of something. Of Bel, whoever that is. The god of Carthage, but we need to find out more about that. Before we start undoing Loki's work, we need to understand it. How do we know we aren't going to unleash on the world the very disaster he tried so hard to prevent?" "Another day," said Leslie. "It's late, we're tired. Danny, are you coming home with us?" "Or me," said Vivi. "I don't care which, but Leslie's right. We all need to sleep." "It's Hermia who needs a place to stay," said Danny. "You want to go annoy Vivi in her condo, or get much better cooking with Marion and Leslie?" Hermia looked from Vivi to the Silvermans and back. "Or my house," said Stone. "I take in refugees from the families." "Stick with your fellow gate mage," said Vivi. "Danny, would you be a dear and restore the gates between Yellow Springs and Naples and D.C. before you go to bed?" "Yes," said Danny. "And don't forget the gates from all of you to my place here in BV." "No," said Leslie. "You're not staying here." "Ridiculous," said Vivi. "After what happened?" "Do you really think the Norths will leave you alone?" asked Stone. "Please let's not argue," said Danny. "I'm trying to make a life for myself here, and tomorrow's a school day." Inside himself, however, Danny could feel the pull of 1,000 different wills, some weak, some strong. And deeper and stronger than any of them, the outself of the gate thief, the ancient Loki. He had felt it surge with exultation when he thrust his own parents back to their home, dismissing them like a lord with a despised underling. He had liked his power far too much. He needed to get back to school, and no more gates there, no more showing off. He needed roots in the Drouther world, because being a god was too seductive and too dangerous. How many people might he hurt if he didn't keep this under control? He thought of his friends at school. Who would protect them from the gods if not Danny? He thought of would-be tyrants like Leader and weaklings like Massey. Just because Leader misused his power and Massey didn't protect anybody with his, didn't mean that in their weakness they didn't need to be treated with fairness and respect. I could dismiss them too because they have offended me. But there are rules of decency. Or if there aren't, then there should be. For there was always the possibility that Loki was really a good man after all. That his reason for closing all the gates was real and compelling. That he wasn't just protecting Westel and the Westilians. That maybe he was trying to save the Drowthers too. I was born with more power inside myself than I ever dreamed. But along with it there came no more sense than any other idiotic kid. Somewhere along in here I need to grow up into a man I can stand to live with. A man who doesn't just survive, but deserves to.
Afterward, read by Orson Scott Card.
Afterward. This is Orson Scott Card. I began this book, as I have begun so many others, with a map. It was 1977. I doodled it and then began naming the places in it. I connected it with an idea I had been nursing along for more than a year, about a magic system in which you gain power over a type of creature or an element or force of nature by serving its interest, helping it become whatever it most wants to become. So as I worked on the map, I decided to take it seriously. I traced the coastlines and rivers on a clean sheet of unlined paper. It was first doodled on a lined notebook sheet. Then Xeroxed it a couple of dozen times on the copier at the office of the Ensign magazine, where I was working as an assistant editor at the time. Then I drew in the borders of countries, showing the changes across time. When I named them, I let the names also change with the centuries. When I was done, it felt to me as if I had a whole history there with a sense of ancientness and power in it, the kind of feeling I always get from poring over historical atlases. I once created a type-in program for the PC Junior's basic language, showing the results of every presidential election in U.S. history as colors on a map. It was another way of containing the sweep of history in a two-dimensional space. The book it was supposed to appear in died with the PC Junior, and the program can't run under any existing version of BASIC, so you'll have to take my word that it was great. With the maps complete, it was time to try out the magic system. The result was the dark story Sand Magic. Though the story was rejected, with a rude letter, by the quondam editor of Fantastic magazine, I refused to give up. It was published in an anthology of Andy Offit's, and then picked up for a Best Fantasy of the Year anthology. That was all the validation that I needed. The trouble was, I cared too much about the Mithermage's world. I thought of it as my best world ever, and my best magic system. I wanted to tell only stories that is my best world ever, and my best magic system. I wanted to tell only stories that were worthy of it. And besides, in those days fantasy didn't often sell as well as science fiction. I had a family to support. I stuck with the spaceships and held on to Mithermages for some later date, when I had found a story that could bring out all its possibilities. Little did I know that I already had part of the story. J.A. Perry, my closest friend at the Ensign, or anywhere at that time, and I were working on a story idea together about an orphan or bastard kid who lived in a medieval castle, prowling and spying as he crawled through beams and rafters, secret passageways, roof thatch, gullies, drains, and tunnels. He would know everything that was going on in the castle, yet everyone would ignore or despise him. Jay named him Wad. Years later, we even tried to create a collaborative novel that we could sell together. Jay wrote an opening that was very good, but I somehow couldn't carry on with it. Now I realized that it was the magic system we were working with at the time that blocked me. It wasn't strong enough, yet I couldn't think of a better one. Skip forward a few decades. I had already published the Mithermage's maps in a small collection called Cardography. The maps don't appear in this book because they aren't needed yet. They'll show up in the next volume. Still, I had not written a story set in that world since Sand Magic. Yet the maps and the magic wouldn't leave me alone. I was brooding about it one day when it dawned on me that if Wad lived in the world of Mither Mages, his might be the story worth writing. I asked Jay for permission to take Wad and put him in this world of mine. Jay graciously gave his consent, and so I have preserved the name Jay thought of for this lost and lonely boy. I knew at once the place where he would live in the novel, Iceway, a northern kingdom that thrived by trading and raiding on the sea. For a time, the Mither Mages project was under the tutelage of editor Betsy Mitchell at Del Rey, with whom I had worked so happily on the book I thought of as the best in my career so far, Magic Street. She helped and advised me greatly in developing Mither Mages, and it was at this time that I decided that I would stretch the story between our present-day natural world and the magical one, rather the way I had done with Magic Street and its immediate predecessor, the contemporary medieval fantasy romance Enchantment. At once, the magic system erupted. It would explain everything. Elves and fairies, ancient mythical gods of every Indo-European culture, ghosts, poltergeists, werewolves and trolls and golems, 7-league boots and mountains that move, talking trees and invisible people, all would be contained within it. As I was fitting the magic of Mither Mages into our world, past and present, I was invited by Gardner Dozois to submit a story to an anthology called Wizards. I came up with a new story set entirely in the Mither Mages world at an unspecified but early time period. I called it Stonefather, and I knew as soon as I finished it that it was one of the best stories I'd ever written. I later brought it out in collaboration with Subterranean Press as a slim standalone book with a gorgeous cover by Tom Kidd. I had tangible proof that the Mither Mages world was still alive and could give rise to strong stories. But it was slow going, building up the world of Wad and the simultaneous tale of Danny, the boy born into our world as a gate mage in a Westilian family. The problem was that the magic system was too thick. There was so much to explain. For years I was stuck in one place, an opening I wrote in which a much younger Danny struggles just to figure out what was going on in his magical family. By the time I solved the problem, the project had moved to my primary publisher, Tor, and I was working once again with longtime editor and friend Beth Meacham. I realized, finally, that the whole approach was faulty. Instead of having Danny know almost nothing and have the reader learn each point as Danny learned it, I started the book afresh with Danny as a 12-year-old, knowing as much as anyone in his family about the way magic worked and how the Westilians fit into the universe. I was really following my own advice. I tell students in my writing classes that suspense comes not from knowing almost nothing, but from knowing almost everything and caring very much about the small parts still unknown. I had expected to spend quite a bit of time in the North family compound, developing Danny's relationships with the aunts and uncles, the cousins, and his parents and siblings. But I quickly found the place too cramped and depressing, as Danny did. I had painted him into a corner. He could not thrive there. I had to get him out. From the moment he left the family compound and started shoplifting at the Lexington Walmart, the book hummed along right to the end. The scene that I had originally envisioned as the beginning of the novel, a gate that would allow Danny and other kids to shoot right to the top of a climbing rope in a high school gym in Buena Vista, Virginia, now became the climactic scene. Meanwhile, Wad's story, which had stayed stubbornly vague for years, suddenly took on clarity as I wrote the story The Man in the Tree, always intended as a chapter of this book, and then created the character of Queen Bexoy as Wad's ally, lover, and nemesis. Only one ingredient was missing, and it came by purest chance. Years ago, Victoria von Roth, a wonderful actress whom I directed in Posing as People in a production in Los Angeles, almost demanded that I name a character in one of my books after her. Since then, she had reminded me from time to time, and it happened that one of those reminders came at exactly the moment when I had Danny in Yellow Springs, Ohio, and had no idea how to push him forward on his journey of discovery. Use my name in this book, Vivi suggested, so I did. I thought of the real Victoria's exuberant personality and genuine kindness, and the character who bears her name in this novel came forth. I ran the chapters past Victoria for her approval. If she hadn't liked the character, I would simply have changed the name. But she did approve, and the name stayed. Beth Meacham was reading the chapters as they came out of my computer, the first time I have ever let an editor read my chapters at the same time as my wife, Christine, read them, instead of waiting till after. Beth was helpful at every stage, either with suggestions or needed encouragement. Christine was also my reliable first reader, helping me walk the narrow line between the earthiness I wanted and some level of decorum that the general readership might enjoy. Other primary readers, Aaron and Philip Absher and Catherine H. Kidd, got the chapters in their rawest form as well. They all contributed greatly as I moved the story forward. With the ironclad deadline for publication looming during the summer of 2010, more than 33 years after I first drew the maps of the world I now call Westil, after one of the more important nations in its history, I was compelled to finish the novel despite all other distractions, including teaching 2 week-long writing workshops. I wrote a chapter nearly every day as Christine and I flew to Poland for the launch of the translation of Ender in Exile. Chapters were written in jets on the way to and from Poland, in Warsaw, and in Szczecin, where I took part in a sci-fi and fantasy convention that combined the annual Eurocon with the national conventions of Poland, Czechland, and Slovakia. I met or reacquainted myself with many wonderful people and came home with all but 4 of the chapters done. On the 1st of September, I finished the last chapter and put the book into the hands of the wonderful staff at Tor, who went the extra mile in making up for my late completion to bring the book out on time. My thanks to all. Above all, though, I must thank my family, Christine, of course, and our youngest, Sina, for their patience during the stress it always causes when I have a book under construction. Aaron Absher helped many times to make our lives possible during episodes of travel, while my assistant and the managing editor of my magazine, Orson Scott Card's Intergalactic Medicine Show at www.oscigms.com, Kathleen Bellamy, and our webwrite and IT manager, Scott Allen, kept the world running smoothly around us. Now you have received this novel in its finest form, read aloud by talented and insightful actors under the direction of my friend and best interpreter, Stefan Rudnicki, or Rudnicki, as he pronounces his Polish name for Americans. I like to imagine myself telling my stories around a campfire to women, children, and men who are weary from a day's work and play, and who now immerse themselves in my imaginary world, and wear my made-up characters like clothing for their souls. Thank you for spending time at my campfire and sharing my dreams.